So we were coming into the playoffs. The first game, Copenhagen Wolves let Anivia through, and Froggen went absolutely wild with the iceberg.
He gets dropped by Froggen. It's a double kill for Anivia. It's the first game of the best of 3 quarterfinals here, going to Evil Geniuses.
Scarin simply could not run through everything that Froggen put in front of him.
After their loss in the first game, Copenhagen Wolves came back. We also saw some amazing taunts coming out of the Shen of Nigod Bro that really won them the game.
The Wolves are engaging on towards Evil Geniuses. Shadow Dash catches onto 3 members. Godbro across all members of Evil Geniuses. It's a double kill for him. The intervention comes out from Froggen, but he's going to be off the Shadow Dash. Catches 4 members of Evil Geniuses.
What a team fight from the Wolves. It is coming down to the decider.
The last game of the day was all about EG, and they destroyed the Copenhagen Wolves.
Nupas jumped onto the test this time, though.
He's returned back on towards him. He doesn't have any escapes. Puts the hail of arrows down, but it is going to be first blood going across to Evil Geniuses. The harpoon comes out. Yellow Pete the flash, and he's going to try and dump in towards it. The Baron might take him down. It will. And Wicked picks up the kill. And the Copenhagen Wolves are just simply spectators right now as Evil Geniuses take the base. It will be EG facing Fnatic in the semi-finals.
It's a great relief for us to still be in LCS and for the summer split.
You know we're going to stay here for half a year more, and we're going to have a chance to qualify for World Championship.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the European LCS Spring Playoffs. Only 4 teams remain, and with their spots in the Summer LCS secured, these teams are focused on only one thing, getting to the finals and winning the title of Spring LCS Champions. We've got 2 great best-of-3 semifinals in store for you today. We'll be kicking off with Evil Geniuses taking on Fnatic, followed by SK Gaming going head-to-head with Gambit. That's what's on the menu for today, and our casters for the first game are the charming Lee D-Man-Smith and the kinda cool Jason Kaplan.
Well, thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to semi-finals day. You do love her too, as well. It is the spring playoffs, and yesterday we saw Evil Geniuses and SK Gaming progress from the quarterfinals, so they will now be facing the number 1 and 2 seed, that is Fnatic and Gambit.
And of course, in the series between Evil Geniuses and the Copenhagen Wolves, we saw some promise out of both teams. Like, it really did. The Wolves had an amazing showing in game 1 and 2, but the real story is all about the Evil Geniuses. They closed out that series with a very one-sided victory, only giving up 1 death in the entire game, which is in the last couple seconds of it. Crepo just extended a little bit too far for fun. Of course, Evil Geniuses looked on form to what we expect out of them, but can they hold on to that in the semifinals?
Yeah, wasn't too impressed about the fact that he did get the only kill. He was the feeder of the game, but of course you can see these are the games today. So first off, it will be Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses. You saw EG go through yesterday 2-1 versus the Copenhagen Wolves, and lots of ooh coming out from Quickshot as well throughout those highlights. SK Gaming versus Gambit, of course, SK came through. They did actually get disqualified against All Authority, unfortunately, due to the player issue. You can, of course, catch that and check it out. Redbeard did post on the forums all about that, so all the information can be found on there. So, remember, you can stay up to date on the standings as well as the stats, match previews, recaps, replays over at lolesports.com. And we want to know which team you think will advance to the next round of the playoffs. So go there and vote now. So, moving on.
Did you notice on the site, I just wanted to mention this because it's really cool, is that they actually added a feature where you can see like the stats of the game, like for instance, who bought what, you know, their gold income per minute. It's really cool. You should check that out.
There's a lot more info getting on there as we go week by week. Of course, we are going to get underway in just a few moments, but first we want to hear from you guys at home. So let's see what pearls of wisdom Shocks wants from you guys today.
Thank you very much, Demon. Don't forget, you guys at home, you guys in the studio here, of course, can tweet us your thoughts on the playoffs and everything LCS at LOL Esports, hashtag LCS. Who do you think will do good here today? Who do you think will make it to the finals? What do you think of D-Man's shirt today? Tweet all of that at LOL Esports, hashtag LCS. Now it's time for a short break before our first semifinal. And, you know, EG cleaned up the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday 2-1, looking exceptionally strong in the 3rd game. We'll have to see if they can keep the momentum going, as they are up against a team that has been dominating for most of the season, Fnatic. EG versus Fnatic, our very first semifinal of the spring playoffs after the break. Welcome back, boys and girls. It is time for our first semifinal between Evil Geniuses and Fnatic. So let's meet the teams. First off is Fnatic. On support, if he plays Blitzcrank, you might as well have a huge bullseye on your champion because he's gonna grab you. It's N-rated. One of the two yellow AD carries in the LCS and a beast on Varus. It's Yellow Star. He can play absolutely everything in the top lane, even Nunu and Blitzcrank. Just ask Wicked. It's Soaz. He is terrifying in the jungle and not just on Nocturne. Cyanide. And finally, he is mad charming on Ahri and turned 21 this week, Xpeke. And now for the Evil Geniuses. He is EG's secret weapon, Wicked. And then controlling the jungle and looking freshly shaven today, Snoopy. In the mid lane, if you don't ban out his Anivia, you're gonna get chilled. It's Froggen. As AD carry landing living artillery after living artillery on Kog'Maw against the Wolves, Yellow Pete. And on support, his Leona play yesterday most certainly gave the Wolves nightmares, Greppo. All right, D-Man and Jason, do these fine gentlemen look ready to go to you guys?
Actually, no, not really. We were promised a wink, Frog, and we were promised a wink, and we got a blink instead. What's that all about? But thank you very much, Sock. So here we go. It's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. Last time these teams met in a best-of-3 was DreamHack Winter, and Fnatic came out on top in that encounter. Quickshot, of course, was there to call all the shots of that game, and it was a fantastic one. During the LCS, though, they have also gone 3-1 to Fnatic, so they are clearly the favorites in this matchup over the last 6 months.
Of course, Fnatic finished off the spring split in first place with 22 wins and 6 losses. They only dropped games to Gambit and to Wolves, and of course, Evil Geniuses. They had the best record in all of LCS, and when I say all of LCS, I'm including North America in that, which is just ridiculous. And Fnatic also has the highest GPM out of all the LCS teams with 1,637.31 gold per minute. Of course, Evil Geniuses have not really met everyone's expectations during the entire LCS. They finished the season 15-13, which a little bit unexpected, with them struggling to find their identity. They have shown signs, though, over the past couple of weeks that they kind of maybe found it. And of course, over the matches we saw yesterday against the Wolves, they might blow us away.
Yeah, so they are looking strong right now, Evil Geniuses, so do not rule them out. But of course, for this game, we have had to highlight the mid laner for Fnatic. Of course, he is the backdoor king, Xpeke.
And speaking of that, we got to talk about his champion pool a little bit. He's played Twisted Fate 6 games, winning 5 of them. He's played Katarina 6 games, winning 4 of them. And of course, Ari 3 games, winning 2. And that's just an outstanding record to have on these champions. Against his lane opponent, though, Frog, and this is where it's really key, is that he currently sits at a record of 18 kills, 17 deaths, and 34 assists. And considering he has the second most kills out of all mid laners, this shows how Frog has really shut him down and has really held him back in lane. Of course, this backdoor pass is something Evil Geniuses cannot let happen again. And of course, we might see bans to stop this from happening.
So that is Fnatic. But of course, for Evil Geniuses, well, it's the man at the top. He was the MVP yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves. It is going to be wicked.
And of course, he is the only man to play Zach during his being available in LCS. He has played Renekton 9 times, winning 6 games. Zed 8 games, winning 5. And of course, Shen 4 games, winning 2. And against his lane opponent, and I say that in the lightest terms because you know, you're not sure if he's going to be in a 1v2 or a 2v1 situation. It is Soaz. He currently sits at a record of 8 kills, 15 deaths, and 18 assists. So Fnatic has succeeded at shutting him down quite well. And if EG wants to have a chance here, that he really needs to step up a little bit. Of course, like I said before, it'll typically be in a 1v2 situation, but there's always that threat of Soaz pulling out that Nunu against him again.
So what are we thinking? Picks and bans are going to be coming up shortly. We're going to see what bans they're going to go with. I don't know, there's a couple of normal ones. We saw a few yesterday, but of course, as we mentioned, these two teams, they have met one another, well, a lot of times, to be honest, over the last sort of year, 2 years, you know, these teams have been staple, be it in the form of Evil Geniuses, LCLG EU. Fnatic have been standard throughout from Season 1. Season 1 champions, of course, so they know each other all too well, and they know what to expect from one another.
EG has been experimenting with a lot of strategies lately, and I think it's really working out for them.
They changed a bit more to aggression, but they're still not able to put a penalty on any mistake we're doing.
The main reason that Fnatic is 3-1 against us right now is because we've been in a slump, we've been playing bad, and we're playing very inconsistent right now.
We know like what their specific strategies are for this point, but they know ours as well.
We believe right now that TF is the most broken champion in the game, and if any team gets him, they'll have a really good chance of winning.
When I think about TF, I basically cry when he's on the enemy team, and I expect to win if he's on our team.
It doesn't matter because Froggen's backdoored, and he's taken down 2 Nexus to it. I do not believe what Froggen just did. He's just done a Peke on Peke.
We know all their tricks this time around, and we won't get surprised.
So I'm really confident playing against Soaz 1 vs 1 as long as he doesn't pick Nunu.
I don't think I will play Nunu much more, but we might see some new champion.
Well, will we see some new champions? Of course, you guys at home have been voting on lolesports.com. Currently, it's 57% to Fnatic, 43% to Evil Geniuses. So very close, but you guys are definitely tipping towards Fnatic, and the stats do prove that way as well.
And in that video, we saw Soaz at the end. That smile he gave us was just like,
I got something new.
Yeah, we got something to show you here, and he might show it against Wicked. I'm curious to see exactly what it is. We talked to him actually when he was on the desk last week about some champions he's been working on, and he gave us a couple of names. And I don't want to say them obviously right now to kind of spoil them, but I can say this though, look forward to them.
So the teams are having a good bit of banter because these teams, you know, between them, they've been together so many times across so many tournaments. They really know each other. You know, they even go out together these days as well into the town. So they're good friends between each other. They were, interestingly enough, practicing against each other as well before this one. For the Copenhagen Wolves, they were practice partners. So they're going to know each other very, very well. We'll have to see how this one sets up. Picks and bans are about to get underway. And straight away, Thresh, of course, has been banned away by Fnatic. Fnatic starting as the blue team in this game.
I know. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Leona ban come out of Fnatic because we saw Crepo play him twice yesterday, and in the games he played it twice, they won both of those. And we know that's a really strong champion for him. So you might want to take it away. However, you know, N-rated plays her as well, so they might want to leave it open for him. They might want to take it away from Crepo. We'll see how it works.
Well, Kha'Zix has been taken away. The question is, will we see the likes of the Backdoor Kings champions through? Twisted Fate, Kha'Zix. What else has he been using to get in there back? Froggen, of course, obviously used it, didn't expect it.
He also used Zed
the other day. I mean, Zed, definitely another champion. Lux, of course, taken away from Froggen. No doubt about that one. And there's a lot of people actually saying that his Lux is stronger than his Anivia, which we saw yesterday was still very strong.
The thing about Anivia, though, you can catch people off guard. Like, they just won't realize. We saw against the Wolves, he would catch Sven Skaren out of position with that wall, and then they would just blow him up. We do have a Cassidy ban coming in, and I'm curious to see if we're going to have a Katarina ban, because you took away one of the reset champions with Kha'Zix. Why not take away that Katarina as well, which can be so deadly in these fights?
Well, it's definitely a champion he's been using heavily throughout this tournament. What will Fnatic go with? Because it's up to them. If, of course, this does mean that the likes of Shen would be available. Like you mentioned, Leona in there. Zed has been taken away. That immediately means that there's going to be a potential Shen, a potential TF in there. What will we see? There's so many strong champions that have actually snuck through this ban. It is going to be Twisted Fate. You heard Yellow Pete saying in that video just before there that he does not want to see Twisted Fate on Fnatic. He's just worried every time he does manage to come against it.
And the thing is, if you're going to take away Kassadin, like if you're going to ban Kassadin yourself, you might as well take a Twisted Fate right after, because Kassadin can work really well against him. And then again, you are the purple team, so you always have the option to pick him up last, but they didn't want that happening anyways. But yeah, like you said, Shen is available if they do want to pick it up. A very strong champion. We saw Wicked use it back, you know, in the early weeks. That's where he got his name Bricked from, because he was just unmovable in that top lane. Curious to see if he'll go for that, or maybe they'll actually just leave it open for a little bit.
It does mean that Lise is also available. Snuck through the bans. Was one of the stronger bans yesterday. And the fact that Soaz has talked about his champions is that maybe one of them. He has played it a lot before. Wonder if we sneak anything else through. Maybe we'll see something crazy out there. Remember, this is Fnatic. They have played 280 carries before.
I was just about to say this. We had no jungler bans picked up at all.
Jarvan.
So Jarvan was left available. We still have Volibear. We still have Nasus. Stupid's been playing a lot of Volibear. Well, as well as Nasus. Nasu's been working on that trinity of junglers. And as we're talking about Shen, looks like Evogenesis are going to pick that up. And it looks like they will go for a lock-in right away onto Varus. So they really want to make sure that they get Yellow Pete that 80 carry.
Well, 100% pick back yesterday, and everybody really using it as one of their first picks to make sure they do get Varus in there. Seems to be definitely the AD carry favorite right now. Peke hovering over Brand. I'll be surprised if that is locked in. We haven't seen Brand in competitive play for a very, very long time. Could we see Soaz taking away Wicked's champion that he was using yesterday? Or will they go for the AD carry in there? Of course, N-rated on Leona, not to be outdone either. Remember, Blitzcrank is also available for the supports if Peke, or rather N-rated, wanted to go for that one. They have locked it in, and there is Zac. So Zac going to be used in the top lane, I'm guessing here, by Soaz.
See, we look at that, and you know, we assume after yesterday it would most likely be in the top lane, but we've also seen teams use Jarvan in the middle lane. You know, we've seen Ocelot do it before. It's always a possibility. I mean, Zac is one of those champions that you can really decide where you want to exactly go with it. But like I agree with you, most likely it will be in the top lane. And you know, after Soaz seen Wicked play it yesterday, maybe he wants to show him like how to use it properly. Like we had Yamada Cannon telling Wicked, you know, you don't max Q on Zed first, you max E.
Well, of course, they used it yesterday in it was Kiwi Kid was playing it for Dignitas as well. We did see Alistair coming out yesterday for Crepo. He used it, and they actually lost that game. That was against the Copenhagen Wolves. So it didn't work out too well for them, but this time alongside Varus rather than Kog'Maw, which they had yesterday.
It's a very aggressive lane. Like anytime you have an Alistair, it's a good counter to like a Taric or a Leona. However, Leona has the ability to actually get to you with the Zenith Blade, but provides a lot of cover for your AD carry, which, you know, typically if you run something like that, you might even allow your AD carry to not run cleanse necessarily. Maybe go for Barry because you're not necessarily worried about their support hopping on top of you. And they do lock in the Volibear as well, so we will have Stupi on Volibear. And like, you know, you and Trevor mentioned it yesterday that Stupi was always talking about how if you're going to run Volibear and they have some sort of CC to keep you away, you want to run Flash. However, he was running Ghost into a Lulu, so I'm curious to see if he's going to pick up that Flash this time or maybe go Ghost again.
Yeah, the mixed grill being selected once again by Evil Geniuses. It didn't work yesterday, though. When they had this mixed grill,
They didn't have
the game
Bird
they
last time,
lost.
though.
And it was the red side. They have a really... I don't know whether it's an aversion to red side, but they really do not feel they have much success on there. But if anybody watched yesterday, you would know that the red side won all day last night in North America. But I'm not going to spoil those results for you. You can check them out over at lolesports.com, or you can check the videos on there. Make sure to avoid those spoilers because they were fantastic games last night in North America, the quarterfinals. But right now, the semi-finals here in the European LCS, we could be seeing Corki being locked in and Nidalee.
Okay, so I think this is one of the first Corkis we've actually seen in LCS so far. He was really popular back in Season 2. He fell off a lot. I mean, he just completely fell off back in Season 2 when it was all the Ezreals and Corkis in the lane. He's not that strong anymore, but I mean, he was changed around a little bit. His ultimate now gives you the big bomb every 3 charges instead of 4. Yellowstar was always a big player of him. I'm curious to see if he's been working on him quite a bit lately.
He did receive a slight buff in the patch, and I know a lot of players out there were going, you've got to be really careful with this one because if he comes back, he could come back with a vengeance. We'll see how it works out for Yellowstar. Obviously, he's been using Twitch a lot, so I was maybe expecting Twitch to come out for Yellowstar, but not this time around. So the mid lane, it's going to be all about Frog and what will he take. And Nivea, of course, is available if he wants to go with it, as is Ari, which he has selected currently. Or well, Crepo has it selected, and there's the discussions in the team. It has been locked in, so it's going to be Ari versus Nidalee in that mid lane.
Okay, so we have a very beefy lineup of Evil Geniuses. We have Volibear, we have Alistar, and we have Shen all mixed up together. It's going to be a very strong front line for them. But over Fnatic's side, it's a little interesting to me because you have well, I mean, you see AP and Nidalee, so you think, naturally kind of a poke comp going on. But you have a really strong double, or actually triple engage with Leona, with the Jarvan, with the Zac. So it looks like they maybe want to go for a little bit of poke and then just rush in there and kill them really quickly.
So a bit of history coming out between the bottom lane of Fnatic as well against all authorities. Well, they used to play, and back at CBIT 2012, there's been so many busy tournaments for me. CBIT 2012 is when they were against all authority. They finished 4th, I think, that tournament, maybe 5th. Actually, no, I think they lost to SK in the third, fourth place playoff, didn't they? Pretty sure that's how it worked out. But that was N-Rated and Yellowstar, of course. They've been together as a gruesome twosome for a while, and it was Corki and Leona. That was their famous pairing. So returning to their old historical roots here for the semi-finals. Meanwhile, what do we think? Obviously, we have the Flubber man up top, Zac. Soaz pulling out yet another champion. No surprises there that he's adapted to it as had Wicked. So Wicked's going to know what he's up against here.
I completely agree in that.
If he goes up against it at all, that is.
Well, because the thing is, we saw Wicked yesterday go up against a Shen. So like he kind of knew what he had to do against Shen. He knew what Shen could do to stay alive, and hopefully Wicked knows what to do against Soaz here. But I have not seen Soaz ever play Zac, like even in scrims or and just talking to him. So I'm curious to see how well he actually does. But you see Xpec in the mid lane, he's running Cleanse on Nidalee, which is really interesting. So he doesn't want to get locked down at all by anyone over onto UG's side. Just want to get hit with a Chain of Corruption or maybe a Charm out of Ari or even a Taunt out of Wicked, which we saw just be so phenomenal for the Wolves yesterday.
Well, I want to ask you a question here because Soaz was quite vocal in the fact that he doesn't want to be in a 2v1 lane. He doesn't want Fnatic to be forcing those 2v1 lanes in previous matches when they've lost. He wasn't happy at all. It was clearly public speaking there. So are Evil Genius is going to force him into that? Or do you think they're going to happily go 1v1 Wicked versus Soaz, knowing the big history they've had recently in their 1v1 duels?
Well, the thing is, I know Wicked doesn't like 1v2s either. He wants to go into 1v1. We even had games where he called out Soaz saying, hey, Soaz, like we were playing Blitzcrank back in LCS during the regular season, saying, let's go 1v1 here, and they never would let him. But it looks like, according to the minimap, that they actually will be going head-to-head in this top lane, and I really want to see how this works out, because just like I said, the history that developed between these two, 144,000 people watching that epic duel for the All-Star spot happen between them. There's a lot of action, a lot of revenge in Wicked's eyes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be a great deal of movement, though, across the map. Everybody in defensive formation, as it were. The only 2 wards on the map currently are in the lower river. There's the 3rd one being placed by N-Rated. That was the Explorer ward being placed just towards that tri-bush, so they're going to go off and take the golems. They're going to be spawning in just a few seconds, and Yellow Pete looking like he's going to be heading towards the top lane, so it looks like it will be a forceful 2v1. You saw Wicked, he spotted Soaz in the top, and it's EG that have initiated this one. They want the 2v1 lane.
Interesting to see this. I mean, I mean, Shen obviously does extremely well in a 1v2 situation just because you have that ability to taunt under turret if you need. You have the feint, you have the healing off of your Q. We haven't really seen too much action as Zach, so I honestly couldn't really say how well he does in a 1v2 situation, but just looking at his passive and how it works, he should be able to sustain quite well. But we do have an invade coming out of Evil Geniuses towards the top side here. They will be spotted by a ward. And how are Fnatic going to react to this?
Let's see whether they do. Snoopy is going to go for this invade. He's got Crepo and Yellow Star, Yellow Pete, sorry, with him. There is, of course, 2 yellow members in the teams, Yellow Pete and Yellow Star. So, excuse me if I do get a little bit confused by the commentary.
I guarantee I'm going to mess it up a couple times.
You guarantee. Hail of Arrows comes out from Yellow Pete. We do see Soaz just off the side. He's going to try and steal this one away, but how will he do so? Will he try and lunge for it? We're not even going to get to see it. We do flick away just as the key moment is about to come in.
He did try to go for it, but unfortunately he did miss. And he did level that Q up at level 1, so he will be using that to just farm away. We saw Wicked actually maxing that pretty much all day yesterday, just trying to push the wave because it gives you that really strong potential since you can just use it through the entire wave that comes at you. But we do have Sunny picking up his own blue here.
Well, he's not picking up his own blue.
Not picking up his own blue, picking up the enemy blue.
Effectively, it's his own blue. He knew it was going to be clear. We don't have Jaws here just yet. Oh, sorry, Jaws. Sorry, Steve. But as it stands, it is going to be Crepo and Pete in that top lane versus Soaz, and of course Cyanide is going to be taking away his own red right now, as is I was just about to say Steve, but Snoopy I'll go with. I know these players by name, it's starting to become a problem.
Well, the thing is, if you look at the ward setup we have, because you mentioned a little bit earlier, we do have a pink ward down in the tri-bush for Evil Geniuses at this bottom lane. So you see Cyanide, he's actually trying to go into there right now. Will be spotted. It's a perfect ward out of them to really stop that from happening. But as you're noticing, he's just sitting on the side. So it looks like he's expecting this, and he's going to try to come in for a gank when they go for this 330 push.
So, meanwhile, in this bottom lane, N-rated, we did see Leona locking out this bottom lane, but look at this. Both junglers are poised and ready. Wicked, of course, on Shen. May have a better defensive job here because he can taunt someone if he doesn't get completely locked up, and he may be able to put damage down onto the Autumn. Cyanide ready and waiting, though. And this is a giant creep wave coming in. The Siege Minion is there. Snoopy instead, he's taking away the Wolves. He's not going to be going for this one just yet, but it looks like Cyanide's going to make his move. They do manage to get the stun down. He tries to Shadow Dash away, but is he going to get far enough? No, the exhaust goes down. Everything's being burnt. This will be first blood, and it's going to go to Yellow Star.
Ooh, I was going to say that was smart for him to save that flash, but he just wanted to escape at the end right there, so he did commit that flash. That means he can be very susceptible to ganks early on the bot lane, as we do see Evil Geniuses going for their top gank themselves.
Yeah, they're going to do the exact same thing, and Soaz is going to get caught out there. Exhaust goes down once again, and that is another clean kill. They have to take down all bits of Flubber, though, remember. The rest of Evil Geniuses, they're going to come around. Last shot will go to Yellow Pete, and very well done.
Okay, so we see a 1-for-1 trade in the end there with First Blood going over to Fnatic. And looks like Evil Geniuses will try to at least get this turret very low, but, you know, Fnatic on the bottom side just did such a good job of that gank because they had a huge mini wave coming. They engaged before they started losing that wave, and it forced Wicked to miss out on so much CS now. You even see Cyanide, he's sticking around the bottom lane. He wants to punish Wicked, he wants to get him out of this game, and that's what teams did in Season 2 to really hold Evil Geniuses back.
Well, Wicked's going to come straight round, see Cyanide standing there, just stroll away, just puts the ward down. It's like, yeah, I can still see you there, leave my ward alone. Instead, he's going to try and come through. The rest of his team, remember, of course, Yellow, Pit Star, and N-rated, they do have a wave being pushed up here, so Wicked knows he's really being bullied here, but Evil Geniuses are doing just the same, and they have taken that turret down. It's not exactly what Fnatic have done yet, just yet. They were quite happy to keep the wave here just a little bit longer, and that may be a mistake. They've only taken half the damage off that turret. Instead, they went for the kill, and they were trying to suffocate Wicked from this game. But that duo lane in the top of Yellow Pete and Crepo will be moving to this bottom lane in a moment. So effectively, Evil Geniuses have done well to hold out this turret. Can they hold it any longer?
I think we're going to have Yellow Pete and obviously Crepo come down towards this bottom lane. Looks like they actually will try to take the turret right away, so they may even try to go for a lane swap themselves because they shouldn't really do too well against that Varus-Alistar combo.
Oh, will he get it? I thought he was going to get it. One more shot should do it. Yellow Star did get taunted up just briefly there by Wicked, but unfortunately for them, it does mean Fnatic have equaled up. So we're going to see the lanes switching around. I would expect to see Wicked probably moving towards the top. How do they compare to one another?
Well, quickly before we get to that, because we have Dragon, looks like going to be started here. We have all 5 members towards the bottom side of the map. You saw Wicked sticking around long enough right there, and a pink ward coming in from Crepo. It looks like they will try to go for a very early Dragon here.
It is an early one, just 6 minutes gone, and there's a 4-man Evil Geniuses here. Cyanide puts his Damascus standard down, realizes we're not really quite capable of taking this one away. Yellow Star had already gone back to base, so that is going to be a very, very quick Dragon coming out from Evil Geniuses. How are they going to rotate? We do see Wicked now. He's going to be heading towards that top lane. He's going to be behind a little bit here on Soaz, but remember that Dragon experience and gold he just picked up will help him.
The thing is, he's only sitting on 800 of gold to spend right now, so he picks up some boots. He doesn't really have the items he needs, as he's just going to stock up on these health pots here. It looks like Soaz will be going for a Warmog as one of his very early items, but, you know, without any sort of health, without, you know, any sort of extra items to help him out in the lane, I think he's going to have a tough time against Soaz.
Well, let's have a look at the mid lane. We haven't had a chance to a peek at that one. Froggen versus Peke. It's obviously two battle of the high KDA champions. Peke with very much the second highest kills in all of Europe, and Froggen, well, he was the highest KDA as of this week. Whether it's changed or not from yesterday, I do not know, but that's what the stats sort of configured. And as it stands, they're very, very close between one another, 48 to 47. Very close in terms of CS. We do see, of course, Peke farming out those wraiths as well, because his jungler is absent and he's in this top lane. He's going to get caught out, but the Demacia standard slides away.
And look at Fnatic's game plan. I mean, Cyanide is in every lane that you see Wicked go to. He wants to gank him over and over. He's already, you know, or Wicked's already down, you know, a good 20 CS at this point, and they just want to keep him out of the game, make it so he can't split push, because we saw this happen against the Wolves. We saw where Zach was stronger than Shen. Oh, we see Froggen going in.
Froggen going in. He's going to a very deep position there. There was two wards that spotted Froggen's positioning, and well, Fnatic were getting set up to try and get that one. As it is, I don't think they're going to be able to come and steal it. Looks like it will be given across to Peke eventually, but they're very cautious about it, and Peke takes that blue buff.
Hey, so going back to what I was trying to say earlier is that you want to make it so Wicked can't split push on Shen all day, and with all this pressure they've been putting onto him, he's not going to have that ability to. He won't be able to get that Sunfire cape. He won't be able to build tanky enough to really handle the damage that Soaz can put out against him. So they pretty much eliminated that threat, and it's all in Fnatic's hands to decide where they want to go from here.
So how do we compare the two AD carries right now? There's an advantage slightly built up by Yellowstar. He went with the Sheen early on Corki, of course, probably going to go for that Triforce as ASAP, as is the Blade of the Rune King being built up by Yellow Pete. Slight CS difference, but nothing to really write home about just yet.
Well, in a 1v1 situation, I'll have to give it over to... Actually, I don't know. I think it'd be pretty even in a 1v1 situation, because Corki, he's known for his burst, but so is Vars, because you have the percent health damage and you have the Blight stacks to proc. But the whole point of Fnatic, what they're trying to do is, as we see Stupid trying to come in for a gank on N-rated.
Oh, they both use the flash as well, and Rated does manage to get his ulti down, but is he going to take a lot of damage here? He does get knocked back there. Yellow Pete, one more shot should be enough. Takes him down. Can they get the pull run towards the Yellow Star, or will he be able to turn it around? Yellow Pete taking a lot of damage there. You see Snoopy going down on all fours, trying to get that flip on towards him, but Yellow Pete had to back away from that fight. Throws out the hail of arrows, but they'll be happy with the kill.
Smart play by Stupid to come in there. I mean, committed that flash. We talked about if he's going to use that Ghoster flash, but showing just how strong the flash really can be in the end. And going back to talking about Corki versus Vars, thing is, to me, Fnatic isn't looking for team fights. I mean, they have the ability to go for it if they want to, but they're going for poke, because you have Corki building a Triforce, so you want to be able to poke them down as much as possible. You have the AP nearly going to be poking as much as possible as well, so they just want to whittle Evil Geniuses down and then go for a hard engage with Soaz, who can just jump into the backline, with Sonic can do the same thing. So I don't think they're trying to go for a one-on-one in any sort of way, but I think I would have to say it's pretty even between the two.
Well, this is something we've seen before with Fnatic. They've used Peke to split push. Do you think this is going to happen again? The fact that he is on Nidalee, is a strong split pushing champion. It's very hard to pin down, and he's just come in, stolen the red away from Snoopy.
Oh, we see Froggen engaging on him.
Froggen does manage to land the charm. Is it going to be enough? The Shadow Dash, no, not going to be able to catch on towards that. I don't know where Shadow Dash come from. He's on the opposite team.
Well, you know, talking about Xpeke and split pushing, I want to say that it won't happen, but it's Xpeke, so you kind of expect that out of him. But
I see what you did there.
I tried.
Oh, you do see Wicked actually getting a bit of a poke onto Soaz there. Throwing his bits of flubber all over the place, and he's going to be getting a lot of return poke. The spears are landing from Peke, already doing quite a bit of damage. Of course, Ari only got those double door on his rings. We do see those Soaz in source of trouble at top here. He's going to go aggressive on towards Wicked. He's going to go full dive, gets the kill. The tower hit will come in. Is Snoopy going to have enough? No, because here comes Yellowstar going straight up there. The armor shred on the bear is going to take him down. It's a double kill for Soaz in the top lane. Tragedy strikes.
Such a great play out of Soaz right there. And Demon, I was watching it, and in my head, I was just like, I want to bounce to this, because that's just so cool to see the ultimate go. But I mean, you just saw him squash Wicked right there, and that is the power of Zach. He doesn't have any damaged items. He has 2 rejuvenation beads, hasn't built anything, is sitting on 2,500 gold to spend, and yet he was still able to push Wicked out and actually get a kill there. And of course, Yellowstar with the great awareness to come up towards that top side and help out.
Well, that was a very good turnaround, because obviously Yellowstar was down the bottom. That was clearly all pre-planned by Fnatic, so excellent play right there. And Peke, he's going to be backing off, and he's starting to build up nicely. Things are starting to work very well for Fnatic here. They have that 1,000 gold advantage. Now it's going to stretch itself to just shy of 2,000 as Yellowstar takes down that top turret. Now they have that 2-1 advantage. We'll see whether that AD carry of Yellowstar does move around in towards that mid lane, where Froggen's been trying to just farm up as much as he can, and that's kind of what Fnatic have got to do. They've got to just shut down Frog and keep him out of the game. They've already shut down Wicked effectively. You can see he's at 0-2 now. He's at half the CS of Soaz, so they've done a fantastic job there. The next target is going to be Froggen.
You know, looking at, yeah, exactly, like, they already shut Wicked down, and that was their biggest threat. Like, they didn't want to get split pushed on at all because they would have a hard time dealing with them in the end. But Froggen, I mean, if you look at how a fight's going to break out, how is he going to catch anyone with Fnatic when you have the protection of N-Rated, you have the protection of Side and Soaz? Like, it's going to be very hard for him to catch a charm on the person he wants to. You expect he has a cleanse, so he can get away if he needs to. And so the only person he can really go for is Yellowstar, who's going to have the Valkyrie to get away, will be really far ranged anyway just because he's going to be spamming those missiles at you. To be honest, Froggen is not really going to be doing too much in these fights, and he needs to, I have to say, roam around a little bit here with Snoopy and try to pick up some kills.
Soaz is clearing the waves quite happily and is very safe at the moment. We do see Snoopy lingering around, but he's getting spotted out by those wards, so he's not exactly as sneaky as he thinks, and he may well be walking into a bit of a Fnatic trap here at Dragon.
And we did have even just pick up the first Dragon of the game, as we saw earlier, which gave him a nice little bit of gold, but the game was a lot closer at that point, and we have Fnatic a lot stronger right now.
Well, they do have a 5v4 advantage, but of course that Stand United will be available. It does mean that Fnatic are going to use their numbers advantage and push on towards the turret, try and put some damage down. Dragon, of course, is available, and we see Leona in there. It is N-rated, trying to look at clearing it out. Doesn't have a ping ward, though, or the Oracle, so can't spot out those wards that are down there. There's going to be Cyanide. He uses his ping ward and takes away his Evil Genius's vision.
And Demon, looking at how this game's going to go into the late game point, there's something I want to point out that's a really key point. Is actually DCN ready to engage on a Snoopy?
Everybody engaging and then everybody disengaging in rapid style there. And Rady's like, I've got someone. No, I don't want this bear. I'm going to get the hell out of there. And then in comes the cow. So as it stands, they really trying to avoid the fight, seeing if they can get a pick in there. You saw the charm land on Peke. That's what took Peke's health down pretty quickly, but they don't have that vision around Dragon. It's dangerous play right now. We see the Blue Wolf going across the Frog and another ping ward coming out. This time Evil Genius is taking away the vision of Fnatic. There's a real battle for those ping wards right now around the Dragon.
But in the meantime, while this entire thing was happening, we saw Fnatic get a little bit of damage onto the turret, but as you see right there, Wicked has been in the top lane. He's been farming up. He's caught up quite a bit in terms of CS, and he's going to be a really strong force of the team if he keeps being able to do this. And I was trying to touch on that Fnatic. They're going to have a tough time in the later game when they're trying to push turrets down because they don't have a lot of range to hit the turrets, and Evil Geniuses have such a great team to engage on if they need to.
Well, Evil Geniuses are going to try and take the Dragon away. The danger is they're going to lose that middle turret. While it happens, Peke is maneuvering down there. The Dragon will get picked up. Can they try and defend off that turret now? They need to rotate around all the way around the blue buff area, and you can see Fnatic, they've got 5 members there. They're just going to shove straight on there. Yellow Star's going to get in there alongside Peke. They should take it down before Evil Geniuses can get in place.
That will take it 3-1 in terms of turrets, which is going to give them a nice chunk of gold. Obviously, a pretty good trade for them, taking that middle turret down and losing the Dragon. But that is a second Dragon in a row for Evil Geniuses, and if they can keep controlling these objectives, you know, keep picking up their own blues, their own reds, farming a little bit of the jungle, they can easily get back in this game, and they could get their desired engage if they have the opportunity.
It's a trade that I just simply disagree with as well, because losing that middle turret, I always find is so vital for these teams, and the fact that they are 3-1 down in turrets, all of those outer turrets now down for Fnatic. Fnatic can just happily sit, farm, and push those lanes up against the Evil Geniuses, and they're going to have to ward out heavily to try and cover their tracks.
To me, it was like a thing of, or it's like the best of both evils right there. As you saw Evil Geniuses, they were out position for Dragon, but then you saw Fnatic pushing mid turret. They're like, oh, well, we're going to lose that either way. There's no way we're going to get back to turret before it drops down, so why not just take the Dragon anyways?
So, taking any advantage they can get. Froggen in that mid lane has picked up the Abyssal Septum. We can see Soaz actually jumping away. Didn't fancy that fight. Froggen has definitely going to be the highest farm member of Evil Geniuses. 142 CS, highest farm member on the team, in fact, on both teams. I should add. Yellow Star, he's dealing with the split push of Wicked, but you mentioned it earlier on. Wicked, he's been up here in this top lane. He's actually been gaining, catching back up, comes ground on towards Soaz, and you can see they're both at the same level now.
Yeah, and he's sitting on enough money, I believe, to pick up his Sunfire Cape when he does go back, which is going to help him split push even more to make it harder for anyone to really deal with them in the end, or in these fights. But, you know, we even have some level discrepancies coming out in this game so far. We have Cyanide, who's a level ahead of Snoopy at this point. Soaz and Wicked are tied up finally, as Wicked was down about 1 or 2 levels throughout the entirety of the game. And then you even see Expected has a 1 level advantage over to Froggen, so they have that. But the thing is, they don't want to engage in fights. They still just want to poke. They want to get someone low before they go for an engage. They can't siege turrets at all with their entire composition.
We do see a tanky Soaz coming out. Also, a bit of a different build from what we saw Wicked build. We did see him pick up that Sunfire Cape. Looks like he's going to go for that Warmog. He's had those 2 Rejuve beards in there pretty much from the start. This time he has gone for that heart, I keep calling it the heart of gold, the ruby gem. He wishes it was the heart of gold. Everybody would have it.
You're giving like false hopes to people watching, like, heart of gold? It's coming back. You heard Ryan say it, or you heard Demon say it.
Oh my God, Riot, please. But no, unfortunately, sorry guys. That's not my department. It's down over to Morello, that one. So as it stands, Trinity Force has been completed now for Yellow Star. Play the Rune King also has been picked up by Yellow Pete. So along with that BF sword as well. So they actually both do have a lot of damage, but this jungle part, this is a big difference for me. The fact that there's 4 levels between them. I tell a lie, that's 1. I keep looking at 8 on this screen, and it looks like 11. I was thinking, what the hell? But they're both level 8. So I don't have a point.
Well, I can tell you this though, Demon, is that Evil Geniuses, they went into this game knowing exactly what Fnatic was trying to do with that Nidalee. They wanted to stop his blue buffs. Like you saw them trying to stop Fnatic from picking up any of their own blues. We had them take the first one. Froggen came in to try to take away the second one because they wanted to deny that away from Xpeke. If you keep that blue off of him, he won't be able to siege turrets that well in terms of just throwing spears over and over and trying to catch you. We do have Froggen though taking this bottom turret, trying to even up that in a little bit in terms of turrets and gold, as they, they really aren't down that much, about 900 gold, and we're 17 minutes in. And considering, Fnatic has 1 turret more and also 1 kill more. It's not that big of a lead.
Oh, we're going to see Froggen diving on towards Yellow Star, sorry. He's not going to go for his own teammate. We're going to have the Stand United come in. It will be enough to save the day. And Wicked doesn't pick up the assist with that Stand United.
Yes,
I believe he does, yes.
Well, in the meantime, though, you see Fnatic responding. They're trying to siege down this turret. With 2 members of UGC is not there, they should be able to grab it.
They've dived on towards Yellow Pete as well. This time he is going to get caught out. The exhaust goes in. Peke takes him down. Now can they pick up more kills here? Greppa's going to have to use that ultimate to try and stay safe. And it does look like they're going to lose this inner turret. We do see down the bottom, though, also there's going to be Froggen pushing on towards the inner turret in the bottom lane. How that's going to transfer, I do not know. I don't think he's going to quite have enough to take it down. We're going to see Peke going down, though. A great dive coming out from Wicked there. And now we're going to see them all locked up. You can see the Cataclysm come out there. Snoopy does go down. N-rated flashes away with just a little bit of health. And Wicked, he's forced to back away again. It's a 2-for-1 to Fnatic.
And Froggen was able to get that bottom turret down about half health, but we see Wicked still going in.
The Shadow Dash comes in. Cyanide hadn't left him hanging, though, and now Wicked's in trouble. He gets locked up by N-rated. But is there enough damage? You bet your life there is. And Soaz does manage to pick up that kill. Now he's going to try and run away. Soaz tries to track him down. He does manage to get him. Can he turn on anyone else? It doesn't look like it. And well, N-rated does go down after all that. So still a 3-for-2 though to Fnatic.
And they were able to pick up a turret off of that as well, where Froggen wasn't able to in the bottom lane. So in the end, Fnatic coming out ahead in that fight. And you got Soaz with 4 kills, 1 death, 1 assist now. He is just so beefy. You see him pick up another Giant's belt. I mean, we know that exact. He gets bigger with the more health he gets. I wonder how big he's actually going to get in the end of this game.
We're expecting to see a huge flubbery Zac jumping around. Fortunately, there's no Lulu, so we can't have the wild growth just to make it Godzilla style. But Peke is going to be picking up that blue buff. He's pouncing around, and he's going to finish that one off. Has got himself that Rabadon's Death Cap. The tier, of course, is going to be building ever so stronger towards that Seraph's Embrace. And then, of course, we do see Froggen, he's going to be picking up his blue buff of his own. He did just manage to snipe out Yellow Star, and that's kind of what they're going to have to do, but in the team fights. And I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to dodge past that back line with so much control from Fnatic.
Exactly. And the thing is, Leona can lock down Froggen's entire ultimate. Like, if played perfectly, you can stop him from getting anywhere with the ultimate with your entire form of CC. And that's what he's up against. I mean, if he goes into the back line, you have so many things that can then shut you down. He might actually pick up a DFG eventually just to be able to burst someone if he has to. But it's all up to him pretty much in the fights if they can catch Fnatic.
They're doing exactly the same. They can see Froggen going down towards that bottom lane. They've got the wards there. In fact, it looks like they may try and close off towards the dragon. It has just spawned. And this time, Fnatic are in a much stronger position to take that dragon away. Looks like Evil Geniuses may try and respond just like Fnatic did, take that mid turret, but no, they're coming in towards it.
I don't know if they'll be able to get there quick enough here. We might see a fight actually happen right after this as well, as Evil Geniuses still like pretty much near dragon, trying to make something happen here. I mean, Evil Geniuses, like, they can win team fights. That's what they want to make happen. Like, they have to win these fights. And they have the power to do it. Fnatic, they want to disengage every single time. We do see Evil Geniuses trying to push up to this turret here, and they should be able to lock it down.
Yeah, they're going to get in. That's going to be the inner turret taken, sorry, the middle turret taken down for Evil Geniuses, the outer one. And it is 4-3. Very close game so far. Just 2,000 gold still, or effectively 1,600 gold split in the two teams. That is equating to really the difference being the top lane at for Soaz, of course. That's where the gold really is lying for him. Well, we see a minutest advantage across the jungle, just 200 gold. We see 200 gold between the two AD carries as well as the AP. So really the whole difference right now as the support as well, I should mention. N-rated, he's got 1,000 gold over Crepo right now, and Soaz with that 1,000 gold over Wicked.
We saw that happen yesterday, though, with the Wolves in terms of Crepo versus Deficio, where Deficio would pick up like 2 GP10s and Crepo would pick up nothing. And because of that, Deficio would end up having so much more gold than him, but Crepo was able to turn those into wins, though. I mean, with just the amount of wards you put down, the right timing, and everything like that. And Fnatic, I keep coming back just because it's all about their comp. Like, Evil Geniuses, they want to go for an engage here. And I'm thinking back when they were in America and how they practiced against the CLG NA team, and they are known for running these kind of poke comps and drag it out kind of compositions. So they have a lot of practice in this, and we'll see if Fnatic can really disengage when they need to.
They have 2 members currently, Evil Geniuses, away from this. You can see Yellow Star, Yellow Pete in that top lane, and, well, Froggen was in that bottom lane. I'm going to mix them up all day. Don't worry. It's
I'm happy I haven't done it yet. That's what I'm looking at.
I don't know how I managed to do it during, you know, I've cast these guys for that many years, but I still managed to mix them up. But, it was Yellow Star that was down that bottom lane. He was keeping Froggen at bay, and that's kind of really why Fnatic couldn't push through that mid lane, because the fact is they didn't have that AD carry, they didn't have the damage on the turrets.
And that shows you that, you know, even Geniuses, they wanted Wicked to originally split push, but because he got shut down quite well in lane, they're having to send Froggen to do it to keep up the farm, because they're going to need his damage. Like, they're lacking quite a bit on it, because all you really have is Yellow Pete and him to do the real damage with. But you see him trying to push up here, which is really the opposite of the way the game's been going, where it's been Fnatic the one that's knocking at the Evil Geniuses' door.
Well, we're going to see Soaz
if they go for it.
Launch himself. Look at this. He's stretched and ready, but he didn't go for it. Instead, he's going to have it on cooldown. Oh, does it just reset to cooldown, doesn't it? Because he didn't use it. Now he's ready to go. He's launching. Are they going to fall for it, though? He wants to go for this. We know he wants to go for it, but, well, EG, they're not quite falling for it. Now he might go. He sees Froggen just off the side. He's launching ready. No, look at the whole Fnatic. They're all sat ready. He's like, come on, do it. He's like, well, I can't land it.
But that's the power of Zac, though. His engage from such long range is going to be really deadly for Evil Geniuses. It's like a reverse blitzcrank almost, where if you're in not in the field of vision, you're in that fog of war, you can pull someone and catch the other team off guard. He does the same thing with that jump in, with the knock up, and then the Let's Bounce to just train through the damage of all of Evil Geniuses. But they are backing away here, and EG might be able to make a play on the turret.
Yeah, Peke went back. I don't think he was quite visible when he backed off, though, so you don't see Evil Geniuses shoving quite so hard on towards that inner turret. But it isn't Evil Geniuses sieging on towards it. And now, again, we do see him launching this time. Is it going to be enough, though? Instead, he pulls a lot of difference. The Chain of Corruption lands very well from Yellow Pete there. He's going to lay down a lot of damage. The Pulverize comes out from Crepo, but it's going to be Evil Geniuses having to back out. Although, saying that, Froggen goes aggressive. Soaz maybe going to get caught out here. Goes aggressive, goes deep on towards Yellow Pete. Is it going to be enough? We see N-rated diving in as well. Soaz taking incredibly low, but now we see Snoopy. He's going to get dropped down. Evil Genius is dropping like flies, and a fantastic Cataclysm comes out from Cyanide, and Froggen the only man to escape with his life there. It was a 4-for-2 to Fnatic.
That was such a great positioning by Fnatic overall. You saw Yellow Star, he just sat on the side by Raze, just attack as much as possible. No one was able to get to him. You saw Crepo go in right onto Cyanide and right onto Soaz, or sorry, onto N-rated to knock them up, but you have to say how amazing was that EQ combo out of Cyanide, knocking up 3 members of Evil Geniuses, stopping them from doing any damage, and them just picking up the kills off that. A great trade, and we talked about, you know, Fnatic not wanting to go for some team fights, but they showed right there that they can handle it.
They dived in, and well, Soaz simply was the man to take all of the abuse and even escaped with his life as well. He just flubbered his way away from there, because the problem is when you focus on him, you're going to have all those bits of flubber on the floor. When there's a big 5-man team fight happening, that's not really what you're going to focus on.
Yeah, that's very true. And he was able to keep his passive alive too, so we could use it in another team fight happening very shortly. Cyanide trying to take away his blue from Froggen, does in fact get it. And keep in mind, Froggen doesn't have any sort of regen item. He doesn't have any sort of mana item. He has 2 Dorn's rings, which really won't give you that much in the end.
Definitely going to hurt him. N-rated's going to try and get in there, put some wards down. Froggen continues around, though. We do see Yellow Pete farming out that bottom wave, and he's going to simply sit there and see if he can spot someone out, see if there's any potential ganks coming in there. But unfortunately for him, it's Yellow Star he's looking for, and he's just showed himself in that mid lane.
The thing is, he wants to farm out his Infinity Edge right now. He almost has it. When he backs, he should be able to pick it up, but that will turn the tides of the fight in terms of damage. He'll be putting out so much more than Fnatic can really handle at this point, just because of its Varus. You do that percent health damage, you have the Blade of the Rune King, and you have obviously the damage off the Infinity Edge to top that off. Dragon is coming up in about 30 seconds, though. We do have 2 Dragons for Evil Geniuses, 1 to Fnatic. I wouldn't be surprised to see an actual major team fight break out there.
That was some good shoving work from Yellow Pete there. Got himself up to the farm, and there you can say the Infinity Edge is now completed. With that Dragon up in 30 seconds, that's almost certainly going to be the next point of target for both teams. There is the ward. That single ward there was giving really Evil Geniuses all of that positional advantage, and they knew Yellow Pete was safe to farm down the bottom there, so it does look like both teams are going to gather themselves up 5-man. See if any of those spears from Peke can land. Of course, that could be a bit of a turning difference at the start of a fight. If the pokes can come in on towards Froggen just like that, it's going to mean Froggen can't really engage in this next fight.
The thing is, we saw Fnatic back into Extreme Masters Katowice against, I believe, Azubu Blaze, and just how amazing, how every single spear out of him could really land. So Evil Geniuses have to do a really good job of dodging these spears, especially when they're this close to the base. Maybe some home guard boots out of them would be perfect, because then they get back and get right back in the fight ASAP.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, both teams do have that Runic Bulwark built, almost a standard for the junglers these days, especially when it's going to be Jarvan and Volibear. Froggen has returned, topped himself back off the health there. Ooh, Shadow Dash from Wicked. Maybe seeing if Soaz went a little bit too deep. This time you're going to see the creep wave is pushed in there, trying to separate the team, and again the spear lands on the back of Froggen, and that means he's going to have to stand back a little bit more.
And you see that actual, I want to put this out real quick, is that Yellowstar, he picked up a tier. He got the build rod Cutlass, then went for a tier right after because he knows he's going to be poking quite a bit, needs to get that stacked up. But we actually have an engaged.
Oh, Chain of Corruption whiffs there. Soaz does go a bit deep though, gets flipped in by Snoopy, but there's going to be Yellow Pete that's locked up. You can see the exhaust coming down. They're focusing on him, but they have managed to catch down Soaz. He's had to back away. Stand United comes out from... it's going to be Wicked, and they do manage to actually get the double kill turned around there. So it's going to be Leona, which is going to be N-rated, and Soaz on Zac, both taken down. Very, very close engage. They're going to see if they can catch more. Wicked's going to get caught out. It was a great gank from Fnatic. They're just hanging around that bush.
And the thing is, you can't really go for Baron when there's an AP Nidalee in the other team. She can just hit you. I mean, it's pretty much impossible to miss a spear in that Baron pit, and you can just siege them away as much as possible. But we saw Evil Geniuses. They committed basically everything in that fight. You had Cripple flash in, pop the exhaust, try to knock them up, and lock down Yellowstar, who ended up escaping anyways. And that was all with Yellow Pete missing that ulti. I think if the Chain of Corruption hit, they might have been able to pick up a couple more.
So, Dragon is up, and it looks like Cyanide and Peke heading in towards there. But Froggen is also close by. I wonder if he's going to swing by this way before it does get cleared out. He's going to take that wave down. And we do see Yellow Pete also heading this way. Are they going to be able to lock them in there? The Dragon will get taken down in just a second, and they are going to both be able to pounce away.
We'll just hop over that wall right there, which is just a second too late. But overall, I mean, we see a lot of major items being completed. We have the Death Cap. It's been done for actually quite a while for Expected, so we'll say that. We have the Blade of the Rune King being picked up now for Yellowstar, so he has that extra damage. He has the ability to escape. Like that speed increase you get is so crucial. The game's all about movement speed at this point. You even see a lot of Negatron cloaks coming out of Evil Geniuses because they know they need this magic resist. And you even have the Runic Bulwark on a Stupid to help out his team, so they can withstand the siege quite a bit more out of Expected, but if you don't pick up some home guard boots, like when you're sitting on your inhibitor turret, then they still will have the ability to push you out.
The one thing that's happening, despite all this sieging happening, the AP and AD carry for Geniuses are keeping up the farm alongside Fnatic's Peke and Yellowstar. The big difference really is, of course, Soaz. Soaz has got himself so tanky right now on Zac. He's definitely going to be a bit of a big difference. And N-rated has been locking up that team so well when them fights start. And you can see the stats really show that way as well. And Evil Geniuses, they are behind. It's around about 3,500 gold right now. Definitely starting to grow that gap. But we'll see whether it continues. It's 11-9 in kills, 4-3 in turrets, and those spears, they keep on coming in from Peke. Just scared a little bit, has to pounce away from Snoopy. Doesn't want to get caught. Of course, he can flash and flip him back into the team.
He's trying to thread the needle and hit Yellow Pete, because if you do that, we see Froggen going on next Peke.
We see Froggen going very deep. Peke's not going to get taken down. He's a slippery little sucker, and he has managed to get away from that one. And Soaz also flashing from the Chain of Corruption there from Yellow Pete. Well, a number of ultimates been used out there from Evil Geniuses, but it have forced Fnatic back. Will they be able to shove down on towards that inner turret, or will they turn and run towards that Baron?
And you saw right there just why Soaz is the European All-Star for the top lane. He flashed in, or excuse me, he hopped in and knocked up Evil Geniuses, allowing Expected to escape. Because if he didn't escape, you could have seen Evil Geniuses go for Baron very easy. But they are trying to stop this blow. If they have a ward down, they might be able to catch Froggen, or at least be able to steal it away.
The spear is almost certainly going to get launched in there. Peke is ready, but instead he sees the spear landing on towards Snoopy. And now you can see the blue buffs had to be reset there. Froggen doesn't want to get caught out for this one. The rest of Fnatic are going to try and respond. The spears continue to come through. Snoopy dodges out of that one, and those wards, they are slightly dying out. Finally, Snoopy puts that pink ward down, and they do manage to clear it out. So vision away from the blue buff now, but now we see Yellowstar. He's catching a lot of armor shred onto the backside of Wicked there, and now Crepo, he's taken incredibly low. The ultimate comes out, he turns back around, the Shadow Dash, the Stand United is going to come in, but it's not going to be enough. Soaz takes him down, and now Fnatic are going to shove up the mid lane.
And that was Fnatic just capitalizing on Evil Geniuses being around that blue buff. They're going to be able to get this turret, they're going to be able to get inhibitor off of this, but yeah, you got the blue buff for Froggen, but at what cost? Losing an inhibitor turret and one person on your team is not worth it.
Never ever going to be worth it there, and that's going to be the first inhibitor of the game going down. Fnatic picking that one up, and that's going to stretch their gold lead to 5,000 now. We do see Frog, and he's trying to throw those balls out from the side, but it's not happening, and Soaz just launches himself away, and Fnatic hit and run.
And now with this inhibitor turret down, we're going to have a little bit, or we should, I'm going to say with quotation marks, have a little bit of a slower paced game, because now Fnatic can kind of bait out Evil Geniuses. They can just sit by Baron, take away all the vision, which N-Rated should be picking up an Oracle very soon if he doesn't have one already, and just really force Evil Geniuses to make a move here, because they can just sit there all day and wait for the middle lane to push up, or they can just siege turrets on the top and bottom lane, because once you lose an inhibitor, if you just siege the outer turret like that, someone's going to have to back it. Then you'll have a 5v4, very advantageous fight, and then they'll be able to win it right off that.
Looks like Evil Genius is going to rush straight down for that bottom lane. You can see Snoopy's around there towards the red buff. He's got Wicked with him as well. Froggen's been shoving that lane in. They realize because Yellowstar is in that top lane, they're going to try and push straight down. They're going to see Soaz go past. You can see the damage coming out. They're going to flip him in there. Shadow Dash comes out, but Froggen's not joining them. There's simply not enough damage now, and he can turn around and actually put a lot of damage back on 2v1 there.
Yeah, you're saying look at that damage come out. I'm looking at it, it's like, wow, he hasn't really dropped it all because they can't do anything to him, just like we were saying before. He's just so damn tanky right now. Even has a Warden's Mail and the Negatron Cloak just to get even more beefy. Sitting on 193 armor and 145 magic resist right now. And that's really hard for anyone Evil Geniuses to eat through. However, we do have to point this out. Yellow Pete has a Lust Whisper now, so he can put out so much damage. Anyone that comes right into his face, he can just stop.
But I just don't think he's going to get that chance. That Chain of Corruption is going to be so vital to land there. And it's going to be, you're going to see Soaz jumping in. Pekka is going to launch some spears at him. And Yellowstar, well, he can Valkyrie in, which he did do in the last fight, on towards him. And Enrage can lock him up as well.
And the thing is, Fnatic won't do that unless they poke someone down at Evil Geniuses. Yeah. So then it's going to be a bad fight for EG either way. And now with this Oracle picked up on a Cyanide, they're going to actually take away all this vision away from Baron. And like I said before, force Evil Geniuses to go for a fight here, or at least force them away.
And then they need to get some wards down there. You see Crepo warding out the bush, as did Snoopy, but they still don't have any vision towards that Baron River area yet. Crepo waiting to try and do that. They do see Cyanide coming in with the pink ward. They may try and go for him here. Oh, that spear comes in, just whiffs past Yellow Pete.
And you know when one of those is going to hit, Fnatic is just going to go straight for him. We're going to be looking at like, ooh, when it lands, because it's going to take away at least half his health. I mean, just look at what Expected has. He has a Void Staff and the Robinon's Death Cap right there. But you know, Froggen, like you were saying before, he's been keeping up in farm. He's actually still quite far ahead of Expected, but I don't know if it's enough. I mean, he was able to finally pick up a Death Cap and a Zhonya, so his damage has been exponentially amplified right now. But will it be enough in a fight? Like, will he be able to dodge a CC that Fnatic can put out, and will he be able to hit the person he needs to and just blow up Yellowstar?
Fewer geniuses need to embrace their inner Englishman, and fortunately, the Englishman is with Fnatic, and they're going to lock up on towards Snoopy there. There's going to be the ultimate coming out, and they've got them completely pinned down, bouncing around Soaz, just destroying the team there. It is going to be Yellowstar picks up the first kill, Snoopy goes down, and Evil Geniuses are doing their best to pick up a kill here. They might be able to take Cyanide down. No, and then he slides back in. Great work from him, managing to disrupt him and really buying time for his team. It's just going to be Froggen trying to run the opposite direction from Fnatic, and it doesn't matter though. It's 3-1. The spear lands, the tower hit comes in, and now it's going to be Yellowstar comes in to clean up. Very well played from Fnatic. It's a 4-for-1 engage around Baron.
And we should see Baron happening right now for Fnatic. They have the tankiness they need. They have the damage if the rest of Fnatic comes over. As actually they're just sitting there. They don't have an Oracle anymore, so obviously Evil Geniuses will have vision of it, but I don't think Wiki can really get there or stop this at all.
Well, I was about to say they need to embrace their innings. Englishman, don't you throw those bloody spears at me. But unfortunately, they did throw the spears and they all landed, as you just saw there. So Evil Genius is really having troubles right now. 229 for Peke. It's not the greatest score, but you can see the fact that he is picking up those assists, and it's all about Soaz. That Let's Jump, he was bouncing around the entire Evil Genius team, just disrupting them the whole fight.
And the thing is, we look back at when we highlighted the players, we highlighted Expected saying Froggen did such a good job of shutting him down. He wasn't as effective in this game, and we talked about Wicked being shut down by Fnatic. And if you look at 2, 5, and 6, you know they've been camping this entire game. They've done exactly what they needed to keep Evil Geniuses out of this game. And Fnatic, they're looking very strong to take this game. They have Baron buff. They have the middle inhibitor down still for about another minute and a half. And they have 2 turrets they can easily take.
And of course, it is named Let's Jump, but frankly, Let's Bounce sounds better. It's as simple as that. It is going to get renamed. Whatever way, the other way around. It sounds great.
Anything sounds great with your accent, Demon.
It was Let's Bounce. I was right. The goddamn analyst has controlling me. They're going to say Let's Jump. Whatever.
We get the idea, though. I mean, that's what we like to see.
Froggen's going to get caught out here. He's in all sorts of trouble. And it's going to be Yellowstar going straight in with that Valkyrie. He's going to get caught, stunned. And will he be able to get away? No, because Sinai is just going to get one more lunge in there. He's actually going to delay it and let it. Oh, the Sonya's Hourglass used. Peke throws it out. Who picks it up? Soaz! I thought they were leaving it for Yellowstar.
Nah, Soaz wants those kills. And now they're going to be able to face tank this turret, take it down. So that's another turret down for them. And the gold lead is just increasing even further, almost up to 10,000 at this point. They have 7 kill advantage. They have 6 turrets to 4. And obviously a Baron on their side as well.
You're just going to leave me with that one?
I'm thinking about where to go next, because now they're going to start sieging away. I mean, they already had a great team comp to siege away with. Just as long as they land a spear, they can just engage. But with this Baron buff, they can even afford to take some damage and probably just take that turret down with force.
Well, they're just going to take the base, and I think that's all it's going to work with that Baron buff on. There's not a great deal Evil Genius can do to try and defend this one. They do go towards the top lane, though. They're going to want to take the inner turret. Not finish the game just yet, but you can see that gold advantage. It's 9,000 gold now. And Yellowstar, yes, it does mean it's over 9,000. I'm aware of the quote, but instead, it is going to be Evil Geniuses in all sorts of trouble. And frankly, they can just tank this one out now. Soaz is so tanky right now, he doesn't really care about those turrets. And there's not a great deal that Evil Genius can do. They'd have to focus everything on him, but he's putting down so much damage and disruption that they can't deal with him. And again, the spears always finding the home, and Yellow Pete takes another half his health off.
And the thing is, with that middle inhibitor down, Evil Geniuses, they can't really engage right now since Fnatic has Baron, but if they lose another inhibitor, like, they're gonna have to fight or the game will be over. There's no way you can let 2 inhibitors go down, because then Fnatic will be able to take a third on you.
Well, Evil Genius is going to see if they can try and keep this one out. Valkyrie was pulled out from Yellowstar there, so he thought he might get caught out. He's got to avoid those charms. That's really where the only point of initiation's coming from so far for Evil Geniuses. They are going to have a giant creep wave coming in the bottom lane as well. Remember, Fnatic, they have historically, over the last 6 months, won a lot of these engagements, so it's no surprise to see Evil Geniuses being pushed up against it here. And the spears, they keep on finding their targets. Froggen now, half his hit points just shredded off, and the spear almost caught towards Yellow Pete again. They're going to turn the engagement, comes in, N-Rated missing his ultimate, but it doesn't matter. N-Rated does get taken down maybe from this engagement, but have they got the damage? Oh, the Cataclysm catching all of Evil Geniuses once again there. Stand United comes out to Yellow Pete. Can they turn it around? No, they can't, because Yellowstar and Peke are cleaning house of Evil Geniuses. It's going to be another kill. It's a double kill for Peke. It's a double kill for Yellowstar. Who will get the final blow? Soaz.
Of course, Soaz. Now he's 8-11 at this point, but Fnatic with a great engagement. Evil Geniuses, you have to give him credit there. That fight was very close, but because Fnatic had 10,000 gold over them, because they had Baron buff, they weren't able to finish off the game.
So Evil Geniuses are going to go down, and Fnatic take the first victory in this best-of-3 series. They are, of course, the #1 ranked team in the LCS, so no surprise to see them taking the first game. How will Evil Geniuses be able to respond to this one? Well, it's going to be over to Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry to tell us exactly how.
Thanks a lot, guys. A brilliant performance there coming out of Fnatic for that first win. Was, in the early stages, a very, very close game. But let's go right back to the start here, Quickshot. Let's break down the team comps, first of all.
Okay, so first and foremost, Evil Geniuses played very, very standard. Ari in the mid, we're seeing a little bit more. It was the only sort of newish pick, if we can go that far. But Fnatic, they pulled something out that we haven't actually seen before. Zac top lane, Jarvan jungle, Needly, and then, of course, Corki. So they had this sort of mixture of poke from the Needly and the Corki combination. And, of course, the Needly spears and the Zac elastic slingshot, his jump in, share a very similar maximum range. So we were talking about how if they landed some good spears, you would have Zac jumping in there, then you'd have Jarvan using his EQ combo into Cataclysm jumping in there. Leona has got great range in her ultimate. So they had this pseudo all-in team composition, which relied on the poke to get them low before they did it.
And one way that they really played off that combo as well, we saw the outer turret go down in the middle lane. And from that, Fnatic pushed up and they put a ward every few steps in that middle lane, which, once you've got that vision in there to land the poke is then a lot easier, of course. We also saw some great zoning play from Fnatic around the area, the challenge for that blue buff, which EG, they've been struggling. They know that they need that blue buff, so they came and they challenged it. They got split up there, and Fnatic said, well, we've dragged them away to this right-hand side there by the blue buff. let's go up that middle lane.
And to be honest, that was the second time that EG had made that mistake, because we've seen it for a Dragon engagement earlier as well, where EG were like, okay, look, we want to make a play for Dragon. Fnatic went to the middle lane, and Jason pointed out, he said, well, EG pretty much made the best of a bad situation. They were going to lose the turret, and they went, well, let's just stick with the Dragon anyway. And Fnatic just picked up free objectives without really being challenged for it.
Well, talking about the middle lane, I think that brings us nicely into our first replay.
All right, so we're going to jump into the replay. It's 23.5 minutes on the clock. We're on the mid inner turret here, and Evil Geniuses have shown a pretty clear intention to actually pick a fight here. The one thing that I want you guys to pay careful attention to is the ability usage from Fnatic. They saved their ultimates until it was absolutely necessary. So I'm going to slow it down to about half speed. You see So as he jumps in here, gets a little bit caught, but look at the rest of the team. Enrated flashes and actually does not land his Zenith Blade. So this immediately starts the alarm bells for Fnatic, right? Enrated doesn't get a good combo and Soaz is dropped low. So they start going, maybe we should back off, maybe we shouldn't pick this, fight. But look at how much HP Froggen and Wicked have missed from that particular fight so far. So we see a little bit of a counter engage here from EG. They start going backwards and forwards. And this is really where Fnatic realize they've got a very good, opportunity on their hands. Evil Geniuses start to group up. And once again, this is just great timing and control. Immediately zoning out Froggen and then landing all the CC. And it's just a matter of Fnatic staying grouped up as a team, landing all of their abilities correctly and focusing down one another. Let's Bounce allows Soaz to get away safely because it gives him that movement speed increase. And take a look here, there's some great play. First of all, the knock-up from 3, then the instant Cataclysm, and even though, Wicked gets a very good taunt, just because of the fact that Fnatic was so tightly stacked, they were able to win that team fight after it went pretty badly in the beginning.
Yeah, and we didn't really touch much on, Corki. We talked about how he fits into that team composition with the whole poke that he has, but also he can get right in there as well, and out, we should say, with Valkyrie as well. Finishing 8-1-10 there, Yellowstar. The last Corki we saw, I can't tell you specifically which week it was. It was early on. It was early on. He's been picked once in the European LCS. He's lost one time, so, not the best record. But just showing there, Yellowstar, that Corki is still very viable.
And there's a really good synergy between Corki and the likes of Leona as well. Any AD carry that has, area of effect damage can proc the Sunline proc from Leona, which at level 11, where we're going to jump to this next replay, is hitting for an additional 95 damage. It's damage you forget about. You don't think of Leona as, a DPS source. And when she hits everybody with, her W or her ultimate, then you have Corki with this, Gatling gun and the phosphorus bombs and everything. It's all that additional burst, which is what is very difficult to deal with for teams.
Well, let's move into our second replay then. This is the big one just before the Baron.
Now, this particular replay is pretty much just a perfect engagement from Fnatic. So what you're going to see is how Fnatic engage from that immense range that the Elastic Slingshot, offers the team. Let's jump into the replay, and you'll see that Evil Geniuses, they've lost their inhibitor at this point already, and they're trying to challenge for Baron. And they make the mistake of staying grouped up. Take a look at this. Soaz just sees 4 targets and goes, let's bounce, bro. Immediately starts jumping around, as unfortunately we do have a bug splat, so I do apologize about that one, but the team fight literally plays out.
It was all Zach's fault.
It was Zach's fault. He was too cool for school. But he bounced around, knocks up everybody, the Solar Flare lands, and Fnatic literally just stack all of their CC and chain it together. But the key to that was the knock-up from Let's Bounce, then you get a knock-up from Jarvan. Soaz, moved away, waited for his slingshot to become available, then bounced in again. You cannot reduce the effect of a knock-up. And they had about 4 individual knockups during the course of that fight.
And knockup's definitely proven that, in terms of effective CC, they're probably right up there as number 1 right now in that team that we saw right there. So we're going to be headed to a short break. But, of course, when we come back, we'll be moving into second game of Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. We'll see if Fnatic can close out the game 2-0 or whether Evil Geniuses will be able to fight back. Don't go anywhere, guys. It's going to be a cracker.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So game 2 is going to get underway in just a few moments. Fnatic, of course, 1-0 up against Evil Geniuses. And what a fantastic start by Fnatic, because really they just showed that, you know, how no matter how you ban against them, they will prove something new. And again, Soaz said he had something new. And sure enough, he pulled out Zac and played godlike.
I don't know if it was a Zac, actually.
No?
I'm thinking it might be a couple different champions.
You don't think that's his secret?
No. I mean, Zac is a secret weapon, but no, I don't think that's his secret weapon, unfortunately. And we have to say, though, Evil Geniuses yesterday, we saw them play blue side against the Wolves. They did actually, it was a very close game, the first one, but then they played red side and they just got destroyed by the Wolves. Whether it was the Wolves playing amazing or if it was rather them on the red side. They're red side last game, they're going to be blue side now. I'm curious to see if they're going to actually like surprise us.
And that's something that, you know, it's like a mental thing that gets in your head. It just, well, obviously that's going to be where the mental is. It gets in your head, but you know, it's something in their gameplay that maybe they just feel that it's up against them. Stats don't lie. Stats are very even between the red and the blue side. No matter how they switch it, the teams have learned to adapt. But this time around, Evil Genius is with the blue side pick. Of course, they do have the first ban, and they have the first pick. They're going to feel maybe that's what will give them the advantage. Who knows? Both teams are readying themselves up here right now, so they should be getting away. They've both been having little discussions, little groups. When I came down the stairs, I could see EG were all huddled together, having that little word together. See what they're going to go with picks and bans, how they're going to react to this. The fact that they did go 1-0 down in the semifinals.
And Demon, this is completely off topic, but this is how my mind works. You saw Xpeke's beard right there. Is he growing that out until they beat someone? I'm kind of curious.
Until they beat someone, it'd be a short growing length because they keep beating people right now. In fact, I think they went 20. What was it?
22-6.
22-6.
Best record in all of LCS.
That's not a bad record.
Nope.
That's not a bad record. So yeah, that beard wouldn't be very long. It's just going to get shaved out every single time. They've already beaten Evil Geniuses 1-0 today. Can they make it 2-0, or will Evil Geniuses be able to strike back? We do see, of course, Fnatic not quite in focus.
I was like, I can't tell what that
artsy,
is.
Very artsy there. Our camera people are having fun, I think. So did Soaz there. Just spoke to him, and he was, you know, expressing the differences in the builds that you can build on Zac. And it's like, well, if you get fed earlier in a 1v1, then yes, you would go AP. Leandris is so strong on Zac, but he said, because I was 2v1, I had to go tanky. There was no way about it. And did he go tanky? Holy moly.
That might be an understatement. I mean, he had pretty much every tank item in the game right there. I think he was over 200 armor and about over 150 magic resist at that point. He just could not be killed. I mean, you even saw in some of these team fights, he would go in, get very low, but he'd still escape with his life every time.
So Evil Genius is still discussing this one. Picks and bans have started, so they're really getting focused on what will be the first ban. It's Wicked that's going to be doing the bans, and you can see the discussions between the team. I'm going to go for it. It's Kha'Zix once again. That first ban, Thresh immediately taken away from Krepo as well. And Jarvan, the fourth this time, is going to be banned out.
Okay, and we also do see a Twisted Fate taken away, so a lot of very similar champions banned out from the first game. They don't want to let anyone take that TF as a first pick. And with the Cassie and Zed, I mean, they just flew through them. Like, they knew exactly what they want to take away from both teams. A lot of high damage champions. And it looks like Wicked wants to give Zac his go.
Well, that first pick, and hasn't quite got 100% pick ban, because I don't think he was picked or banned in the third game against the Copenhagen Wolves. So not quite 100%, but definitely high stats for him so far. And at least looks like it will get picked this time around by Soaz. So maybe he knows the counter against Zac. The question is, will they go 1v1, or will they be forced into a 2v1 again?
See, I like this, actually, if these two champions do go head-to-head, because they're very similar in their whole playstyle. Well, not in terms of engaging, but in terms of how their whole kit works. You know, you have percent damage off of Elise in both situations. If Elise gets behind it early on, you have to build tanky, but if you get a little bit ahead, you can build AP, and they can just butt heads like all day long. I really want to see this 1v1 happen.
Well, we're waiting to see what the other pick is. Soaz still in discussion, so it's not completely sold on Elise just yet. We're waiting to see what Cyanide is going to take as that jungler.
You know, the thing is, we're not exactly sure that Zac will be in the top lane. We've had Stupid talk about it when Zac came out. He's like, wow, I love this champion. He's really good in the jungle. He's really fun. It could always be on him because Zac is one of those champions that you can run in different lanes. But then again, so is Elise.
Yeah, exactly like you said. There is Leona going to get locked in N-Rated will be happy that. That's taking it away effectively from Crepo. Both players, fantastic Leona players. So frankly, it really doesn't matter who managed to end up with that champion. It seems to work out for them. The question is though, will it work as the red side? It didn't really work out so well for Crepo last time around. He had it on the red side. Actually, to tell a lie, he had Alistair on the red side last time around.
But, I mean, we look at it this way though. Look at his engages last game. So perfect. Like he would always go into the backside. He would land great ultimates the entire time. Would always lock down people. Like he played fantastic and a phenomenal Leona. Even went with the Randuins at the end just to slow everyone down. And that's what we got used to. Like you never let Fnatic play Leona, and yet they let him play it. They're gonna let him play it again, and we might see that. That could be the downfall of Evil Geniuses in this game.
Well, Varus, this time Yellow Pete's going to be having that again, and it does seem like it's going to be the Alistair. So Crepo seemingly happy on Alistair. Let's see whether it works out for them. This time it does seem that Ezreal may well get selected by Yellow Star. He's got so many champions that he switches around that pool. Shaco may be coming out. I'd be surprised. But you never know. No, you do.
Actually, I had something to say about that. Well, I don't wait until you get locked in.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have to say this, though. Crepo on his Alistair last game did a great job. He really did. Like, he always had these perfect flash engages, always knocked up the right targets, and he kept putting Yellow Star into his own team, or into EG's team. It's just that rest of Jesus weren't able to capitalize on it. So
because they were being disrupted so much by the fact that Soaz was bouncing around, the Jarvan was in there, Cyanide, they're all doing a great job of locking him up. And how are Evil Geniuses going to counter that? Because similar type of game will happen here. This time they haven't got quite as much crowd control though.
I think, I don't really know. I mean, to be honest, I'll just be blunt with you. I'm not 100% sure. It just depends on what they want to go with, because they're on the blue team. They feel more comfortable, as we talked about earlier, on the blue side, and the champions are going to pick up here, obviously going to decide what they kind of exactly want to go for. We still have a lot of champions open for Frog, and you even have a Nivea available if he wants to go for it. And it's just all dependent on how they decide to go with this. Because then again, we don't have a jungler just yet, like 100% guaranteed jungler. And they say that they're going to go for Cho'Gath. So they do have a pretty good lineup. They have actually 3 knockups now with this. And of course, you pair that Cho'Gath with an Anivia. I talked about yesterday on the analysis desk that they like to wall off someone, silence them right away so they can't flash away, then they just burst them down. This
is actually a very similar team. You'd switch out Leona, I think, for Alistair, and that would be Evil Genius's team from the first game yesterday. I'm pretty sure that's close to. Of course, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was going to be Leona there. And then they obviously used Alistair in the red side, which is what I was referring to. But it could be the double AD combo, and this is the counter. This is the counter to that Anivia, and it's going to be Peke. He will be taking that Caitlyn in that mid lane.
I guarantee Assad sitting there watching this, just laughing like, oh, poor Frog, and he's going to hate this game because we saw Peke do that to him and just destroyed him in that 1v1 situation, and he's going to try it yet again. So they have a very heavy AD kind of composition, except the thing is, Corki does a lot of magic damage, like, you know, off his Q, off his rockets. Leona gives you some extra magic damage off her passive, and of course, Elise always does magic damage. So they have a really good mixed damage type team. It's just about how well they can pull it off.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them, whether they're going to be able to switch those lanes up, whether Froggen's going to be able to stay in that mid lane, or whether we maybe try and go elsewhere. We'll see how it works out. But those are the teams, and we mentioned it in game 1, the fact that Fnatic are not afraid to run that double AD comp with that one in the middle. They've done it before, and it seems like they're going to do it again to great effect. It was against SK, like you mentioned, the fact that that's when they run it. And as you're referring to, Ocelot said to Froggen, what do you do when a Caitlyn's against you? And he said, I don't install the game.
Okay.
So let's see whether he does that. Let's see whether he starts quitting out the game and starts uninstalling it.
I will say this, though, is that the analysis just let me know that during the scrims that these two teams were playing just to prepare for the playoffs, they actually ran into a lot of double AD comps. So it looks like Evil Geniuses might be aware of this and might actually try lane swap.
They may well have been expecting it to come out. We'll see how they deal with it. There is the AD champion, Yellow Pete, and there is going to be N-rated. Actually, it's a lie. It's Peke.
On lane, we can even
because they always have their...
They're both so handsome, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Oh, good recovery, but they do also have different ways. Peke is the only person in the European teams that does sit on the end. The AP champion is normally the mid lane caller, but Soaz is the man that's in there. And N-rated, though, is the shot caller. It's a very strange setup for Fnatic, but it's one that works.
I like to actually see that like just a graph of where every team sits, because it really shows their team dynamics a little bit and shows their different mindset and how they go into a game. But speaking of the game, we are finally underway here. And I really want to see how this goes. I want to see a game 3, to be honest. And Evil Geniuses, with the lineup they have, they're very comfortable champions. They probably can pull it to that point.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting underway. This is Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic. 1-0 currently to Fnatic as the red team this time around. This is the semi-finals of the playoffs. $100,000 up for grabs. And of course, these teams fighting to see who can get to that grand finals. $50,000 for first place, $25,000 for second. And no slight for the third and fourth as well. It's $15,000 and $10,000 for that place. They will all be happening tomorrow. It will be the third and fourth place playoff first up, and the grand finals. The grand finals, of course, will be a best of 5 tomorrow. This is a best of 3. So will it be the final game for Fnatic, or will Evil Geniuses take it to a 3-game set?
Well, I hope it goes to that 3-game set, to be honest. We do have Evil Geniuses. They're going to go for an invade here. This is very typical of their style. They like to put a ward down at that Wraith camp just to secure, to make sure it stays there. Oh, Fnatic almost picked it up right there. They almost had enough attack speed, and EG's just going to back away. Well,
we saw the final shot not quite coming out from Peke. How is this going to work out? Are they going to switch the lanes around? They know that it's going to be Wicked, and it seems that they want Soaz against Wicked in that top lane. As I mentioned that, he may well be backing off, but he is going to see Wicked walking straight in towards that bush, and they have full vision. So, what will they choose to go here? Pink ward placed from Wicked in that bush.
So it leads me to believe that they maybe want to go for some early ganks in the top lane, and it actually would work out quite well as long as you can get that nice knock up onto Elise. But you know, Demon, look at this game in terms of set of best of 3, in terms of how LCS progress. If this is the last game of the series, what's a better way to have Wicked and Soaz finally go head to head?
Well, we will see. They want that 1v1 maybe, but he is not backing off. He keeps thinking about it, but not quite doing it. So Wicked's going to be given a Telelight. It's going to be Froggen giving the experience for that mid lane. He wants to hit level 2 first.
Yeah, the whole point of them sharing that camp is just so they both get really close to level 2, so they have an advantage over their lane opponents, and that will give them a nice advantage. And I mean, as we can tell, Froggen's going to need that against this Peke because of that extreme range that Caitlyn provides.
Cyanide is this time going to be taking his own blue, as will be Snoopy as he heads up towards that blue buff. As it stands, we see the bottom lane pings going down, so they know that it is going to be a 2v2 lane. How do these compare then? So it's going to be Varus and Alistar versus a Leona and Corki.
Before we get into that, because I want to say this before it happens, Krepo did get all the experience from the golems. He's almost level 2 at this point. They might go for engage.
Well, he has hit level 2 early. He is going to go for the engage. There's the pulverize and headbutt on towards Yellowstar. Is it going to be enough? The exhaust is already coming out. Are they going to try and delay this one? And now Yellow Pete's in trouble. He's going to get pushed back, but that's a great deal of damage put down on Yellowstar already.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just saw that coming because that's exactly what you want to do on an Alistar if you can hit that early level 2, just like with Leona, which we saw happen yesterday. And that was a great engage overall by Evil Geniuses just to try to push him out of lane. But in terms of how the 1v1 go, or the 2v2 I have to say goes, I'd have to give it over to Evil Geniuses because they just, actually no, I'll give it over to Fnatic because they have so much more damage early on.
Well, we see the junglers sneaking in towards the top there, double buffed up Snoopy, but also Cyanide is not too far away, just at them golems right now. Wicked pushing in, see if they can get something towards. So as Cyanide seems like he's ready and waiting to come at a moment's notice. I think we heard the ping there, Peke taking damage. That was the turret hit actually landing on Peke in that mid lane, but Wicked, he's going to try and shove this lane up. So it looks like Snoopy's going to try and go heavy here, and the combos landing on towards Peke early from Froggen.
And that's just Froggen's mastery of Anivia, and you see how well he plays it. I want to see his runes, because I know he likes to run attack damage runes sometimes on AP champions like Anivia, just so he can harass, but against Caitlyn, I don't really assume he'd be able to do that too well. We do have Sunlight. He is, as you can see on the top side, or top side of the minimap at that Wraith camp, is spotted by a ward, so Froggen's just trying to bait him out a little bit here, and it looks like both junglers just backing completely away from that top side.
I'm guessing the damage that those basic attacks are doing to those minions, that tells me there's AD runes on there. Look how much damage. That looks more than a basic attack from me from a standard Anivia.
Yep. I mean, it works because it catches you off guard. Like when you're an AP champion, like say melee range or even just a normal AP champion in the mid lane, you don't really expect an Anivia to do that much damage early on with auto attacks. And Froggen likes to catch you like at level 2 or level 3 and go for an early kill.
Well, of course, he does prevent the shoving as well. Snoopy didn't go for that gank in that top lane, has rotated around, and he's around towards the middle lane area at the moment. The Wolves will be picked up. We do see this bottom lane Cyanide sneaking into the bush this time, but Pink Ward was used by N-Rated. He gets on towards Krepo, manages to lock him up. The Wither goes down, forces the flash out there. Is it going to be enough, or will we see the first blood coming out there? Krepo does manage to get the heal. One more shot. Can it be enough? Yellowstar's going to go a little bit deep. He's going to take 2 tower hits. Will that be too far? No, he just about survives the tower. He's going to come in the barrier. One more shot. He gets it. Hail of Arrows comes in. Yellow Pete picks up first blood. He can turn the aggression around on towards Enrated, but he chooses to take his advantage. And what a great advantage it was, or was it just a sheer mistake from Yellow Star?
That was still ideally a great play out of Yellow Star because he baited enough turret hits, which I'm going to say it wasn't the ideal situation for him to get hit by so many, but he popped his red pot trying to get UGCs to come back in while the rest of his team was still there to capitalize on it. Wasn't able to work, and a great play of Yellow Pete gets him that first blood.
Snoopy coming in for Peke now. He does manage to get the slowdown, dodges out of the rupture, and Peke should be able to avoid this one unless that stun comes in. Is it going to be enough to tower dive? He's going to turn around. The Pilt over Peacemaker sends him into revive. And can he be able to avoid this one? Oh, he's going to see the flash. Snoopy's going to get taken by the turret. Peke picks up the kill. Froggen does get the revenge, but wow, a little bit of a dive too far from Snoopy.
And look what just happened though. Froggen ends up with that blue buff. It was just about to fade away from Snoopy, but he's able to get it, and now he's going to be a boss in lane. You know, the blue buff's going to be back up. He's going to have it falling off just when that happens, but Wicked getting a little bit of damage on this top lane, but just going to jump away.
So as repels in, tries to land the cocoon on towards Wicked, and Wicked's going to have to back away from this one. He has got health pots, but instead he's going to prefer to back away. So suddenly, the aggression happening across the map, and now we're seeing Evil Geniuses going in towards that bottom lane. They put the hail of arrows down on towards Yellow Star. He turns around, but you can see it's going to be Enrated diving in a little ahead of his AD carry there. The Pulverize comes in. Are they going to have enough to lock him up? That shield just about saving Enrated's life.
Thing is though, even with that kill Yellow Pete got, they're still equal on items right now. So it is still anyone's game in terms of how this laning phase goes, in terms of damage if they want to fight for it. Fnatic has a really strong team. They have a lot of mixed damage. And as you saw right there, they can really put the hurt onto UG.
Evil Genius is definitely looking more confident in the bottom lane in this 2v2 matchup. Meanwhile, Wicked in this top lane, he's been struggling a little bit against Soaz here. We've just seen him trying to fend himself off. He didn't back away, so he's just had to chug through those health pots. This time it may well just stick around that little bit longer. The Crystalline Flash coming out from Soaz, though, is starting to be used up. Peke returns to that mid lane, but you can see the fact that that ultimate is on him, the fact that he got that blue buff, he can clear those waves so much faster now with Peke.
He's definitely have a nice time against Peke here. And I want to go back to top lane just really quickly because we don't really talk too much about Zac since he's brand new. But, you know, his whole passive, like, Wicked's been at this kind of health range for quite a while, but that's because he uses an ability and picks it back up since you heal for a percent of max health, and your abilities cost a percent of current health.
Well, we see a bit of a counter jungling coming out here. Snoopy in towards the Wolves of Fnatic there. And we do see 3 members of Fnatic nearby, but they do know that Yellow Pete on his own right now. Crepo had just gone back to buy, so the ping went down on him, but successful countering coming out from Snoopy there, getting around those wolves. And Soaz is about to come around and see that blue buff. Are they going to maybe head towards that, or will they just let him have it?
That they're going to let them just go ahead and have that in the end. There's no point in trying to give up sort of advantage you have. Froggen is already, you know, winning his lane. If he's not behind CS and he's up in kills, he's winning his lane in this situation. So I just want to make sure he stays, you know, stays fed, and maybe steal that blue buff off expected because he doesn't have flash available anymore.
So, blue buff has been given across, and now Froggen's being gifted the wraiths as well. The fact that he did get the blue buff, it means Snoopy's going to allow him to have that jungler. It's kind of what Snoopy really does. He just lets that mid laner take all of his. He's effectively that support jungler. Very different to, say, Svenskeren, who tends to be more the aggressor and would dive in there. Wicked, meanwhile, still under pressure from Soaz in this top lane. Falling behind a little bit in terms of CS. You can see 10 CS difference between them. Neither player has backed away, though, so it's simply brute force coming out from Soaz that's winning that lane.
That was such a smart play to Wicked, though. You attack the spiders that Soaz put down just to heal up a little bit more. I mean, that's a perfect play to Zac, shows his mastery of them. And Evil Geniuses, I mean, they're looking like more of a, like in Season 2 in terms of let's get Froggen fed and have him carry the game.
Well, where is Yellow Star and Enrated heading off here? They're going in towards the mid lane and maybe going to triple stack on that as they know that Froggen is backing away to pick up that blue buff. Will they triple stack in that mid lane? No. They just took a trip up the river. They thought they'd go for a romantic walk.
Yeah, that's a little romantic, I guess, in the rift along that river, but they were just trying to go for an early kill on Froggen since he didn't have his passive up anymore. He wasn't able to really escape. I guess he wouldn't escape anyways from that CC that he could put down, but they were spotted heading up the river anyways and by that pink ward in the end. So not working out too well, but you know they weren't really under threat of anything either since the wave wasn't even pushed up towards the turret.
Well, ace in the hole used by Peke there. Of course, he has got that blue buff on, so the cooldown is going to be reduced, and he's going to be using that every little chance he gets. He's also going to farm out those wraiths as well, so both players on max farming right now, but we do see the cocoon go. Wicked's in all sorts of trouble. He ignites down. Is it going to be enough? He got to his turret, and he will survive because he's going to reform himself. And Soaz, though, really winning out that engagement so far in that top lane.
Those blobules have 4 eyes, but Zach only has 2. That's a little interesting. But anyways, yeah, it's a great job of him just to get back to that turret from there. I told you, my mind works really weird sometimes.
It definitely does.
But he still has his flash available, still has Ignite, but Soaz was committing his Ignite to just make that passive pop. We have Krepo coming down towards the bottom side, might be able to catch Fnatic off guard as Yellowstar's already low on health.
He has been taken pretty low here. Snoopy's going to walk straight past the ward, and they realize the fact that he's low, the fact that there's a number of members been beaten down. Evil Genius is thinking of looking towards that dragon. They do manage to out-pink them, but you can see N-Rated, he's going to come around, and the pink ward from Cyanide will be placed, and they'll clear that back out. So the pink battle has begun. I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a pink war, as Krepo has dying for me to say on stream.
And he's proven in the past that he's a champion when it comes to that. He always takes offense. He takes personal offense to that when he sees someone put a pink ward down against him. But we'll see how it works out in the end. Dragon obviously wasn't gone for there by either team. And we've seen, you know, Diamond Prox in a situation when he gets a Nasus at level 6, he goes for a very early Dragon because that ultimate just shreds through the health of Dragon.
Well, Evil Geniuses are pushing the bottom lane. They are only about 700 gold up. Very close this game. A little bit more action-packed as well. I do believe we're going to see something happening around that dragon within the next moments. Krepo just lingering off the side there. Yellowstar, he is definitely losing out this lane against Yellow Pete so far. 87 to 63 CS. Vampiric Scepter being picked up by Yellowstar, of course, did go back. That farm is going to equalize itself just a little as that wave that's been shoved up against him will get cleared out. Yellow Pete, though, is, well, with that Bilgewater Cutlass, he's just gone back to buy. Definitely going to be stronger if the dragon fight were to happen, but we can already see Cyanide going in, Diamond Pro X-esque here, going in at level 6 and starting off and just soloing out that dragon.
Should be able to pick it up quite easily, even had expected to come down if they need, but the bottom lane of Fnatic will be heading up to help this dragon. They knew that Frog was back in a way, so like, hey, it's a perfect time to go for it. Give him a nice little bit of an early gold lead, and we saw VGC's last game pick up the first 2 dragons. Oh, Snoopy trying to go for it.
Snoopy tried to get in there, he flashed in, engaged, but the question is it going to be enough? Wicked's going to launch himself in, he comes bouncing around, and it's flubber time on towards N-Rated. The exhaust gets down on towards Wicked. The rest of Evil Geniuses are collapsing around it. N-Rated is going to get taken down.
Wow.
It's so Wicked that picks that kill up. Now they're chasing on towards Peke. Chain of Corruption comes out. He cleanses it out and flashes the stun of Froggen. But they're going to flash through and chase. Can they get another hail of arrows down? It doesn't matter. Peke is going to get taken down by Froggen. Well, Evil Genius is going very, very deep for that one. They may well gift the top tower to Soaz, but wow, what a return. Let's not forget, though, Dragon picked up by Fnatic, Tower picked up by Fnatic. The gold advantage is still with Fnatic.
Yes, it is, and Evil Genius committed so much there to really help, or to have that fight happen. You saw Snoopy flash over the wall, and it looked like certain death for him, but with Wicked coming from the side, he was able to keep him alive. And of course, the bottom lane of Evil Genius is coming up. Great play of them to kind of turn that around, but like you said before, they're going to lose a turret off it. They lost Dragon. At least EG was able to make up for it by picking up the bottom turret.
So, towers start to drop, and the gold is just 200 or 300 between them right now. So, N-Rated, he's going to hold the lane out here, so Yellowstar can get back down and join him, and he's going to farm out that wave. Where is Soaz going to go? He's starting to look around. He's pushed that lane in enough. Do you think he's going to stick around in that top lane, be that split pusher, or will he start being a nuisance? Oh, blue buff steal possibly coming out here from Evil Geniuses. Peke just off the side. He's going to try and pilt over Peacemaker, steal this one. The Yellowstar also there. Evil Geniuses realize they're not really in a situation to fight for this one. They're going to allow them to have it.
Yeah, blue isn't really that key for Fnatic to have in the end anyways. It doesn't really benefit Caitlyn too much. It's all about Evil Geniuses controlling their own blue buff, which we see right now on the minimap that Soaz did ward up. They want to keep that off of Froggen to keep him down a little bit in the game. And during that last entire engagement we saw, Froggen picked up a kill and Wicked picked up a kill. So they got a nice amount of kills onto the carries. Wow, Froggen taking heavy damage right there.
Froggen taking a lot of damage, but as is Soaz. The ultimate coming out from N-Rated there, but Krepo just sidestepping up from it. And Fnatic, they're keeping the pressure on this mid lane.
Yeah, it did the damage. It's pretty much going to force Krepo to back away, or at least Froggen to back away, because they don't have the health to really sit in this lane. But Yellow Pete did come up from bottom lane, so they are going to be able to hold this turret down.
Well, the top lane also being pushed up there. Wicked's gone very deep in there, and looks like Soaz is going to try and come around the backside of him. He fancies a piece of him here. He's going to go in. He's only got a Spirit Visage, Wicked. Let's see how much damage he can put down on Elise. Elise famously very strong, but you can see that let's bounce as he gets away. The cocoon does land, and now Soaz, he's going to try and turn it around. Snoopy is coming up there, but as is Yellowstar, and that's a battle neither of them want, and they're going to both back away.
Such a great cocoon, because it actually caught the jump and put it on a reset right there. Not able to pick up the kill, but it just shows, like, Soaz on Elise right now with the items he has was able to just power through that Spirit Visage that Wicked has.
So it is going to be the blue buff handed across to Froggen once again. So vital, that blue buff on Anivia. As it is a Peke, he's going to clear out that wave, and the farm he's keeping very much up with Froggen. Froggen having to go with that build we saw yesterday, of course. He's gone with that Boots of Swiftness, along with the Rod of Ages coming up shortly, and of course stacking out that Tear of the Goddess.
Yeah, and speaking of Tear of the Goddess, we see Yellowstar, he picked up one very early on. Last game we saw him pick it up, well, actually when he had a couple of items built already, had his Triforce done. So that kind of shows that he's a little bit behind in lane. He wants to have the extra minutes so they can get some, extra damage in with those missiles before they go for a heavy fight. And we'll see how it works out for him in the end.
Damage being stacked out also by Peke. He's got that Sword of the Divine as well. Sorry, it's an Average Blade. Online.
Yeah, it is Average Blade. It's a GP10 item, gives you 3 gold per 10 seconds, and also gives you extra 2 gold for minions killed. It's a very good item, to be honest. And we saw Genji kind of popularize it towards the middle of LCS, but he's kind of strayed away from that item build.
Yeah, it's definitely something. Bloodthirst almost completed by him. And how is this going to compare? So when the team fights kick off, when they start happening, of course, if Fnatic do win out quite well, the fact that they've got this 2 AD carries, they're going to be able to push those turrets very, very quickly.
I'm looking at it in terms of a late game situation. So expect he's going to build a static shiv with that. So help him clear waves really quickly. He'll have his Q to eat through the wave with that. Then also have the damage out of Leona and Corki. So they're going to have really good ability to stop any pushing that happens into them, and also gives them good power for and good potential for split pushing if they want to go for it. Because you have Soaz trying to go head-to-head against Wicked here. As we saw last time, he should be able to win this trade out.
He does seem to be forcing the trade out, and the ultimate is available for Wicked, but he doesn't want to use it. Cyanide, of course, spotted out there and just launches himself away. He can't. Not so much he doesn't want, he can't win that fight. It's as simple as that. But this is the battle I'm interested in. Froggen Peke. The fact that Froggen has kept up the CS, has managed to survive through the lane phase against Peke, seems to bode well for Evil Geniuses to me.
One thing, see what I like is that you can wall off Caitlyn, but she can 90 caliber net away from it.
Yeah.
So she won't be caught anyways. Like that's the whole idea of her, is that you cannot catch her unless you have someone flash it and silence her or something like that, but she has Cleanse Flash to get away. So she'll be relatively safe in these fights and has the range to just harass them down. And just with 80, having 2 AD carries late game versus 1 is just so strong. You don't really need an AP carry in this situation. However, Soaz, since he was ahead in lane, he was winning his lane, he's building ability power right now, he's gonna hurt so much as these fights start to kick off, as you see him go head-to-head against Wicked again.
Once again going head-to-head, this time Enraged is around the side, he's gonna catch out, but Wicked just about dodges, he lets bounces away, and that was so close to spotting out there. So quick reactions from Wicked to avoid that stun.
Yeah, that was a great job. But in the meantime, I see Stupid trying to go for a gank on this bottom lane. Yellowstar, though, seems like he has it smelt out.
Yeah, he's not falling for it. Hasn't got any wards, but he's definitely feeling something's up. He's thinking, well, if that jungler's there, there's the rupture. Gives his position away, and the other side's like, nope, not going for this one. But Cyanide's close by, and we do hear the pings of a chunk of damage going down. That was simply Soaz taking a little chunk in there. Peke, of course, throwing his ult ace in the hole. He's got that ready and waiting to go now. So will he go back on Froggen? He seems to be using it every time he's gone cooldown.
See, one thing I want to point out is that he's been using it every time on the Froggen, like right off the cooldown, because he wants to push him out of lane. But the problem is, because Frog was able to get that early kill, he was able to get his catalyst relatively early on, so it didn't matter. No matter how many times this Peke would use that ultimate, he would already heal that back up from that. So he shut him down in that sense. We do see Dragon being started. This will be Evil Genius' first Dragon of the game. If they do get it, Fnatic not in position to stop this, and this should be a free Dragon for EG.
Yeah, Yellowstar and Soaz are both back to base, so it does look like Evil Geniuses are going to take this Dragon away. And that is going to pull the gold. 24.9, very close, 24.2. Froggen caught out by the 90 caliber net there. Wasn't sure whether Leona was maybe thinking of diving into that one. Ace in the hole will come out as well, but that's Wicked blocking that one off.
And we have to point out that Wicked's 1-0-1 at this point, so even though he's behind in CS, he's actually ahead in gold. He let it be 20 gold at this point, so he's been leaving a little bit of a big power himself, going for that Leandries, which you talked about Soaz saying was so strong on him, and we'll see how that works out. And the thing is, they have a good team, so if they wall someone off that's not Caitlyn, they can just combo that completely with Alistair, combo with Cho'Gath, combo with Zac, and they'll be able to burst you down. So it's really up to Fnatic to stay out of that position and not get caught.
Well, Evil Genius is stacking up on towards this mid turret. They will take it down. Second turret of the game for them. And that means they are starting to win out the map here. Oh, and the snipe coming out from Yellow Pete. He got it. Very well played there, Yellow Pete. Just in a drive-by, throws out that spear or arrow, whatever you'd like to call it. It's a rather large arrow if it is just a singular arrow, but he managed to land it regardless. And now we see the rupture coming out from Snoopy. Peke dives there. Wicked dives into this one. Froggen's going to come up as well, but is Wicked going to dive in time? Remember, he will be able to regroup and form himself, and it does look like the rappel's going to come out. He's going to go back towards us. And he avoids it. How the hell did they not fall for that juke? And Froggen gets caught by a cocoon. Soaz walks away like a boss.
Holy crap! I mean, yeah, exactly. You saw the block people in the range of his rupture. We do see the engage happening though.
Chain of Corruption lands in it. Cyanide's going to be the target. The Headbutt Pulverize has already been used though, but Yellow Pete just cleanses off the ultimate there. Cyanide's going to be the focus. One more shot. You can see the Berserker Greaves. The Berserker Greaves. Where the hell did that come from? The exhaust on there. Peke's going to be the focus. Crepo's going to get vision of him. One more shot from Yellow Pete. It should be enough. He does manage to land him with a hail of arrows. Now Enrated's going to get caught out. Froggen focusing on him here. He's going to get stunned up, but he should be able to have his combo available. Dodges out of it. Enrated sidesteps. He's going to have one more chance at this one. He's going to turn around, stun him up. Froggen picks up the kill. While that's all happening, tower's going down. You can see Yellowstone in the bottom of your screen. He's pushing on the bottom wave. You can see Wicked in the top lane. He's shoving in the top lane. And now Yellow Pete comes around the side. And Yellowstar quite happily suicide into that tower. And now Soaz, he's going to get collapsed in. Back and forth the action goes. Soaz gets locked up completely by Evil Geniuses. And they have just snowballed in the last minute to a 7-1 kill ratio, stretching their goal to 2,000.
And wow, I can't even remember how that fight completely broke out as we saw in the top lane, but yeah, we saw Yellowstar in the bottom lane. He was being chased down, died to the turret, got some damage onto it, but of course, Evil Genius is Froggen catching it out. And right there, even going towards the top side to get this turret. It's very low at this point, but still, like you just said, like the snowball they just got from that was insane. However, the gold lead's still at 2,000. It was like that before. It hasn't really changed too much, though we have a lot of gold to spend on every member of Evil Geniuses. We can take a look at that. 2,400 on Yellow Pete, over 1,000 for the rest of the members, even Wicked with over 1,500 currently.
The main difference is the fact that Evil Geniuses carries were the ones that are picking up the kills. Froggen managed to get kills in there. Yellow Pete, again, stretching his lead. Peke's coming around here. May get caught out. Can he get the build over? He got the steal. Very well played. Turns it around in reaction to Yellow Pete's steal earlier on. Peke comes in, just takes that away and strolls off.
That was a good steal, to be honest. You're keeping Froggen down. If he doesn't have that blue buff, you can't really hold off pushes that well. And now they're going to be able to respond with a turret here because the rest of Evil Geniuses was backing and healing.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to get this inner turret down. That is a big turret as well to take down. So Fnatic, it will be their 4th turret of the game if they get it. And of course, with that double AD combo, they should take it very quickly. And that's just what they did. Now they're backing down towards the mid lane. They're going to stack out, see if they can steal away the red buff. It's not there. They're going to move on down and pick up that giant wave of farm down there and keep the lanes cleared.
And look at the score right now in terms of gold. It's about 1,000 difference when it's 7-1 up in turrets for Evil Geniuses. They have 3 turrets to 4, and they're tied on dragons. Like, that's just ridiculous how close this game really is. And it's only 22 minutes in. I see Evil Geniuses now responding, trying to go for a mid push themselves.
They're going to try and shove it up. They know that Soaz is down the bottom. They gave his position away. He can either back up or try and catch them out. It looks like Fnatic are going to try and close the dragnet here. Yellow Pete's not with Evil Geniuses, so they may be able to just do this one. The Rupture comes out.
So
red
close.
buff, though, is going to get picked up by Peke, and he returns to the top lane. So Evil Geniuses have to reset their positions with Yellow Pete farming the bottom.
And right now, you mentioned earlier that the carries of Evil Geniuses got those kills. We see Yellow Pete, he's actually getting really close to getting his Infinity Edge. And when he gets that, the power, like the damage he's going to do is just going to be ridiculous. Obviously won't have the range, but as long as EG with their lamp that can lock up Fnatic, then it's going to work. Like, they have the comp to work for that. And even Froggen, who went for an Archangel Staff relatively early on with his Rod of Ages, and even went for Boots of Swift just for some extra speed, just so he can get away from the team of Fnatic. Not to mention the slows that team really locks you down with.
So let's look across the board. Very tight. Farm very close as well. You can see Froggen and Peke so close between them. Advantage for Yellow Pete right now, but that's obviously because there's 2 deaths for Yellowstar. You would expect him to fall 20, 30 behind from that, which is only 20. Advantage remotely with Soaz in terms of farm, but you can see is actually very close in gold. Just 60 gold between those two in the top lane. So very tight across the board. The support players, well, you can see Enrated. The fact that he went, I believe, with a GP10 item again, yes, he did, is where that difference in gold is over Crepo.
And the thing is, we can look at gold all day, but the real difference comes down to who has what items at this point in the game and how those items complement these champions. We've had blue buff stolen from Froggen, and we know how important blue buff can really be for him, but with the items he's picked up, he's kind of worked around that just in case it does get taken away. You get the Blade of the Rune King done for Yellow Pete, the Infinity Edge almost done, so he has a % health damage. He's going to have % health damage from the Blade of the Rune King as well on top of that. And you look over on, Yellowstar, the gold's really close between them, but he only has a Blade of the Rune King, doesn't have anything else built up. He's still trying to stack up that tier at this point.
Well, Evil Geniuses are stacked around that blue buff. They have the timer on it, of course, because Yellow Pete did get the steal last time around. That is going to be given across to Froggen. So important now, blue buff for him. But Fnatic are responding here. Yellowstar's pushing the top lane, Soaz in the bottom, and there's 3 members of Fnatic trying to shove down that bottom lane, and Evil Geniuses were not allowed to leave their back door open.
And you see Yellowstar on the top lane, he's pushing up right now. He has a turret actually about half health at this point, and he might be able to just sit here this entire time and be able to pick it up. As you can see on the bottom left of your screen, next mini wave is coming in. Wicked is coming around the side to help stop him, but we'll see if that actually works out.
They're running down towards Dragon. That has just respawned, and now we've got a ghost image of Yellowstar on your screen. And, well, he's going to be ready and waiting to go. But instead, he's just farming out that bottom lane. Soaz coming up here. Cyanide is close by as well. They want to maybe try and get the smite steal here. If Enrated can lock up, get that ultimate, he would be able to catch onto all the Evil Geniuses. Instead, they're not going to go for it. But you can see Yellowstar in the corner, continuing to push on towards that bottom lane. He's taken that inner turret, but now Wicked's on towards him. Wicked comes around. He should be able to lock up Yellowstar. Has he got enough? He's going to be able to Valkyrie across, but Wicked should follow. He's going to leap across. Is he going to charge it enough? No, look at that. The distance gained, because he has to sit and charge it up, was enough for that Valkyrie to work.
It was a smart engage by Wicked. He actually flashed into him to kind of get the engage going, because he knew Yellowstar didn't have that much mana. As he started there, he escaped with like extra 3-4 mana. He was able to reach enough just to Valkyrie over that wall. He did have flash available if he wanted to use it, but you know, that entire dragon fight we saw was so well done by Evil Geniuses. You saw Krepo just zoning the entirety of Fnatic that was around there just with his presence of that Alistar, and they're able to pick up their second dragon of the game. And now Infinity Edge is done onto Yellow Pete. Sarah's Embrace is built up now for Froggen. This is going to be ridiculous when these fights start to happen.
So, gold is so tight between these. 500, that's all it is. 500 gold, 25.5 minutes gone. You could really split both teams with a knife right now. Knife through butter, maybe. Who knows?
A hot knife through butter?
Hot knife through butter?
Man.
That would split it pretty quickly.
and the thing is, like, it's that close. It's still just amazing to me with how different the kills are at this point. And you have to keep touching on just where the kills are, because when these fights start to break out, which Fnatic, or sorry, not Fnatic, Evil Geniuses can start to make happen, they're just going to walk right over Fnatic. However, we have to give them this, though. Fnatic, if they can hold on long enough, they have double AD carries, and that is just so hard to deal with if you're the other team.
And also, I'd like to point out the differences in builds the Wicked's going with here on Zac compared to what we just saw with Soaz. Soaz, as he mentioned, you know, the fact it was 2v1, he had to go tanky. Wicked doesn't really need to do that as much. He's going for that Leandris, and he's going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage when the fights kick off.
Yeah, because actually, he doesn't really need to be honest, because they have enough damage with Anivia and to Varus, but what they want to do is, with him engaging, getting to the backline, they just want to blow up Fnatic, and with the squishy lineup they have with Caitlyn, with Corki, with, well, I was going to say with Elise, but she's going to be a little tanky eventually, they can blow them up very quickly, especially if they wall them off.
That's all about catching those stuns down, and Evil Genius is on that invade, trying to get away with that red buff, but instead they're going to turn towards its inner turret. Yellowstar is kind of tentatively defending this one. And we also have Enrated and Peke coming through the jungle from behind, but that turret already gone, and Yellowstar having to Valkyrie away.
Look how fast that turret dropped too. That was just ridiculous with the damage they have. We do have the rest of Fnatic. They're trying to wait on the sidelines, trying to come in. If you see Leona on the right side of your mini-map, but they're not able to catch him here. And Evil Geniuses do have an Oracle, so they're going to gain complete control over the jungle of Fnatic, and this is not good for Fnatic. They have to be able to lock down their jungle. They're going to need an Oracle and a lot of words to just hold on to this.
Red buff has spawned, but that's going to get cleared very quickly, and that gets given across towards Yellow Pete. Fnatic at the moment, they are in defensive formations away from Evil Geniuses here. A complete reversal of the first game where Fnatic had complete control, and maybe that mental edge they have over that blue buff seems to work for Evil Geniuses because they just look so confident this time around.
But they're going to have to work past that, though, because if they do win this game, they most likely will be going back towards the red side. We do see Baron started right now by Wicked, and he has a % health damage. We do see, at least in the bottom lane, so as out of position right now, it looks like Fnatic realizes this. They're going to come up and try to stop it, but they don't have any wards down.
It's going to be a 5-on-4. They've got no vision.
Oh, look at Froggen.
Wants to come in, desperately tries to put that ward down. Froggen is in the death bush, and he's waiting to try and wall them off, stun them away from this one. He should be able to get it. You can see the Baron. It's only been taken down half health. They haven't really gone full tilt on that one. Instead, they're going to try and chase down. Can they get the wall on towards Cyanide? No. The ultimate comes out from Enrated and stops them dead in their tracks. Very well done there. And Froggen taking a hell of a beating from that one. Evil Genius is going to have to back away.
And you saw right there why those Boots of Swiftness are so amazing for Froggen, because he's the one that created the plays for the team. He's the one that's catching someone with this wall, and he's so fast with that combo he has. And they had to stop him with that Leon ultimate just to make sure he couldn't make that fight happen.
Well, as it stands, Fnatic do clear out that top wave, and Yellowstar picking up that all-important farm right now. Evil Genius is just going to push and shove the lanes. Yellow Pete going to go down the bottom. He's going to keep his farm going, keeping just ahead of Yellowstar as he clears out that top wave. But let's have a look across the items, because they're all starting to get 2, 3, 4 items on there completed now. We see the Leandris now completed by Soaz. Leandris, I expect, could be picked up by Wicked, but instead he's decided to switch and started going more tanky right now. Looking like he's going to go for the Randy Zoman set. He's building up towards there. Seraph Embrace has now completed by Froggen as well. He had that Tear of the Goddess on right from the start. Now he's picked up another needlessly large rod, so a lot more damage coming out there. Ravenel's Death Cap almost completed by Froggen. Takes the blue buff as well, and it's going to be the bottom inner turret being taken away by Evil Geniuses here. We do see Ace in the hole coming out. It does land on towards Yellow Pete, but Evil Geniuses, they're strong enough to be able to tank out that turret.
Yeah, they're just man-moding them down. They're not even worried if they're being attacked this entire time. And Wicked, he's building tanky because he realizes Froggen's so far ahead. He's 3-0-1. There's no need for his damage. As they do catch so much, and look at the damage that just went down on him.
We see Wicked launching in there, but the rappel comes straight out. He tries to come back into it. He is going to take a burst from Froggen, but it's not enough. And Evil Geniuses, well, they're going to keep on pushing because they can just go straight in towards this turret. The fact that they force so as a way, they know that it's a 4-on-5 in this turret, and they're going to keep on laying that damage down. Peke is doing his best to keep them waves cleared. We see Yellow Star getting stunned up, but that turret is already very, very low.
Yeah, and you're seeing Evil Geniuses, like, they want to end this game relatively soon because they know that double AD carries a Fnatic, once they get going, is just going to shred through them. So they're being very aggressive. They push that top turret down very quickly. They even man-mode the bottom one. Now they're trying to do that to the middle turret. And with this next wave, with how low that turret is, I don't think it's going to survive. And Fnatic's going to have to give that one up.
Yeah, you can see the stuns come out. They does land on towards Peke. He manages to throw out the wall and immediately has the 90 caliber net, which does give Evil Geniuses their 6th turret of the game. 6-5 in turrets. Very close turrets. Still very close in gold, don't forget. It is just 2,000 gold separating these teams. 30 minutes gone, and now Evil Geniuses try to turn around, can't quite catch out Yellow Star though.
That's the power of those wards, though. Those lane wards that we always talk about is if you put those down and the other team doesn't spot it, you can get off a really nice engage like that. It didn't work for them that time because the Rupture missed, but that could have been an ace right there for Evil Geniuses if they landed that. But still, Evil Geniuses, I mean, the gold lead isn't huge, but they have a lot of gold over to the right targets. Froggen finishes his death cap. You have Yellow Pete, who's sitting on 2,000 gold right now to back with. It's just ridiculous. He's going to get his last whisper. Actually, I don't even know if he's going to last whisper soon because the enemy team doesn't even have that much armor to say.
Will he go maybe in towards attack speed? We can see Static Shiv already come out from Yellow Star. Maybe he's going to go towards that Phantom Dancer Static Shiv. Let's see which way he goes.
Or maybe actually towards a GA just to get a little bit tanky, just to survive these fights because they know if he goes down, they're going to be missing out on a lot of damage.
We'll see how that does work out. Evil Geniuses have all backed off. So there's a bunch of wards been picked up by many members of Evil Geniuses, and you can see Fnatic doing just that as well. Pink wards being picked up by Cyanide, so they want to try and clear some of those objectives out. So as he's going to pass by that blue bush here, Snoopy spots him out. The rest of his team not quite close enough. We do see Wicked, he's just been back. There's the Randy and Zoman completed now. And well, it's Yellow Pete seems to be the target, but he's got defensive cover from Snoopy.
That Random's Omen is like the item to counter this team right now because of their double AD composition. We even have Yellowstar, who built a little bit of attack speed just within the Blade of the Rune King, so he's going to be a little bit based on auto attack. But Wicked, I mean, he can jump into the backline with his E, and then he can just pop that and lock down, expect a lockdown Yellowstar, and just force them to have no attack speed, do no damage the entire fight.
Crepo's clearing out those wards, and they realize that Froggen was in that bush. Like, don't go near it. It's danger signs. Thinking about putting that pink ward down. Cyanide, he wants to get it in that bush, but Crepo with that Oracle clears it out. And there it is, that last Whisper we were just talking about. Yellow Pete chose to go with that one. Last Whisper also picked up by Yellow Star.
And I'm curious to see how well it works. I mean, if you look at Yellow Pete in terms of his build, he has Infinity Edge to back up the Last Whisper, but Yellowstar only has the Mana Immune to really back it up, which doesn't give him as much damage, obviously, as the IE would end up doing. But with Evil Geniuses picking up the red buff, we might actually see Baron being started relatively soon, because Crepo has Oracle, he has the vision denying for Fnatic, and they want to force these fights because they know that they can handle it.
The Static Shiv there actually getting on towards Crepo and making the Baron attack Crepo, which is why you can see his health is down by half right now. They're going to walk around there, Peke doing what he can to just prevent anything starting off here while the rest of his team regroup. They're going to take the Wraiths away as well. And they have that ability, if they can catch them in a decent position, catch them out, which I'm still not sure about, but N-rated, it's so important that he can land that ultimate. Peke and Yellowstar are going to shred one of those members.
I think they need to keep dragging it out a little bit because they have the damage. Like, they can shred someone if they catch the right target, but they need to get a couple more items built up just to really do the damage they need. And one interesting tidbit is that if Caitlyn hits you with a trap and you're staying next to your own ward, she can actually see that ward. So she knows that there's vision in that banana bush over by the red bush right now, or red camp right now. So going to be able to back away. And apparently Xpeke's screen went black for a second, but it should be fine now.
Just a little flash out, maybe push all the cables in. Maybe someone's knocked it there, who knows, when they do set the things up. And they are saying, ready, let's go. The resume coming back out, so we're going to get straight back into the game any second now. So, Let's look at the game. 2,000 gold between them, 6-5 in terms of turrets, 7-1 in kills. So that's going to give Evil Genius the confidence. They're going to feel they're way ahead right now, but actually it is much closer than it feels.
Yeah, it really is. And we do have Infinity Edge finally picked up for Xpeke now, so he's going to have a lot of damage behind him, and this is the items they needed. Like, this is what they were waiting for, just for him to get strong enough. Soaz eventually will be able to finish his Rylai's, it looks like, to give him a huge chunk of damage. So these fights could go either way now once we get these final items completed.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Evil Genius is trying to set up another gank. This is exactly like Fnatic did to them in the first game. And look at that, it's a ward battle, pink wards, and it's Fnatic that win that pink ward battle. They take away the raids, clear out the wave. They know that Evil Geniuses are in their own jungle. The cocoon gets thrown out. That pink ward, of course, giving them vision. Not quite landing the rupture either. And they do clear it out. Ace in the hole, that's going to get blocked off by Wicked, of course, with that Randy and Zomi. He just shrugs it off in his flubber.
Yeah, just exactly. I was thinking of something a little bit different there, but I mean, Fnatic, they're trying to hold them off of Baron, but as you see right now, EG is going to go for it. Fnatic doesn't have vision of it. If you look at the minimap, just look how much vision Evil Geniuses have right now. They will see anyone from Fnatic coming from a mile away, and there should be a free Baron for Evil Geniuses.
And they do work that one very well. Quickly picked up, and that is Evil Geniuses now with a big advantage. Sometimes you equate that Baron buff to like 4,000 or 5,000 gold advantage in terms of items. The buffs that it gives you works out so well. So that 3,000 gold lead is actually much bigger now than it would be for the next 4 minutes. Yellowstar quickly picking up that blue buff, and it had to be a very, very quick hit and run. You can see Snoopy's going to try and track him along there. Yellowstar did manage to take it away. That has been controlled by Evil Geniuses quite a lot, so that was quite a good bit of play straight away. Froggen tries to single out Enrated, but he manages to avoid the damage. He's not really the focus target they want.
See, one thing Fnatic has in their favor right now, if Xpeke can get position, is they have great wave clears, so it's going to be hard for Evil Geniuses to really get this turret down in brute force. However, if Froggen gets a nice wall, say goodbye to whoever was trapped off because they're going to get exploded, and then that would be a free inhibitor turret for him.
See how quick Froggen's clearing those waves as well. They're throwing that ultimate down. The fact he's got that Rapidon's death cap. There is the wall. The other star, of course, could Valkyrie away if he gets caught out from it. Spirit Fire getting thrown down and try and just clear it out. And look at that. Both teams, you see the pure power of wave clearing there. Ace in the hole comes back out. It's Crepo this time that blocks it off. He'll just heal and shrug that one off.
I think Evil Geniuses, if they keep doing that, if they keep walling off one side of the turret, they're going to get enough damage onto it that it's going to die, and it forces Fnatic to just back away because they can't get the engage they wanted. Yeah, they can wave clear quickly, but with this Baron buff giving them Evil Geniuses this regen, it's really hard for Fnatic to be able to poke them down.
Yeah, they managed to take down half the hit points of that tower now, and you can see Crepo continually just healing well. The fact that he's got that Baron buff, those heals are going to be doing much more damage. They can sustain the way through this one. There's no heals for Fnatic, and they are slowly but surely chunking down that turret.
So, all right, this will come. Actually, this will go down. I have to say, this wave or the next. So it's really hard for them to not take. We do have the top lane pushing up onto that turret as well. So after this one, they could go for it. And Rated trying to go for an engage with there, but misses the Zenith Blade. And now they're going to have to back away.
The Rupture does land on towards Enrated. And you see, slowly but surely, look at that tower. It's almost gone. The combo landed on Cyanide there as well, taking some damage. And Froggen continuing just to keep them back. This time they are going to take the turret. And that is the inhibitor turret going down. That leaves the inhibitor exposed. And Fnatic all backing away from this one. They don't want this fight. They've sieged it off as much as they can, but EG not done yet. They're going to rotate round towards this top lane. They're going to throw that wall out and see how much they can keep them away. The Rupture lands on Enrated. It's Enrated's ultimate that really will start the fight off for the Fnatic here, and this time Fnatic, they really do not want to lose their second inhibitor turret.
Thing is though, in this position, even if he gets a nice ultimate and he goes in with a Zenith Blade, Froggen can just wall him off and keep him there himself. Like he can, with this entire area you see between the turret and where they're coming in from, they can just wall that off, that choke point, and then they'll be screwed.
Peke's just been back. It's actually Cyanide that gets singled out there. Soaz does manage to take down Snoopy. Chain of Corruption comes back out. It's back and forth, actually. Wicked dives straight in there. Is it going to be enough? They should be able to get the damage down. The Flubber Bobs have been taken down. Crepo's also very low. You see Enrated going in. He may well get dropped. The Ignite's running out there. Yellowstar going down to the Nivea's ultimate there. And now Froggen, he catches on towards Peke. Doesn't get the stun, but in comes Soaz. Sinks his fangs onto a Yellowstar. Then pelts over Peacemaker, comes back across. And Zonya's hourglass from Soaz. He's going to flash, try and get out, but Froggen throws down the wall and escapes. But that was a very tight fight, and it's Fnatic that came out on top, defending off that turret against the Baron up Evil Geniuses. It was a 2 for 4 there in favor of Fnatic.
And we were talking about how far Evil Geniuses were and how they're trying to brute force this down, but we kept mentioning, don't worry, Fnatic, if they get this game going long enough, they'll be strong enough to just take down Evil Geniuses. You saw right there a 2 for 4, like you said, against a Baroned up Evil Geniuses. That is just ridiculous and a smart and a great play out of Fnatic, and they should be able to capitalize off of this. It's going to be picking up a couple more items as well very soon.
Very, very tight fight there, but again, Froggen avoids it. Froggen gets away. 4-0-2. Now he's got that Void Staff as well. It's going to be doing a chunk of damage if he manages to catch and stun on anyone. They will be dead. So very, very difficult play down for the two AD carriers, Peke and Yellowstar, in this game. They have no magic resist at all, really, built up. Simple Mercury Treads is not really going to be quite suffice for Yellowstar. And the Runic Bulwark, of course, from Cyanide, but it's not going to add a great deal.
This is not good for
now
Peke.
it's going to be Peke getting caught out. Look at that damage straight away. But Froggen, he's caught in a Piltover trap there. He's going to try and catch on towards it. The trap's not going to work enough. Peke gets called out. The wall will come out. The control from Froggen is going to be enough. And you can see the damage, and he just lays down there. Just a simple combo takes him straight out.
Just as you mentioned, no one in Fnatic really having magic resist. You see what can happen right there. Froggen just blew him up, took away over half his health with just one combo. And now they'll be able to push this top turret down a little bit. I mean, we have to remember, it's about 40 minutes in. The respawn timers are extremely long. Expect it's still down for 40 seconds at this point, and so many things can happen in that time.
Yeah, Evil Genius is looking like they're going to try and take advantage and just shove straight along that top lane. Remember, Froggen still did have that Baron buff. It has run out now, and he's going to be pushing in towards that top wave. He's got a blue buff on there as well, so the mana's not going to be an issue. They're going to keep on chunking through there. They've got enough to really tank out this turret as well. Wicked with that Randy Omen. You can see the Aegis of the Legion, of course, on Snoopy as well. They are going to move in. There's not a great deal of damage, but Froggen taking a big hurt there, and you can see they're going to try and keep poking it, but that's another inhibitor turret down. Evil Geniuses now 8-5 up in turrets, and that gold advantage, it's still only 2,000 gold. Still very close.
It's very close indeed, and we even see a lot more items being picked up for Evil Geniuses relatively soon. We have 2,000 gold on Yellow Pete. He's going to have his GA very soon. Froggen's passive hasn't really been proc since the first moments of the game, and he has that available, obviously, if he needs it. This game is still getting very close. Like, it doesn't even matter how far ahead Evil Genius is right now, because Fnatic, it's at that point where AD carriers will take over. They will do the damage, and they are getting the items they need for it.
So we'll see whether Fnatic have dragged this game out long enough to really do the damage. We saw in that team fight really how much it worked if those AD carriers can get in there. Let's not count Soaz out as well, because he has got a big chunk of ability power right now. You can see that Zhonya's Hourglass on him, as well as the Randy Omen. He's going to be so hard to kill. Randy and Zoman, where did I pull that one from? I don't even know. Leandris is what I was looking at straight away. I don't know where even that came from. He's going to get the Rabadon's Death Cap as well in a few moments. And he's already been repelling out of those fights. He is so strong now, Soaz. He was really a lot of the difference in that last fight.
And the thing is, he can do what a Twisted Fate does, like what Messiah is known for with, you know, ulti into the middle of a team and popping his Zonius. He did that same thing last time we saw him just repel in. He would do some damage, he would Zonius, let the rest of his team catch up and just take them by storm. It's going to be really hard for Evil Geniuses to deal with this, but they still have such a strong comp. You have that knockup sounds out of Cho'Gath. You have the double knockups out of Zac. You have the knockup and the knockback out of Krepo. Like, they have a really strong combo for this.
And the Guardian Angel's also been picked up by Yellow Pete. As you mentioned, he really could do with that. Knows how important he is to that fight. Snoopy now, he's completed the Randy and Zoman as well. So a very big tanky front line, but if they can pass that front line, there is a very squishy center. And if they can get in towards that, it will go down so quickly. The Baron will be spawning in 3 seconds time. Both these terms know it. Of course, it's going to be Evil Geniuses with the perfect timing on it, but Fnatic are aware that it will be happening very soon. The fact that they see Froggen with that Oracle clearing out the wards means they're going to start moving into position for it.
And Evil Geniuses, with that Oracle, they should be able to just bait Fnatic into this. However, Fnatic has some good, not coverage, but they have the ability to spot everything with the Repel, obviously, off of Elise. They have the traps out of Caitlyn. And we have Froggen with the Oracle himself just trying to clear this vision away. We saw last time that EG went for a Baron, they had so much vision on the top side of the map. They saw Fnatic coming from a mile away, and they're trying to set that up yet again.
Oh, and they do manage to catch Snoopy out there.
Wow.
Look at that, the Fangs sinking. That's how much damage can come out from Soaz. He really did a chunk, considering he's got that Randy and Omen on him. He's got that Aegis of Legion, but it doesn't matter because it's ability power coming out from Soaz, and he just absolutely chunked him down. They may be thinking, well, it's about time we turn that into a Runic Bulwark.
Yeah, it might help quite a bit on him, because we talked about Soaz. Like, he had 300 ability power when you talked about him previously about having so much damage. He has 495 now, so the damage he does, considering its percent damage, is just ridiculous. And if he can chunk down Snoopy, who's arguably one of their tankiest members of the team, it's not looking good.
Thornmail being picked up by Wicked now. Of course, that makes sense against the double AD combo. And as he is the man that's launching straight in towards the center of them and into the back, it makes perfect sense. So realizing, going with the situational play, Wicked sat staring down the Baron right now and thinking, can I do it?
I can take you.
I can take it. I can do it. I can do it.
I'm almost as tall as you, too. But it looks like they will go for it here. No one in Fnatic is really in position to stop this, and this should be another free Baron for Evil Geniuses. The bot wave is pushed up very hard right now, and they have to deal with that, but giving away a Baron is not ideal.
Not ideal at all, and that realizes the Baron has gone, and that's the second Baron picked up by Evil Geniuses. But still the gold so close. He's just going to take down the red buff. Froggen really wanted to get around and take that one, but the ward spotted him coming.
And we have Sonic actually picking up a Negatron cloak right now, so he even realizes the power of Froggen with just the damage he has. Even Wicked, who does quite a bit, even though he's built relatively tanky in this entire situation, he has a good amount of penetration because he has the sword boots. You have to keep that in mind. Like, that gives him enough damage just based off his percent health damage off of his W, which is currently at 10% of their max health. So every time he pops that, 10% of their health's gone. If he can sit in the middle of Fnatic's team and use that, that is just ridiculous how much damage he's going to do in the entirety of a fight.
What is Yellow Star starting to build towards here? He's got his Mirror Mana in there completely. He's got to play the Rune King Bloodthirster
Infinity
and
Edge.
Last Whisper. Do you think he's going to go straight into He has no messenger, straight damage, whereas we see Peke and Froggen actually both picking up Giant's Belts now.
Yeah, I think he needs that extra damage. Like, he doesn't have the ability to get in really close, so he wants to shred through the people that are up close to him, and he has the Last Whisper already done. So I think that's the item he's going to go for with that pickaxe, but we do have EG with that Baron buff, push this inhibitor down, and you still see, like, you've seen how cautious they are. They have Baron, they have 5 Barons, they have a GA on Yellow Pete, but with how much crazy damage Soaz can do, they're really hesitant to go for this.
Ooh, the wall comes out, the rappel goes in. Soaz thought about coming in for that one. Cyanide taking a combo from Froggen, but it didn't do a crazy amount of damage. They do take down this inhibitor, and like you mentioned, if there happened to be a turret right there, that would have been a very, very tight fight, but they did hit and run, they got the inhibitor, and now they're going to turn and shove that top lane and push it in towards Fnatic's base.
It honestly blows my mind right there just to see how defensive and how passive Evil Geniuses was taking that inhibitor, because they have Baron buff. They're still relatively far ahead. They have a great set of items, they have a great engage if they need it, but they know that if they lose this game, if they make one slip up, they'll be out of the playoffs and Fnatic will take the series.
Yeah, it's so tight between them, of course. A lot of money on the line here. It's a $100,000 tournament. The spring playoffs. Of course, this is the first split of the tournament. Summer LCS will be beginning in the summer. Don't know the exact date. Sorry, guys. I'd love to be able to give you the details, but when I don't know them, there's no way you guys are going to know them. As it is, the walls coming out there, and again, they're pushing on towards that inhibitor in the top wave. We do see the cocoon land. It's Yellow Pete that got caught out, and he got chunked straight down, half health instantly. Just that single little burst there. He has got the Guardian Angels, but you saw how dangerous it is if he can get caught out.
We have to point this out. I talked about it during the Copenhagen Wolves game and EG when we saw Froggen play Anivia. When his wall is down, look at Evil Geniuses play. They back off right away. Like, when his wall's up, they go in, they wall them off, they do some damage, but when it's down, Fnatic can get such a hard engage on so they can catch him off guard here.
Does get the poke. There's the wall. They see all the AD carries away from it. And again, they get a couple of shots in. And well,
now they're going to
Yellow
back away.
Pete is still very low, though. And this Wither coming down there. He's going to... Oh, and Rated almost locking him up there. Actually, you can see around the 2 AD carries. Chain of Corruption's missed now. And Fnatic back away, but they know they have a little bit of a time now. You can see the damage. Peke is putting down on towards Wicked. He's chunked down half his health as well. Those flubbery bits are flying. And now we're going to see Rated engaging. He dives on towards Froggen in the back there. The 2 AD carries. It's a great disruption coming out from Crepo, though. He keeps them back. It's going to be N-rated going down. The ultimate, the Zhonya's comes out from Soaz, tries to catch on towards them. The wall catches across them, but still, Fnatic, it's a 1-0 right now to Evil Geniuses, and it's Evil Geniuses are going to keep pushing on. Fnatic had to back away.
And the AD carries weren't being touched that entire fight. They were just sitting in the back lane attacking as much as possible, getting Evil Geniuses very, very low. EG was able to pick up that turret, luckily for them, and it was only, like you said, a 1-0 trade for EG, but still, with a Baron up Evil Geniuses, that was an insanely close fight.
Very, very good dive there. They almost caught out. They locked onto Froggen, but it just wasn't enough damage. They couldn't get deep enough. And Rated went a little too deep for them, and the rest of Fnatic, they were just walled off. They just couldn't get to it. So, fantastic play. Despite the fact Froggen was the one that was caught, managed to get that wall out in time, knew the situation.
Yeah, it was a great job by both teams, to be honest, in that entire fight. But, you know, with that happening, they were not able to keep that inhibitor alive. So with 2 inhibitors down, it's going to be very hard for Fnatic to defend their base. They're going to have the bottom lane pushed up against them this entire time. We even see Froggen going for Randuin's himself. So that makes 3 for the entirety of Evil Geniuses. And then we see Stewie picking up another Chain Vest because they realize, like, that's the damage to us. Like, the AD carries are just ridiculously strong at this point. We have to stop. We have to shut them down. We have to stop them. And if Froggen, okay, this is the thing. If Froggen is using this wall defensively like that to stop the team from coming in, then it's not used ideally. Like, yeah, it helps. Like, they're able to kill Unrated, but they want to use it to catch the AD carries off guard or force them to blow their escapes, and they're not able to do that just yet.
Well, we also have Crepo. He's nearly got a Randian's Omen right now. So if the support's got a Randian's Omen, one of the most expensive items, if not the most expensive item in the game, is definitely going to be pretty strong support right now. Phantom Dance was also completed by Yellow Pete, And well, now we see the bottom wave, the only lane that has an inhibitor in it, as well as a tower, more importantly, for Fnatic. But they're going to have to deal with these 2 waves of super minions, and that is just going to pull people away from the fight.
Yes, this is where we're going to see what Fnatic's made of. They have to defend the top side and the middle side because of those super minions pushing in. Evil Geniuses, they can wait this out. There's no Baron to be taken. There's no Dragon to be taken. There's not in a hurry in any way. They can just sit there and wait for anyone of Fnatic to leave, and then they can take this turret very quickly. Fnatic, they might try to go for another engage because that last one was against a Baron up Evil Geniuses and still was relatively close.
Well, there's triple traps out there. I was going to get caught out. Of course, with all those Randy and Omens, they're quite happy to just sit on them. See Froggen throwing out that ball of ice. He's trying to catch people out. So as he's trying to clear out that mid lane, but EG are knocking on the front door. They don't need no backdoor tactics right now. They're just shoving down Fnatic's throat. And you can see there's a huge wave of super minions pushing on towards the Nexus turret in the top lane. Somebody's going to have to deal with that. The wall goes down, and again, they just keep on shooting back and forth. Peke caught with the hail of arrows and the rupture there. And now it's going to be the inhibitor going to go down. Ace in the hole's going to come out. Yellow Star, well, Yellow Pete only half health going down, but it still doesn't mean he's going to get caught out. The inhibitor hasn't gone down, but EG, they've done what they needed to do. They've taken down that inhibitor turret, and now the Nexus turrets. Look at it, it's down to half health already. They don't know which way to fight.
And this is the Evil Geniuses that we knew in Season 2. Like, this is their area of expertise in the game of just drawn out game, just waiting, biding their time patiently to take an advantage whenever they can get it. And they're just sitting there, like they're not even in a hurry to take this inhibitor because they know that top lane is still pushing, the middle lane is still pushing. We do see Enraid engage.
And Enraid goes in, but he backs away straight away. There's his ultimate, and does manage to catch down. Yellowstar comes out, Chain of Corruption on towards Yellowstar. Will lock him up. Cyanide gets taken down. Crappo immediately getting the headbutt pulverize on both Peke and Yellowstar there. Wicked dives in, doesn't quite get the damage down. The Valkyrie comes out, but the inhibitor will get taken down. And again, this time it's another 1-for-0. Cyanide going down, and Evil Geniuses, the middle inhibitor has respawned. They're going to take that one down, and we're going to see double super minions coming out from Evil Geniuses base.
And look at that damage that Cyanide took right there. He just got caught off with that wall and just got blown up. And you saw Wicked actually dove into a trap. So he was like, ooh, a cupcake, and went straight for it, and unfortunately got caught down. We do see Wicked trying to go back in, but they need to back away. They have Expeke and Yellowstar still alive, and they can take them down.
They can take them down, and they can do a hell of a lot of damage. So Evil Geniuses, they've taken all of the base now of Fnatic. They are looking like they may well take this 1-1. And the pressure is almost certainly on. It's a 6-item build for many members of the teams right now. And let's just look across them. You can see Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster, Static Shiv, and Last Whisper picked up by Peke. Full-on AD carry, no messing around, get straight in. They're all about the damage, but it's Evil Geniuses that are starting off the Baron.
And didn't you say that Expeke actually had a Giant's Belt earlier?
He did.
So he sold it because he used it for that fight, sold it, and then picked up that Phantom Dancer. That's just ridiculous. Like, you don't really see AD carries ever go this kind of 6-item build anymore. They usually have one defensive item. You can look over ALP, and there's my case right there, but that is going to hurt so much. The thing is that they can't deal with the wall that Froggen's putting down. Luckily for them, they don't have to fight in any chokes now, so the walls have become less and less effective, and you see Froggen.
What is he doing? He's dancing. Oh, the taunts from Froggen right now. As he
oh, no, what he's doing, okay, what he's doing is he's waiting on the blue buff because he wants his team to come. He wants that blue to last as long as possible, so when they actually go for the siege, they'll have that blue up the entirety of the time. And I said he does a little more taunting.
Yeah, he is taunting. So young, so naive. I can see a big smile on his face in the camera in the corner.
I think that's his wink to us that he didn't do earlier.
That's his wink that it won't turn into a blink. It didn't quite work out for him. But nevertheless, there's super minions going up the top, middle, and bottom, and they are double super minions shoving in there. Snoopy's starting to start clearing out the top wave, the bottom wave shoving itself, and Evil Geniuses, they're getting ready to finish the game.
And Yellowstar, he sold his boots and picked up a Zephyr. We see Cripple getting caught right now. Fnatic could take this game.
They dived in there. Chain of Corruption comes straight out, though, and the Hail of Arrows lands, and Soaz has had to use that Zhonya's Hourglass. There's so much damage coming out from Yellow Pete. He repels away. Cyanide gets bopped out there. Soaz, he's got nothing to escape. He flashes through, but it's straight into the arms of Wicked. And now Enraged is being chased down. It's a double kill for Wicked. He's got both AD carries down. Fnatic are dropping, and it's going to be Evil Geniuses taking it to the third game against Fnatic. 16-5 in kills and a dominant performance after 52 minutes. The game was so close, but Evil Geniuses continue their dominance on blue side. Can they answer, though, on the red side? Will they pick up that win? Or Fnatic in the third game, could they take it? What a game.
That really is the question in the end. I mean, we had a 7,000 goal difference at the end right there when the entire lead was about 2,000 max the entire game. 52-minute long game. They have their work cut out for them in the next best of three, or sorry, the next match in the best of three.
So we are, of course, going to go across to Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry to take us through that 52-minute epic.
Thanks a lot, guys, and it was an epic indeed. I mean, Evil Geniuses, again, going by that Evil Genius style, just running things out, taking the Baron, playing things safe, not wanting to go too deep at any possible moment. And, well, that's what they needed here. Of course, if they'd have lost that one, they would have been out from this semi-final. Now, though, they've managed to push it through to a third game.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great game out of them. The composition that they ran was almost identical to yesterday's first game matchup against the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah.
However, because Leona was taken away, they substituted Leona with Alistair. So it was a comfortable composition. It was comfortable picks. And from the very, very early moments of their game, they were in complete control.
And we should talk about literally the first kill coming out of that one, because we saw down on the bottom a very, very tense moment where Crepo got very low, managed to get behind his tower. Then we saw Yellow Star coming in. He had to use barrier to stop himself going down to the actual turret. Then a hail of arrows at the very last second for Yellow Star got them that kill. Then we moved into the middle lane, where we also saw Snoopy getting involved in the action. And if I can try and get this one out there, because it was really back and forth. It was Caitlyn first taking down Snoopy as he got under the tower. Anivia was egged at that point, but when the rebirth then popped, Froggen was able to take down Xpeke and get that blue buff back that Snoopy had lost earlier.
And that was quite literally the game-changing moment. The fact that they got that blue buff onto Froggen that early in the matchup meant that the next couple minutes of gameplay, he was able to clear out the waves, was never at threat of being in auto-attack range from Caitlyn because he had unlimited mana to just spam his abilities in wave clear. A couple minutes after that, we seen the Dragon engage where, to be very fair, Snoopy had a fail flash steal. He tried to flash and feast the Dragon, but luckily, because Wicked was in range, he jumped over the wall, they picked a battle. Unfortunately, I don't have a replay for you guys of that, but it was a moment where Evil Geniuses, you almost went, whoa, this is a mistake, but because the team rallied around one another and they were within range of each other, they ended up picking up 2 kills at the end of that, feeding a second kill to Froggen, and that was it. He was never in danger from that moment on. I think he finished without any deaths at all at the end of that matchup.
6-0-7.
Cannot give him the bird.
Froggen on Anivia. What can we say? You just can't really afford to do that one whatsoever. So a great second game there for Evil Geniuses. And don't forget, guys, they were tied up at 1-1 now, and you can still get your votes in for the winner of this game over on lolesports.com. After a short break, though, we'll be back with the third and final game between Fnatic and EG and see who will go through to the final.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, game 3 of the semi-finals, Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic will be getting underway in just a few short minutes. Of course, the players are just taking a small break, as you would expect. They are all running around. There's a cup of tea in the hand of Snoopy, I might add, so it's looking like it may well be another long game.
Yeah, I believe yesterday he was actually starting to get a little bit sick, and he was coughing during their series against Copenhagen Wolves, but hopefully he's doing all right, because that was a phenomenal game out of everyone at Evil Geniuses.
If you're an Englishman and you've got a cup of tea, although I should say Scotsman, really, because they're not really English, are they?
I hate tea. I hate tea.
I've just started off the whole England v Scotland thing right now. I know it. I can feel it. Everybody else in the world doesn't give a monkeys, but England, Scotland, oh, it's important. It's important as well. We do see a big Dane waving at me as well. A great Dane, some may say. And oh my word, actual nipples on the show right now from Grepo. Would you believe it? They're flashing me. They're flashing me off camera. How dare they? But they are obviously discussing the all-important tactics for the next game. Fnatic are going to be doing the same. They are off in a huddled in a corner because this is what it's all about. Can they reach the grand finals? This $100,000 tournament, $50,000 for first place. Nobody wants to be in the third, fourth place playoff. Of course, you can check out lolesports.com. Get yourselves on the votes there. I'd love to see what the votes are actually. You could probably give them me in a moment to see really how this is swinging between them. Let's have a look. You can see it's actually, what, 50...
Closed up a little bit. 56% to 44.
44. So that's definitely closing up. So the Evil Geniuses fans out there may be waking up in North America and saying, hey, the curse isn't real, guys. Evil Genius can win things.
Gosh, just had to go there. But the real question is, what side are they going to be on? And I believe it is red side. And we saw yesterday against the Wolves, they lost their game on the red side. They lost the first game earlier against Fnatic on the red side. Can they come back? Can they get past that mental block and win this game?
Yeah, they continue to insist the blue side is OP. Maybe it's something in their play styles. I don't know.
Could be something in the water.
It may be something in the water. Last night was proven, though, by the Americans that the fact that the red side is strong as well. It worked out, and really the red side was winning constantly last night. If you haven't seen the results, I'm not going to spoil them for you because everybody in Europe, it did start at midnight here in Germany, and of course UK would have been 11 p.m, etc. So it was a late night game for you guys. I'm aware of that, so I don't want to spoil the results for you, but they were very good games last night, the quarterfinals in the North American LCS.
We even saw Support York.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we saw a number of different things as well. We saw a couple of top lanes as well. We saw Zach again. Zach definitely been a popular champion in the LCS so far.
Yeah, it seems like in North America, Zach's been picked up a lot quicker than Thresh was initially.
Yeah.
Like when we saw Thresh finally able to be played, you saw, I think it was Crepo playing him right away. You saw Edward playing him right away. But it took a couple of weeks for it to finally kick in over there. And when it did, it just started getting banned out right away.
And let's start thinking about the picks and bans that we've seen, because we've just seen Anivia sneak through again for Froggen, and just like he did against Copenhagen Wolves, it was again magnificent. He didn't die. He picked up so many kills and just controlled the game.
If I'm not mistaken, he actually wasn't banned out in the first game.
No, he wasn't. But they just didn't go with him. They obviously have something up their sleeve that they go with the blue buff. Now, the main thing for me here is the fact that Peke picked Caitlyn against it, which has been perceived to be the counter. Froggen even says it himself, but clearly with those 80 runes that he took early on seemed to work wonders for him.
And I have to say, like even Joe pointed out on the analysis test, that getting that blue over to him right away made it so the range that happened between him and Expected didn't affect him as much. It was able to take that lane and snowball a little bit more. But in terms of bans, we've seen Kha'Zix banned out every game so far. We've seen Cassian banned out every game so far. We've seen Zed banned out every game so far. So a lot of high damage, mid, potentially top lane champions.
So there's a lot of champions out there, and the bans, they're just... they're going to have to try and adapt and overcome. Let's see how that works out. But let's look at the promo to start with, because, of course, there is another game today, and that is, of course, going to be Gambit versus SK Gaming. That is the semi-final match that will be happening after this one. You can see SK Gaming, they passed Against All Authority. Unfortunately for Against All Authority, it was a disqualification. You can check out the news on that one on the LeagueOfLegends.com forums, as well as the LoL Esports. I believe it may well be a link on there as well. Of course, you guys on Reddit, you know where it is because you guys follow the esports scene. So that does mean that SK Gaming versus Gambit, that will be coming up after this match, this final match of the series. Currently 1-1. You can see Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses did take down Copenhagen Wolves. They took it 2-1. Can they do the same against Fnatic, or will they fall against Fnatic, who really have had their number for the last 6 months? Of course, there is also relegation matches coming up, or well, I mean, it's a bit harsh to call it that. It's not quite in it. It's more of a negative light. It's a promotion match is coming up, of course, from the amateur scene. And you can see there is a lot of teams in there. Let's go through the Meteor Makers. They were one of the teams that many people were expecting in the European LCS before when we were in Warsaw, but they fell to the Dragonborn. So if they were to get past Extra Actually Evil, who are a very strong team themselves, it would be a rematch almost of Warsaw right there. Alternate versus Wizards as well. That's a very strong one. Again, could be Spaniards versus Spaniards if Wizards sneak through.
And of course, we got Sinners Never Sleep versus TCM Gaming, which TCM as well did play in the qualifiers for the spring split of LCS. Could be going up against... I always do that. Going up versus against Authority. I try to segue it through that. And of course, Samurai and Jeans versus Nexus Esports, who also did play in the qualifiers, going to be playing against the Copenhagen Wolves. And, looking across, there's going to be no easy matches whatsoever for either team, and that is a best of 5. So, we saw how best of 3 can affect the teams who don't experience it too much yesterday. It could be even worse in a best of 5.
Yeah, they're clear tip of the hat to the ninjas in pajamas there from the Samurais in jeans, I feel. But the Copenhagen Wolves and Against All Authority, obviously two of the teams that we do see go through from this playoff series. And you got to feel they're probably going to be favorites to get through. Really, any LCS team should be the favorite to get through, but we're not sure because the amateur teams that are coming up are listed there are all very strong.
Yes, they are. And the thing is, we have to point out is that, Dragonborns, we didn't see them do too well in LCS. They had roster changes, but they've been pretty much boot camping for this entirety of the time they've had between being knocked out or dropping onto this and then going to be playing next week. So we could see a completely different team out of them, but just, sitting there and realizing we've seen these teams for 10 weeks. We've seen them evolve. We've seen them grow. And to realize they could potentially not be in the summer split is just kind of mind-blowing.
It's a little scary for some of those guys as well, because this is their careers, of course, that they are talking about. But let's look ahead at the next match that will be coming up. Gambit versus SK. The teams are just setting themselves up now, so the picks and bans will be coming out in a few moments. They're still just got to set up. They're not even in the game right now. But Gambit versus SK, how do you see that one going? Because SK actually picked up a win over Gambit in week 9, and that was the first win they've had in a very long time.
And that was a very one-sided win as well. Like, it was just ridiculous how many kills they got. I mean, that was when also was playing Twisted Fate, so I would expect that to be banned out. But I can tell you this. I'm not going to tell you who's going to win, but I can tell you it's going to be a very good set. However, Gambit has been finally boot camping this week. Like, they have been sitting here practicing every day. They've been at the studio just playing every day for 8 hours, it seems. And they really want to win this. Like, they want to like kick out SK because they've had all week to practice for them. SK had to prepare for Against Authority, then prepare for Gambit, and then potentially the winner of this semifinal. So Gambit, it looks like they probably have the preparation underway.
And this is actually the first time that Gambit, for a long time, since March, I believe, since the beginning of March, that they've actually sat and practiced together. So they've not really had a chance. You heard Alex Sitch talking about it, they joked about it. The fact that they practice in their sleep, that is really the only chance they get, the only time they have it. And, Peke will be coming up in a moment. And those guys, Fnatic, they've been in the gaming house here, which is why they've ended up #1 and Gambit #2. Gambit are really not happy with that, and they're going to be out to prove a point, and it's really for SK Gaming, who themselves are trying to prove a point, to try and stop them.
But how do you stop Groove's belt? That's the real question. Not about stopping anyone in Gambit, how do you stop his belt? Because it really gives them a lot of motivation, and you have to keep in mind, they've been traveling week in and week out this entirety of the 10 weeks. Like, that has to take a number on you. You have to be so tired, you have to be so worn out, mentally and physically, but they've still been putting on some great shows. Being second in LCS like that is extremely hard to do. I never want to be in that situation.
So the teams are almost ready to go. Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic is the game right now. If you've just joined us, well, you've missed 2 fantastic games. Fnatic took the first one, and Evil Geniuses responded in kind, so we are going all the way in this series. It's going to be 2-1 to someone, but who will it be?
I can't wait to find out, I can tell you that. And, honestly, the picks and bans are going to be a little interesting. I expect, something very similar to happen, what we've been seeing, go on, with just taking out those very high damage champions early on. But it kind of tells you what they want to go for, because we've seen both teams build a little bit tanky. You know, you had Zach in the top lane for SOAS, who just built straight tank. Then you had Wicked build a little bit of damage in straight tank with him. It just kind of shows how these teams are going to play this one out. And I wouldn't be surprised if this game goes about 60 minutes long because they're fighting for the playoffs, so they're fighting for that $100,000.
You can see with Genius, they look prepared. Fnatic look like they're ready and waiting to go, so hopefully we will be starting. So, picks and bans, all important now. Big game, big match against them. What are we thinking here? They're about to get underway. We saw Jarvan the 4th, importantly banned out. Seemed to work so well for Cyanide, so I'd expect that to go. Thresh has been banned out already. Could we see a Kassadin, Twisted Fate sneaking through these bans this time around?
We have to remember that. So if Evil Genius is going to leave Kassadin open, they have to leave Twisted Fate open. Like, they have to pretty much guarantee they can get one of those potentially. So that's the problem they're going to run into here as they do take out Kha'Zix, and Luck's being taken away as well. So very similar bans to what we've seen before. And like you predicted, that Jarvan will be taken away from Cyanide, who was just so troublesome for him. Like, that whole combo of his knockups with Zach in game number 1 was just insane.
Yeah, we see Zed taken away as well. So neither Wicked or SOAS are going to be allowed on that one. Or actually, Peke's been using Zed a few times as well. So final ban coming out. Evil Genius, his discussion going out. Wicked will be the man banning it. What will
we have a problem, though, because Kassadin and Twisted Fate haven't been banned out yet. So if you ban one, Fnatic can pick one up. Obviously, you don't want to pick up Kassadin right away.
Twisted Fate allowed.
Yes.
Ooh. They've done this on purpose. They've chosen to let this through. Fnatic have gone for it. They've picked up Twisted Fate. We're going to see Peke on it. And that does mean that they really favor that Zac as well, a little bit more. So Wicked's going to be picking that Zac up. Has it been that much of a game breaker so far to allow Twisted Fate through?
I want to say that people are still learning how to play it a little bit because we haven't seen it really shine too much, but just the threat of going up against that is just really dangerous. Like the knockups you have, you know, double knockups, the damage you can put out. We do have Elise being locked in, which usually goes to Crepo at this point as support Elise, which he did a great job on.
I think it will.
But it could, yeah, it always could be support Elise.
When was the last time we saw Crepo ever do support Elise?
A couple weeks ago.
When I was in America. I'm going to go with that one.
He did it before NIF. I can't remember the exact week, but he did it before NIF.
He did it before NIF.
Because he's like, there's so many buttons to hit. I want to hit them all.
Yeah, I remember him on the analysis desk talking about how much he loved it, but it does mean that Varus is going to be given up across towards Yellow Star. That's Yellow Pete's champion, his champion of choice, and that's going to give Yellow Pete something to think about. What will the other pick be? Will they go with a jungler here? Will we see Nasus being picked up once again by Cyanide? Didn't work to great success in the last game.
We have seen Cyanide play Nocturne quite a bit, and that threat of the double global ultimates is really hard to go up against. It's really scary when you can't see Twisted Fate coming in and you have that presence.
Well, looks like Leona's going to get locked in, so we know the duo lane now of Fnatic. What will we see from Evil Genius? Is that going to be a top lane Zac? Is that going to be a jungle Zac? Are we going to see Snoopy picking up something different? Will we see him going with the Cho'Gath, which worked out so well for him in the last game? They were very tanky. And are they expecting? They've got to remember deal with the mobility that SOAS has. Shen is available if they were to switch it around here and maybe lock it in. And it looks like that's the way they're going to go.
And look at, we have seen jungle Shen before, so it could always potentially be that, though we know Wicked to be usually that person on that champion. And we've had, like we mentioned before in the first game, that Snoopy has been praising that jungle Zac, so we'll see if he ends up going for that. But the Kog'Maw being sat on, which we saw Yellow Pete play yesterday, and the first time he played it in game 2, I believe it was, didn't do that well, but in game 3, it was just fantastic.
See if they lock it in. They haven't chosen yet. Froggen's still discussing and maybe changing here, actually, but he has locked it in. And that is going to be also Yellow Pete on Kog'Maw. So he can get locked up pretty easily here. He's going to have to keep that cleanse and flash on cooldown as much as possible. He's got to avoid the early engages, which almost undoubtedly we're going to see the combo of Varus and Leona. They're going to be looking to lock him up early. Will we see similar to what we saw in game 1 where Crepo pushed that level 2 so quickly so they could dive on him?
It could happen, but they are on the blue side this time, so they won't have that ability to take double golems and get that early bit of XP unless they lane swap into the top side. Oh, Fnatic, sorry. Wow. I was just looking at staring at Evil Genius's lineup, just thinking about what they're going to go for as their AP mid. But yeah, Fnatic, they easily could go for that. Obviously, Leona is really strong, so you have those 2 forms of CC when you hit that level 2 point. And if you're going to end up against a Kog'Maw, you can just push my lane very quickly. But I think they're going to go for a lane swap, so they won't actually have that happening.
Well, looks like Volibear may get locked in, which means the jungler for Cyanide. Also that Rumble in the top lane for SOAS. See whether that gets chosen. It looks like it will be the final picks for Fnatic there. They seem happy with that one. So what is Froggen going to use? What will he counter so as is Twisted Fate, or Peke's Twisted Fate, as it will be when it falls into place. And you can see the discussion coming out from Crepo. They're really not sure on the exact choice here.
I think maybe Ari, actually. Because you need someone that can push the lane really quickly against Twisted Fate, so when he does ult into another lane, you can punish him for it. And Ari is a really good champion for that with your Foxfire and your Orbital Deception. And they do actually lock that in. So it looks like we'll have Ari in the mid lane. I'm going to say we're going to have support at least Jungle, Zac, and Shen top. I'm going to call it.
We'll see which way this one works out. I expect it will be Wicked on that, Shen. And like you said, Zac, the fact that we know that Snoopy can play Zac is something we're expecting. So it's going to be Froggen alongside, Yellow Pete, sorry, alongside Elise as a support. That's a dangerous, dangerous lane because he's going to be very squishy early on.
And the thing is, Elise does a lot of damage. Like compared to other supports, if she jumps on you, you can do a heavy chunk of damage. So it's really unexpected. And when Kog'Maw hits level 6, where he really starts to take off, since he kind of it doesn't do that much damage early on. I'll say once his ultimate is available, he can really push the pain on. We could see some kills happening, but Fnatic, like you were saying before, like we might expect Enray to take the double golems, get that early level 2, and then really pressure Evil Geniuses. I still think it's going to be a 1v2 situation, so we'll have Yellow Pete and Crepo versus Soaz in the top lane.
Absolutely, almost certainly. The fact that they've both gone for kill lanes, the AD carrying supports, absolutely will be a 2v1. And I think the fact that they've picked this one up here, what are you hearting about? Oh, they
Snoopy is actually running Shen in the jungle.
They have gone Shen jungle, so Soaz is going to be up against, well, with Rumble, probably a 2v1. Which is probably why he picked Rumble in the first place. Strong 2v1er, but how does that work out in that 2v1? It's not worked out magnificently so far.
We've seen it work out quite well in the past, but we've also seen it work out terribly as well in the past.
We saw Soaz 2v1, and he went outstanding with it.
It just comes down to, I guess, where the jungle comes in. Like, if there's a lot of jungle pressure, because, you know, Shen, he's one of those junglers that you don't exactly know the moment he hits level 6, so you always have that threat of him coming in with that ultimate. You obviously can't see him in lane, so you most likely won't be able to interrupt it either way. I think if Evil Geniuses goes for a 3-man gank on a Soaz, there's not really much he can do to escape, because you have the Elise lockup, you have the slow out of Kog'Maw, and just the pure damage out of Kog.
We also see a teleport from Froggen. So he is looking to keep track of Twisted Fate. Of course, he won't be on as quick a cooldown as the ultimate from Peke, but what are you looking at? You're pointing something out here to me. You're wiggling your mouse around.
Well, we've seen this happen before. Usually it's with Kayle, but Peke is actually running 8 flat armor pen. So it might actually be running some attack damage runes as well, just to... Actually, no, he's not running his 50 attack damage, but he wants to really pressure Froggen with those auto attacks, which can really hurt quite a bit. And it would work out quite well, because I believe Froggen only running 27 armor at this point.
We do see Evil Geniuses making a full 5-man move, as are Fnatic. They may well go for an invade here. We haven't seen any invades so far across the whole game, but either team are maybe looking to do that. I tell a lie, actually. We saw the blue buff steals between back and forth in the first game.
Yeah, we have. It looks like Evil Geniuses right now, they want to stop that potential early level 2 out of Fnatic. They're expecting them to be at these double golems. You see an extra come out just to spot anyone there in those bushes. But they're not going to spot them there. And as you can see on your screen, we have the rest of Fnatic towards the top side. So we might see a red steal, or we might see them try to catch Fnatic as they come down.
No wards really been spotting anyone out yet. Red buff ward does go down, and Evil Geniuses looking to try and pull something sneaky off here, but Fnatic are doing exactly the same.
You have to keep in mind that, you know, Ichi always talks about how much they study level 1s, how much they always prepare for it, and they're able to get in through here quite easily, and this is the last game, so if they, like, you know, mess up the level 1, they could be in such trouble throughout the rest of the game. Fnatic is coming down, it looks like here, and if they wait long enough, if Geniuses waits long enough, they could catch someone. They could catch Soaz right here.
They're going to see Soaz coming straight around, launches the cocoon in towards him. Is it going to be enough? They do manage to get the Stand United across, but it won't be enough to take him down. And actually, Snoopy now is very low on health, and they have to all back away from this one. They can't take the red buff now. They can't risk it. Okay,
Snoopy is in so much trouble now because he took taunt level 1. He's going to have such a slow clear on this jungle. He won't be level 6 for a long time. So because of that, Fnatic is really far ahead at this point, and it's up to them to kind of keep that advantage. As you can see here, he's going to get a lot of help. He actually might even have to smite this blue, unless actually no, Crepo's going to tank it for him, so he's going to get that help quite a bit.
Crepo will help tank it down, so we're also going to get a lot of help coming out from, let's see whether Snoopy does smite it, and like you mentioned, look how much he's struggling against it. Basic attacks is all he can do, and he does squeak it out without using that smite, but that's going to leave him low health there. We see the red buff also being picked up by Cyanide.
And more importantly, we don't see lane swaps anymore. So since AG was able to invade, and they know they didn't do the double golems, they know they won't really be behind, and they won't be engaged upon by Fnatic, and they actually might hit level 2. Actually, they will hit level 2 before Fnatic, so we'll see how well that actually works out for them here.
See where they manage to go aggressive. We do see Peke hitting level 2 first, just after Froggen. So that's not really giving a great advantage just yet between those two mid laners. Wolves will be picked up by Snoopy. He's going to continue around towards that red buff.
Okay, you just saw ping out of out of Wicked in the top lane into that bush because he was pointing, hey, there's a ward here, don't come in from there. He put an early pink ward down in his own river because they want to go for a kill on a Soaz. They know he doesn't have flash available. That could be a very easy kill for them and a very easy first blood. We do see Sonic coming around though. Looks like he's even potentially going for a counter, but he wants to go into this top lane or maybe potentially steal away this red.
Well, he started off his own red. He's left his own blue as well, and he is going to get in there. He just saw the red that is the not touched yet, so he knows the path of Snoopy, and he knows that Snoopy will be joining on towards that red buff in just a moment, surely. But he's already started it off, and that may well be a mistake now. It's just going to cause all sorts of problems. Will we see Peke and Froggen start levitating towards this one? Cyanide instead. He's going to back away from this one. Has still got that ward coverage, though.
He has Smite, though, so he could potentially go for a Smite still here as Snoopy's trying to go up because Snoopy doesn't have Smite either, and he's just kind of, it looks like he's waiting. He expects this. He wants his Smite to be up because he doesn't want to get stolen away, but in the meantime, Cyanide did back away anyway, so he will be going, as I say, he's backing away. He heads over towards his red buff yet again. He's going to try to steal it away.
He knows the timers on him, and look at Snoopy playing clever here because he realizes there's obviously wards in this bush, so I'm going to back away and let those wards time out. I'm going to take these top golems and then come back around to the red buff. Cyanide's like, yep, okay, you countered that well enough. I'm going to go for blue.
Yeah, I don't want to waste any more time. I need to get this blue off ASAP and try to help out. And see in the bottom lane, that Fnatic did push that lane very quickly. That's the kind of the downside of Kog'Maw. You can't clear waves that quick in comparison to Varus, so if they keep shoving the wave against him, it's going to force him to farm under this turret. As you can see right now, he's up in CS anyways, but that's really going to hurt him if he can't keep that up. And also, if the jungler does come down, they could easily go for a 3-man dive there.
Cyanide with the double buffs. Thought about going towards that top lane and still is contemplating it. He's actually walking back and forward around that blue buff area. He's like, well, yeah, discussions between the team. Not really too sure which way this is going to turn out. As it is, though, down this bottom lane, Yellow Star and Yellow Pete, 25 to 23 CS, very close. We did see the level 2 being hit early on by Krepo that they didn't go crazy engaged. They have got that ping ward down, Krepo, in this bush, and N-rated. They're both staring at each other. They could stun each other at any time, and they just keep throwing that damage back and forward. And a little poke back and forward battle, and Rated is slowly losing hit points here to Krepo.
Oh, a great ward out of Soaz in the top lane. If you can take a look at that real quick. He puts a pink ward, spots the one out of Wicked because you see Cyanide waiting in the wings. They want to make a gank happen up towards this top side, and it might actually happen because Cyanide, he's committed a lot of time. You talked about him just running back and forth, like, do I want to go for it? Do I not want to? We do have Snoopy, though. He's waiting in the wings. He's going to try to counter this.
But Snoopy hasn't got the red buff. He hasn't been able to go over and pick that up. Still in level 2. We do see Wicked diving in towards Soaz, but there's a giant creep wave he's up against here. Wicked's going to surely go down. All them bits of flubber have been split out, and you immediately see Cyanide and Soaz. They're closing in on them. Who will get the kill? It's going to be with Soaz with the first blood, and Snoopy was really helpless to be able to get onto towards that situation. Very well played by Soaz there.
It was a smart play by Evil Geniuses, like Wicked. He wanted to go in because he knew the pink were dropped. He wanted to engage before the jungler got there, but it just wasn't quick enough. He just got 1v1 by Soaz, and of course Snoopy just zoned away Cyanide for, well, not that long, not long enough to save Wicked's life. But Cyanide will be going for a fade here. He knew that red buff wasn't taken. He was able to lock it down for himself.
We see Krepo getting locked up as well there by N-rated, but as you mentioned, the fact that they saw Snoopy come back, he didn't have that red buff, it's like, nobody's there to take it. I'm going to try and get around it. He has got Smite available, but he's going to go very low in this one, but Soaz cleverly keeping Snoopy busy in that top lane. It's going to be a steal for Cyanide.
And I'll say this, I mean, Wicked dying, it wasn't terrible. I mean, it was a bad thing. You never want to give away first blood, but in the end, Snoopy was able to sit in lane for a little bit and tax it and able to get to level 4. So he's keeping up in Cyanide. He was, he had to take taunt early level 1. And it hurt him in the jungle. He wasn't able to take his own red buff. It hurt him in the jungle. He's keeping low on experience. But just that fact, he's now level 5. He'll be level 6 very quickly, and he'll be able to help these ganks happen.
You can see the siege minions both being picked up by the AD carries. Nobody missing out on that. Nobody trying to engage and force that 40 gold to go array. But instead, it's going to be Yellow Star getting poked on there. The cocoon didn't quite land, though. If it did, almost certainly there to follow through on that one.
And we do have Exhaust on Krepo. We have Exhaust on N-rated. I don't really expect a strong engage to come out from either team, but when one of the teams hits level 6, which we did just see N-rated hit 5, then we could have a nice fight happening. Obviously, when N-rated gets at 6, he's going to have so much lockdown potential. Yellow Pete's going to have a hard time staying alive. Even though he does have that cleanse, it won't really be enough in the end. And of course, Expeke, which we talked about the middle lane for a little bit, but we kind of forgot about it as he is level 6 right now, so we could see him ganking some lanes.
Look at that. Build Draw to Cutlass being picked up by both Yellow Star and Yellow Pete. Both, in fact, identical builds, but instead it's going to be Wicked jumping away from that equalizer that came out from Soaz. So Ultimate burned out there, keeping the pressure on Wicked, of course. Once you do win that duel in that top lane, the pressure you can keep applying is going to cause so many problems for Wicked right now.
Not to mention the haunting guys that Soaz picked up is just going to destroy Wicked. We do have Stupid trying to go for a gank on mid lane, but Specate not getting caught flashing out of that charm.
Flash does get burnt, though. That means ultimate for Flash. That's going to be a fair enough engage there. Snoopy, all he had to use was a Shadow Dash and just walks away from that one. Cyanide picking up his own red buff, of course.
Twist Fate going to the top lane.
Oh, he's going to go and get the stun guard down. He will land. Is it going to be enough? Wicked realizes he needs to turn towards his own turret here. He's going to try and take this one out, and he managed to last it. So has taken very, very low, but he's got no help. He can't finish off the kill because they've gone for Dragon instead.
That was such a smart play of Xpeke there because he actually tanked the turret long enough for Soaz to try to pick up the kill, but Wicked staying alive because he's just so strong with that Zac, able to heal off that passive. And now Evil Geniuses off the back of that, they wasted a Twisted Fate ultimate, they wasted a flash out of Soaz, and they get a Dragon on top of it.
Very good turnaround. It closes that gold gap, and now Fnatic pushing on towards that bottom lane. They have got Yellow Pete and Grepo returning back in there. This time the blue buff will be given across to Froggen as well. It's all important blue buff for him as well. He's definitely going to have to make sure he keeps control of this one, something that they didn't do in game one as the blue side.
Yeah, we'll see how strong he can actually be on Ahri this time. As I was about to say, where's the blue buff right there, but he is able to pick it up. And with that Twist Fate ultimate being down, Froggen could go for an engage very early on, or not very early on, very soon, because he has his ultimate available very shortly, and Xpeke has no ulti.
Oh, we're going to see Chain of Corruption landing straight away. Crepo repels away. He's going to be able to get to his minions. There is a wave there, and now Yellow Pete turns aggressive on towards Enrated and forces him back, starting to get a little bit hot and heavy in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and you can see how much damage a Kog'Maw can do at level 6 with that mixed damage you do with the AD and the magic. Not to mention the range you have is just ridiculous. We just Cyanide sneaking into the top lane, trying to go for a gank here. But Wicked is sitting in that front bush, just trying to keep vision and make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, he knows that Soaz is down, and Soaz trying to bait him in a little bit here. And we already see the fact that Peke is starting to head north. They've gone, yep, don't go for that one. And that's actually going to cause a problem because they're going towards the blue buff. That's all they wanted. Instead, it's going to be Cyanide helping out that one. It's going to leash it out for him, and Peke is doing the damage.
Relatively slow game so far. We have Xpeke actually building the Cage's Lucky Pick, so it looks like he will go for Twin Shadows very soon. Which is actually, honestly, a perfect item for him because he needs to slow Zac, he needs to slow Ahri, and that's going to help him out quite a bit. Also, it's going to deter ganks from him because he can slow Shen from being able to get in and taunt him, so he's going to commit a flash to land that. So smart pickup for him, and we'll see if he's able to make it work.
Easy for you to say. Golden's
Not easy for me to say.
Fnatic do take that down, so that's going to keep that advantage. And of course, the ultimate will be available in a few moments. Peke did use it just a moment ago, but he can see he can start zipping around the map, so that's why they need to keep those wards. That ward coverage, Froggen has to keep a track of him. Remember, he has got that teleport up. If Peke was to step away, then Froggen is needed to join that battle. He could also, of course, go for the ganks himself with that. So that's ultimate, that summoner spell, I should say, not ultimate. It would be the ultimate for Peke. But as it is Wicked, he's done a very good job at closing that gap, in the top lane. He's got ability power as well, so both champions in the top lane stacking out that IP.
And considering he got killed as first blood, like that's just an amazing job just to hold on to that lane long enough. 66 to 61 CS is not bad at all. As you see in the mid laners, both of them having blue buffs. I wouldn't be surprised to see Froggen go in. Like, we saw Twisted Fate ulti the top lane, but he didn't follow him. It looks like Wicked knew he can handle it himself. He didn't make a play, but as I say that, he is heading towards the top, so they are spotted by a ward, though.
They are spotted by the ward, but it's going to be a 3-on-2, and that's going to leave Peke to free farm and shove that middle, and they immediately respond to this. They're pushing back down there, but this time Snoopy is snuck around the backside, so they're going to see Froggen coming back and think, where the hell is that sneaky little ninja? And he's going to come crashing straight across, flashes and gets the Shadow Dash across there. Hasn't managed to get the ultimate straight down to him, but it will be enough to take him down, and Froggen picks up the kill. Very well played there by Evil Geniuses.
That was a great flash taunt out of Snoopy. Gave him no time to react at all, could not get away from the taunt, couldn't even slow him or stun him right there. Great job by Evil Geniuses to get a kill over to Froggen.
Oh, and they're going to be the stun lock on towards Yellow Pete. Is it going to be enough? But look at that. Crepo turns straight away, goes aggressive on towards Enrated. Chain of Corruption does come out, but Yellow Pete caught out. There's going to be the tough teleport coming in from Froggen. And look at that. Stand United and teleport. And suddenly Evil Geniuses have a 4-man stack in this bottom lane versus the 1 member of Yellow Star. I would be running right now.
Look how much they committed to that. I mean, you mentioned the Stand United and the teleport. They're able to pick up a kill, though. They're able to pick up a turret off of this. And of course, see Froggen heading back to the mid lane. Needs to hold on to it. In the meantime, Wicked very low in the top side of the map against Soaz right now. Soaz has Ignite, so he could go for kill. We have Twist Fate ulti coming in the bot lane.
He's going to try and come down. Can he catch the stun? It's actually Snoopy and caught, probably the lesser of the 2 evils. He really Yellow Pete he was after, but it doesn't matter. They'll see whether they can get a kill from it. They do manage to get another stun card down. The Cocoon is still available from Crepo. They're going to turn aggressive on towards Yellowstar. The barrier comes down. It's going to get popped. Both AD carries going down. Canyon surprise. Will it be enough? They're going to pop on towards it. Snoopy goes down, but Peke dies as well. And it's Crepo that picks up the kill. And that is advantage, really, for Evil Geniuses, despite the fact it was 2-2, the assists and the kills going to Crepo.
Yeah, perfect for EG right there. We see Froggen has 2 kills now at this point, and even though Yellow Pete did die, that passive out of him was hilarious to see because Twisted Fate could not move in that Shen taunt, and he just blew up. But yeah, Evil Geniuses taking the better side of that trade, though they are still down 400 gold at this point. That Twisted Fate passive is ridiculous for keeping your gold up.
Froggen makes a move towards the top. There is no wards in the river this time around, but it's sheer just dude potential, I believe he used to be recalled as, but Soaz is being cautious, but they know he's there because he stood on top of that ward, and now Froggen is so close. And you can see Wicked, he's going to launch towards him, and in goes Froggen. He's going to come across, gets the charm down, it should be enough damage. He turns it around, and Froggen is a wrecking machine right now. 3-0, and that needlessly large rod is doing work for them. Evil Genius is going to shove on towards the top lane. Remember that bottom lane, it's taken a lot of damage as well, and Peke is having to use defensive duties right now.
So smart out of Froggen right there on that gank. He waited for that charm. He did not want to rush it at all because they knew they could pick up that kill. Soaz tried to flash, but it just wasn't enough. Looks like Peke will be able to hold on towards that top lane, and Snoopy did the same in the middle. But EG looking very strong now. Gold is tied, but they are up 2 kills.
Wow, 5-3 then so far. Like you mentioned, Gold is tied. Very, very tight game here. That's interesting, the fact that the goal is tied, because Evil Genius picked up the dragon, if you remember. That does mean that surely the farming waves. Where is the gold being stacked out here? I'm intrigued.
Twisted Fate passive is just so strong.
Yes.
That extra 2 gold you get, so just double how much CS they have. That's how much extra gold they got from that. Does counter that dragon very easily. And as we say, dragon, it is up in 9 seconds here, and Evil Genius is kind of waiting for it to happen.
That was a shadow dash across. Snoopy's going to sneak around. There isn't a ward in that tribe, but she won't be seen right now.
Wicked's coming down too.
It's going to come down there. You can see Wicked is going to join the party. He's going to be launching himself in there any moment now. And Fnatic, they're on a 4-on-2 situation here. They're going to need Peke to come down and join him. Here comes Snoopy's going to show himself. Gets the shadow dash, gets the taunt. Repel comes out. You can see the chain of corruption comes out from Yellowstone. It's not going to be enough. Peke now, he wants to cancel that straight away. Comes in there. That was a mistake from Peke. As soon as he saw it, does manage to get the twin shadows out and force Evil Genius is back. But here comes Froggen around the side. He's going to catch Peke down. Absolutely caught away. The stun by N-Rated. Is it going to be enough to back away from this one? The exhaust has run out, and the rest of Evil Genius as the cocoon comes in there. The Shadow Dash, the Stand United. N-Rated now in trouble. Evil Geniuses are absolutely wrecking Fnatic right now. The gold is still so tight, but the kill count says it all. It's 8-3 to Evil Geniuses.
And Snoopy and Froggen are playing like gods this game. Just their presence around the map has been so spot on. Soaz was able to pick up a turret off of that, but Evil Geniuses got the bottom turret, and they're going to get a dragon. Soaz going to keep pushing that top lane, but looks like Wicked will be able to back and stop him from getting any damage onto that second turret. Evil Geniuses, we talked about him having that mental block on the red side, but it looks like they might have worked past that.
It may well have worked in, and it seems to be working in the form of Froggen. He's getting the kills, he's getting the damage, and that gold is just going to be stacking hugely in his favor right now in that mid lane. 5-0 his kill count is. Needs the large rod, or will it be Zhonya's hourglass? Whatever he goes for, it's going to be a big item.
Yes, it will. I mean, so it's still sticking up onto the top side. We have a lot of wards actually picked up for Fnatic because they realize we're going to start losing control of our own jungle here. We need to protect it. The top turret and mid turret are pretty low at this point. Speke is able to pick up his blue though. That's going to be a good thing for him. He's obviously going to need that reduced cooldown on that ultimate to really make some presence around, but he's been shut down every time. Like, every ulti he's done has not worked out well for him.
It's not working out too well for him. In that bottom lane, you know, Crepo and Yellow Pete has been doing work down there, honestly. They created the moments, the kills that have happened down the bottom. Yellowstar and N-Rated, every time they've gone in, there's been a counter. This is almost, you know, like when you face the Koreans, there's everything you do, there's a counter towards them. And Evil Geniuses may well have unlocked the secret here.
Yes, they have, in the form of a Shen jungle, as we're seeing. Because this worked out so well, because we get to look back. He got shut down level 1. He was forced to flash and forced to use that taunt, or skill up that taunt, but he's been able to catch back up, all due to the fact that Wicked died early on. He was able to get those levels. The ultimates he's been using has created so many opportunities for Evil Geniuses. Looks like they might be able to get a top turret as Expected comes around. We do have a potential mid-push happening here out of Fnatic, though.
Speaking of that Shen jungle, look at him. He's got the Aegis Legion already. He's 0-1-6. 6 assists he's picked up. And that is helping him hugely, despite the fact he hasn't got the CS. He hasn't been keeping up with Cyanide. Cyanide's been farming in and out, but it's going to be the red buff being taken away, the Wraith, sorry, being taken away here. And the red buff was warded up as well. And now you can see Evil Genius is stacking in this mid lane. They're going to get a bit of poke on towards N-Rated. The cocoon comes out, forces the flash away. And Evil Geniuses are just putting pressure all across the map right now.
Yeah, they are really controlling this game at this point. You even saw Fnatic switch up their AD carry support into the middle lane, sending Soaz bottom just to kind of hold out a little bit, maybe shut Froggen down, but He has a Zonias now. He's 5-0, only 17 minutes in. We have Froggen coming towards the top side. That twin shot trying to slow him, but it's not enough.
Uses the ultimate to come across and does get stun carded out there, but Peke already half his hit points shredded off there. They are going to have to back away from this turret. The rest of Fnatic starting to come towards the top and try and fend them off, but they have to deal with the fact that Crepo, and actually tell a lie, it's Snoopy and Yellow Pete were shoving that mid lane, and you can see Yellow Star had to come in there. 4 members of Fnatic, though, they were drawn towards the top of the turret there.
And look what Evil Geniuses is doing. This is a situation they like to be in. They like to be the team that forces the other team to react. Like Fnatic, they've just been reacting to every move that Evil Genius has been doing, and this is where Evil Genius really starts to prosper from. If they keep this up, they could take this game, because the gold lead is pretty big at this point, considering last game how, you know, 40 minutes in was only 2,000 difference.
Well, let's not count Fnatic out just yet. 2,000 gold is all it is. Actually, tell a lie, that's just 1,500 gold. So that's still not a big difference overall. But if they can shut down Froggen, that could be a serious problem for Evil Geniuses, because he's picking up all of their kills right now. However, Kog'Maw versus Varus is actually a pretty even battle if they were to reach late game.
I would disagree with that, to be honest. I would respectfully disagree, just because the range. Like, in terms of pure damage, if they were to go head-to-head without the range difference, yes, it'd be very close. But because Yellow Pete can sit back, pop that W, and attack the tanks, and do magic and attack damage to them, it makes him so much more strong.
We'll see how it does progress, because as it stands, Yellow Pete has played a magnificent game in the last one, so I wouldn't doubt his Kog'Maw. It's a champion that he's used many times throughout Season 2. And it definitely works well. However, Yellow Star, he's no slouch either. He's working towards that. I believe he's going to go Last Whisper now rather than Infinity Edge. I think he's going to be able to quite get towards that Infinity Edge that quick.
I think actually both AD carries are going to go for an Eye Edge after this play of the Rune King. And also, keep in mind, even though Yellow Star's score is 1-2-1, and he has a little bit CS more than Yellow Pete, the goal difference between the two is less than 100 at this point. Like, that's just how strong the Twisted Fate passive is. It's keeping him in the game. And we'll see who can get the IE first, because that's going to show you who's going to want the team fights.
Well, Evil Genius stacking in that mid lane. They're going to keep putting the pressure down on towards it. You can see Peke and Froggen sneaking around here. Froggen desperately wants to get close to Peke. Peke taunting there, actually, using the taunt key. Froggen's going to wipe out that wave, but it's the mid lane where the focus is. You can see 3 members of Evil Geniuses keep on pushing there. Yellow Pete desperately trying to get in. We do see Soaz reacting to it. He's going to get spotted out. There's the equalizer coming down, and the flash forced out from Crepo there. Cocoon didn't quite land, but it's an ultimate for a flash.
And what Evil Genius is doing right now, they're forcing Fnatic to react in terms of, you're going to lose one turret, you decide which one's going to be. And they decide that they're going to lose their top instead of their middle. They wanted to keep that one alive, so I was just going to go up there and get some farm. But we see Froggen going in on the bottom lane yet again.
He's going to dive in. He can just get an ultimate, but the stun card comes down the hair because the Stand United coming out from Froggen. He's going to try and follow through on towards Peke. Can't quite catch up with him. Peke already made a mad run for it, but that does mean the bottom turret may be exposed, or is it going to mid turret? This is like you said a moment ago, they're forcing them to choose which one they're going to lose.
Yeah, that is indeed. And we see that the boots, we see Merchants on Expectate, and he even picked up Alacrity as well. So the extra movement speed mixed in with the Twin Shadows just makes him so fast that Froggen can't keep up. And you saw right there how much benefit it gives him, and it kept him alive.
20-minute Runic Bulwark coming out as well from Snoopy. He is going to be a very tanky Shen, and that's going to help assist the entire team. So those assists that he's been getting have been working wonders. But we do see Peke going in towards Yellow Pete. Hasn't got the flash available, but it doesn't matter because the flip comes out from Cyanide, and it is going to be Yellow Pete taken down. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption landing across. The Evil Genius just getting melted on their own turret, but the turret is doing work, and now Crepo goes repelling in there. Froggen did manage to pick up the kill on towards Cyanide, but it's still a 2-for-1.
And if Yellow Pete, if Froggen had ultimate right there, I think they could have actually taken more targets than they did right there. But it was a 1-for-2 trade in the end, so Fnatic did get the benefit of that. And Expeke was able to pick up something here. I mean, the whole point is that his ultimates have been effective, but that one worked out quite well.
That one worked out very well. A 2-for-1, they'll accept that one, and now it's going to be the Dragon possibly starting out by Evil Genius as the rest of the team. They can't react to this one. In Yellow Star, tanking out and stealing away that mid turret. Very well played from him.
And Evil Geniuses weren't even able to make a play off of that because Stupe was dead. They weren't able to go for that Dragon and kind of cancel out 1-to-1. So if Fnatic can pick up that Dragon, they will get ahead in gold, and they'll look very strong as this game goes on.
Well, we have double split lanes coming out. Froggen split lane in bottom, and Peke pushing on the top. Both turrets are, of course, down, so it's the inner turrets they're going in towards, but they are trying to cause as much chaos as they can across the map. And so far, I wouldn't call it really either way between these two teams. Still 600 gold. The Dragon will be going to Evil Geniuses this time around. There's nothing Fnatic can do about it, so that's going to be the second one secured for them.
And I want to point out something. It's kind of off on a different tangent, but we had Messiah talk about He's twisted. Actually, in the meantime, I'll get back to the second. We see Henreda getting caught here by Wicked. They might be able to pick up a kill.
Froggen's going to come in, uses that ultimate. The charm doesn't land, but he can continue the damage around the side there. Soaz does get the harpoons down on towards Froggen. It slows him down enough, and it does look like Evil Genius is going to steal away that red buff.
Okay, so actually, I'm gonna keep it for later. So as chooses the equalizer.
Oh, the equalizer comes in, and it's going to be Crapper that's caught out this time around. He's going to get dropped, and Fnatic are looking very good in this fight. He's going to repel away. Can they catch on towards him? Soaz is going to come around. The harpoon is going to be available. Yellow piece taken very low, as is Froggen. It's a double kill for Soaz. Kathy and Surprise is going to go across there. We also see another kill. It's going to be Yellowstar taking down Crepo, and that is a fantastic turnaround for Fnatic. It was all looking so chaotic and good for Evil Geniuses, but Fnatic responding kind with a 3-for-0.
A 3-for-0, and they got the killing spree off of Froggen right there over to Soaz. So that's ridiculous. They're going to be able to pick up this turret as well. They have a lot of money to spend at this point, and that just got them back in the game so well.
And the bottom turret also being pressured. Peke's going to get in towards that. That's going to turn their gold massively in their favor. This turret and the next one will swing it to a 3,000 gold advantage quickly towards Fnatic. And that is how quick they just snowballed the game. How is that going to be a problem for Evil Geniuses now? Because Peke in there picked up a lot of damage. The fact that he's got that Lich Bane now completed, he is going to be a pain in the proverbial when he starts split pushing.
It's going to be a huge advantage for Fnatic now, because we talked about earlier, like which 80 carries going to get the Infinity Edge first, because that'll show who's going to start winning these fights, and it's going to be Yellowstar. He's going to have that done really soon at this point, and it's going to make him so strong. And I was trying to point out earlier with the point about Messiah. He talked about Twisted Fate. If your first two ultimates don't work, like if you don't start to snowball off of that, you're really not going to be able to split push that well. But because of these fights, because of Expected being able to get these assists in, he's been able to get the Lich Bane done. He's been able to get the items he needs to really be a scary force to, for Evil Geniuses to deal with.
You got there in the end without Svenskeren interrupting you.
I was about to ask, where's Svenskeren?
Unfortunately, he didn't make it. Evil Geniuses did, and it is a very, very tight 9-8 in kills, and you can see the goal difference is 2,000 right now to Fnatic, 4-2 in turrets. And that Twisted Fate passive is working wonders for Fnatic. And, you know, Evil Geniuses, they knew they were going to allow it through. They knew they were going to be against Twisted Fate, and they've tried to counter it with that Stand United, with that Teleport on Frog, and it was working so well at the start, but it's such a good counter from Fnatic in those last few fights. Really, it's all about the ward placement. They knew they were in the right position at the right time to start that fight, and it worked wonders.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses, they did a perfect job of stopping that Twisted Fate, but one little slip-up, like one mistake can cost you the game, because now Fnatic took that mistake, they started to snowball it, and they were able to get the items over to the players they need. We see Soaz, you know, he's built 2 items that aren't completed just yet. He just has Abyss, so Froggen's not going to be doing too much damage to him, as well as Wicked now. But you look over at Froggen after the entirety of those fights, he still has a Death Cap and a Zonias. His ability power is ridiculous. Problem is, if they can lock him down just like he said before, if they can kill him, where's the rest of the damage that Evil Geniuses is going to come from?
Well, Soaz, that equalizer was the one that started the fight off in the last time around. Can he do it again? That wood in the banana bush will spot them out. Crepo will see that with his Oracle there. Has to stick around. Look at that. N-Rated was ready and waiting. He's just going to put that ward straight back in there. I expect he will. Yep, there's the ward, pops on the map straight away the moment he backs away from that one. Froggen's shown his position in that top lane, which means all of Fnatic respond and start pushing that mid lane.
It's kind of standard, though. It's like, let Froggen split push, let him get the farm he needs, because he can carry us to victory, which he has the items to do right now. We need to see Yellow Pete. He needs his Infinity Edge. He needs to get that item, because the rest of the Geniuses can protect him at that point. And when that happens, like, he will be putting out so much damage that really Soaz, who hasn't built too much armor just yet, or Sino hasn't built too much armor, he can just destroy them quickly.
Who's the quickest split pusher right now, Froggen or Peke?
Peke.
Peke, you think, with that Lich Bane?
Yeah, I mean, considering he can full clear a wave with just his Q red card combo and then hit the turret with the Lich Bane, he's gonna make it so he can push a lot quicker. Not to mention his ultimate can get him around the map. But we do have Froggen with his teleport, but obviously he can only get to, you know, wards or minions.
Well, they gave up the middle turret in order to try and get the kill on Froggen there, and it didn't work. And Evil Geniuses walk away with a free mid turret now. And that is going to keep them 4-3 in turrets, very close between them. But that bottom wave, you can see it's been split pushed down there. Wicked was going across to try and deal with it, but Fnatic have gathered, and they're going up the mid lane.
Yeah, we're expecting he's trying to keep the pressure on that bottom lane, trying to force Evil Geniuses to react to him consistently, but he hasn't been able to do too much damage to the turret just yet. And we are almost even on turrets, 4-3, almost even on kills, 8-9, and the gold lead's still very close at this point. it's really anyone's game. Only anyone's game at this point. We're only 27 minutes in.
Well, everything is up for grabs. Remember, this is for a place in the grand finals. They'll be facing either Gambit or SK Gaming, who will be playing after this match concludes. And this is the final game. Infinity Edge now is completed by Yellow Star. He's going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage when the next fight comes around. You can see Yellow Pete also desperately trying to get that item built out as well. Soaz and Wicked are going head-to-head once again in the top lane, and it's Froggen pushing that bottom lane. This time he's got Snoopy ready and waiting in the wings to help him out.
Yes, he does. And Yellow Pete, he does have the Eye Edge done just now. We even have Yellow Star. He's going for a Guardian Angel with that that no magic mantle, so he's going to be very hard to deal with as the game goes on. And Fnatic, I mean, you talked about before, the vision. Look how many wards are on the map. It's like a Christmas tree with just how much sight there is for everyone. And Fnatic, they're staying grouped up. Like, they don't want to get caught off guard. They don't want to lose fights in these in the jungle. And no one currently has an Oracle on either team. Actually, sorry, Crepo does have one, but it's run out very soon. So they don't really have the ability to take away the vision and deny it.
Well, it's actually, you know, the fact that the game pace has definitely slowed down here. After Evil Geniuses, they had such a big advantage. They were 8-3 up in kills, and now it's 9-8. They've gone, oh, okay, let's
put the brakes on.
Let's put the brakes on this. Let's see if we can get this dragon away. But it looks like Fnatic are ready to fight for this one. They're going to be doing a bit of a pincer move, though, which is less than ideal. And Froggen and Peke, they're going to fight each other. Froggen's using his ultimate, poking in there, and it does look like he's going to maybe not get caught out there.
Oh, they're going to go for the dragon here. It does get taken.
And the dragon does get taken by Evil Geniuses. The equalizer came out there from Soaz. Can they turn the engagement? Chain of Corruption misses. They do not whiff that one, and they're going to lock up Soaz. Is it going to be enough damage? But in goes Peke on towards Snoopy. You can see the Zhonya's Hourglass focusing wonders there. And now we're going to see the Evil Geniuses dropping left, right, and center. That's going to be 4-0 picked up by Fnatic. The dragon went to Evil Geniuses, but was it worth a complete slaughter in the pit?
No, it was not indeed. And now Fnatic looks like they're even heading up towards Baron right now. They're not very healthy at this point, and I'm curious to see if they can actually take it. We do have XPK still split pushing, but they're going to need his damage, I have to say, to really take this down.
Yeah, they were going to try and 3-man it when Wicked's going to come around. This is a dangerous move there, and yeah, and they've realized they're like, whoa, we can't tank that out, especially with Wicked close by. He's got that Fortitude bot. He maybe had to pick up an exit kill here.
Is he going to go for it? We're not going to find out.
Nope. He thought about it and then didn't. But it doesn't matter because Peke picks up another turret, and that's the inner bottom lane turret going down. 5-3 in turrets right now, and that gold lead is stretching more and more every time these teams fight now.
I kind of like that play a little bit if you think about it. So Fnatic, they were pretty sure there was no vision. Like, they weren't 100% sure there was no vision because that pink ward's not spawning anything inside the Baron pit. But they went to Baron knowing they probably couldn't do it, but that made it so Wicked had to react to the Baron and not react to the split push that XPK was doing. So it gives them a free turret in the end. No one else is going to take Baron, so they weren't under the pressure of, you know, Evil Geniuses rushing it, and in the end it worked out for them.
Let's see how it does work out for them. It's so important that Froggen gets involved in that next fight. Hexdrinker being picked up now by Yellow Star. Starting to react to everything that's being picked up. Both these teams, they know the builds inside and out. We're seeing Wicked, of course. He's gone for that Spirit Visage earlier on. He did have the Haunting guys very early. Now he's gone for a bit more health because it's not quite working out in those fights like he'd like it.
I thought Yellow Star was actually going to go for a GA, but I guess I'm just going to help him out, give him a little bit more attack damage and that shield. And Yellow P, oh, we do have Twisted Fate coming in on a Crepo.
He's going in towards Crepo. Crepo's going to repel. He's got nowhere to go to. He flashes out of it and avoids the damage. Very well played from Crepo to get out of that one. Ultimate burn of Fnatic. Now they're going to 5-man towards that top lane turret.
We've seen so many fantastic repels out of Crepo and Soaz when Soaz played him in last game, and they're just showing the power of Elise support or AP top lane. But Fnatic, 5-man closing in on this top turret. Froggen is nowhere to be seen, but he does have teleport to get in there if they need to. But I think it might be too late if he does go in.
Well, we'll see whether he can react to it. There's no wards really behind, so we can't see any crazy play. And it does look like Fnatic are going to keep on chunking down that turret. They can't hold this one off. Turret's going to go down. He's going to be pushing on the inner turret down the bottom, but Fnatic are keeping on shoving this one.
Yeah, that bomb turret not low at all. It's about 3/4 health right now. Froggen's backing away to come help out because he doesn't want to lose this inhibitor turret. That's too much to lose out on.
Oh, the repel this time. Chain of Corruption lands. Crepo gets dropped. Cyanide walks in, and now Snoopy's taken low. Is there enough? Not quite enough to take him down, but it doesn't matter because it's a 4-on-3 already. 4-on-3, a 5-on-4. I can't even count, but it doesn't matter. Actually, there is only 3 members there because everybody else is having to back off to try and heal themselves up. Fnatic are sieging this one down. They've taken half the hit points off this inhibitor turret already, and they continue to keep on pressuring. Crepo goes deep. Froggen tries to get in there. Soaz uses Zhonya's Hourglass. Can they catch him out there? Zhonya's Hourglass comes out from Froggen this time. Stand United. Dash comes out from Snoopy. They do manage to get 1, 2, 3. It's a multi-kill right now, and it's going to be Froggen that picks them all up.
That's a great job. Wicked even got his passive popped right there in the end, was able to stay alive long enough. And Evil Geniuses, even though they did lose a turret, pick up those 3 kills. They might actually be able to rush Baron here, and that is not good for Fnatic.
That is where Evil Geniuses are running straight towards, and well, you can see Pekka, he's realized it. He doesn't want to back away. He's going to try and linger around and see if he can steal something away here. He's going to see those golems, and now he knows what is up. The question is, can he get around? Can he throw that wild card out? That's all he's going to be able to try and steal it with. No, he's choosing to back away from this one. He does use that passive ultimate, but ult is not so passive. It's more of a pressure pressing R. But it's going to give them vision, but there's not a great deal they can do with it. Oh, the equalizer came in at the last-ditch effort, and it's actually Yellow Pete and not the Smite that picked it up.
And we did have expected. He went for his own blue buff right there because he knew he could. I mean, he might have potentially been able to steal it. He could have actually sat behind Baron Pit and hit it with a Q or 2, but he didn't want to get caught. He didn't want to die. And as he was trying to take the wolves, he was able to get his blue, but still, EUG, with that Baron buff, with them pretty much off full health, full mana, they're going to be pushing for this turret.
They're pushing straight towards the inner turret. Fnatic have all respawned. There's 5-on-5 in towards this mid lane. 13-12 in kills. Still very, very tight between both these teams. Hail of Arrows comes out to try and keep that wave cleared. Can they catch the damage? Yes, they can. Yellow Pete taking a lot of chunks there. He hasn't got any mana either, really, but he's going to get that regen coming from that Baron buff. Is it going to be enough? That is the question. They can't really seize just one down.
That mana, I mean, it's going to be a huge factor for Yellow Pete, but the point is all he needs is his W. They're going to be attacking this turret. They have the range they need to easily to go for this Frog and trying to do some damage. So see the Chain of Corruption coming out.
Chain of Corruption lands on Wicked, and he's going to get dropped. It's going to be Crepo that finishes that one off. Sorry, N-Rated that finishes that one off. I'm so used to seeing Leona on there. And now the Evil Geniuses, they have to dash away from this one. Oh, the stun not quite catching on towards Snoopy. He is running for his life, but he's going to get stunned up. Snoopy goes down. It's a 2-for-0. And now Fnatic are chasing down the Baron up Evil Geniuses straight at the mid lane. There's going to be the Twin Shadows. There's going to be the Equalizer. The stun card, Frog is going to get dropped. They flip Yellow Pete in there. Sonny's Hourglass comes out, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Fnatic wiping them out, pecking the triple kill up for Soaz. And surely that could be the game for Fnatic.
They are going to push this top side right now. The tower is very low at this point. They're going to get the inhibitor. They have about 20 seconds left on a Wicked and Snoopy. I don't know if they can actually finish this up right now because they're relatively low, but still, that was a great play just to score an ace, an inhibitor off of Baroned up Evil Geniuses.
They're going to go straight in. They could take down the Nexus turrets. They're going to push in for it. There's at least 10 seconds still on Wicked, but he is going to be the only man alongside him. It's going to be Snoopy. There's not a great deal of damage there. They're going to take down both Nexus turrets, and they're pushing on towards the Nexus for a place in the grand finals. They'll be facing either Gambit or SK Gaming. We see Wicked last touch of it. Snoopy's going to come across there. They're trying to take it down, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus tower falls, and it is going to be Fnatic that pick up the win over Evil Geniuses. What a game to finish on. What a well played by that man in the black and orange shirt. Pretty much everyone.
Which one?
Which one? Everyone. But they all played brilliant.
But what a way to close out the series. I mean, taking out a Baron up Evil Geniuses, then taking the game from that is just ridiculous. They fought on their own side of the map for a good portion of that fight. Wow, Fnatic just phenomenal.
What a great game. Evil Geniuses looked like they had command, but Fnatic snatched it away. 8-1-8 for Soaz towards the end there. Fantastic equalizers and that triple kill at the end, boosting his stats very nicely. We're going to get over to the analysis desk. It's going to be Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry to take you through that epic game.
What an amazing end to that best of 3 quick shot. There's a lot to talk about in this final game here, but for Evil Geniuses, the start was there from. We saw Froggen going up to 5-0-0, getting an early Zhonya's Hourglass. They seem to be doing everything right.
We couldn't breathe. The amount of action that was happening in that game, I jumped out of my seat at least twice. And talking about Froggen's plays, when they went on that bottom lane and he, just ran in there, picks up kills, tower dives, it was just kill after kill after kill. And you started thinking, well, that's it, Fnatic are out of this. The one thing that helped them, that saved them throughout the entirety of that early game, was the fact that Twisted Fate's passive was keeping them in it as far as gold is concerned.
Yeah, they were only one step behind. When you look, I mean, it was the case in the second game as well, that they were only a very short amount of gold behind. The kind of gold lead that one fight can really change the swing of the game. And we have that one fight pretty much for you that happened in the jungle on Fnatic's bottom side of the map.
This is literally the team fight that changed the tempo of the game. It was from this fight that Fnatic clawed back control and said, no, we're not going to be bullied around by Evil Geniuses anymore. So let's jump into the replay. It is at 22 minutes on the clock. What has happened a moment ago? Froggen has used his ultimate to try and pick up N-Rated from the side. Members of Fnatic are trying to, regroup and put themselves in a position where they can pick a fight. And you'll actually see Froggen using his ultimate here just to, the final couple of charges. And this is literally what turns the fight around. A perfectly stacked Equalizer and Solar Flare. Look at all of the damage that Fnatic are putting down without being within any damaging range. You see on the bottom lane that they are going to chase down Crepo, while Soaz and Cyanide are just going to chase and pick up a double kill. They carry on running through the map here and just pick up more and more, objectives and map control. And that was the first fight that gave them, I would dare say, the confidence to pick more fights.
Yeah, that was the point where they realized, okay, we can get into this one. And obviously everything combined for them. That equalizer from Soaz, I hate the name for equalizer because it's anything but an equalizer in most fights that we see. It really tipped the balance of that one. Then we saw N-rated. We know how good he is with Leona. He landed everything perfectly to really keep on top of that one. We did see a kill at the end, which we just want to notice because it confused us and we had to look back at it. That was the kill for Yellow Star, who was in the middle of the map, but Elise was at the bottom. Elise actually ran into the tower there before Twisted Figure that way. So that's why he got the kill, even though he was in the middle of the map. And that was really the, what started things going in for Fnatic. They started to push. They pushed a little bit more. They took the inner turret in the top lane, and they went onto that inhibitor turret in the top lane. All of a sudden, EG said, right, that's it then. We're going to go back in for this one. They managed to get 3 kills. Wait a minute. 3 kills. Yeah, 3 kills from that one. It was so much action in this one. I actually used 2 pages of notes for it. Then they backed off and they went straight to Baron. They took the Baron as well. It was close to being stolen away by the equalizer, so I was coming in just a slight bit too early with that one. But then, as EG pushed down the middle, we see what happens.
And the reason that this mistake happened is the fact that the tempo from the game was just ramping up, and the players just got more and more and more into it. So they barreled down the mid lane, tried to jump onto that mid inner turret, and Fnatic just said, nope, you shall not pass. Re-engaged on them, picked up enough kills, and were able to close it out. So a great performance from both teams, and it was just the smallest of engagements and the smallest of things that, swung complete control from EG to Fnatic, Fnatic to EG, and finally, that final nail in the coffin was, of course, Fnatic's to nail home.
Well, it's not all sad news for Evil Geniuses. Of course, they are going to be playing in the 3rd-4th playoff tomorrow, fighting for that 3rd position. And they've already yesterday, with that victory over the Copenhagen Wolves in the quarterfinal, guaranteed their jobs for the next half, the summer split of the LCS. It's time, though, to crown an MVP for this one. Talk us through it here, Quick Shot.
This was a difficult one for a number of reasons because both games were fantastic from all sorts of different sides. We're going to start with EG and give a special mention to Froggen because he's really the determining factor in the second game. He was really what helped in that 3rd game as well.
Yeah.
But overall, we're going to give the MVP to Soaz from Fnatic. His Zac in game 1 was the reason they won all of those team fights. Cyanide's Jarvan backed him up on all those engages and helped him. In game 2, when he was playing Elise, he was in complete control of that entire matchup. And you and I were gawking at the numbers that the neurotoxin was dealing.
Yeah, 25% damage every single time he went in there. Like, he was probably the sole reason that they managed to stay in there. You saw the amount of Randuin's Omens that were actually over on the other side. And it wasn't the auto attacks from the AD to the 2 AD carries, of course, that kept him that one. The fact was Soaz was causing the problems there. And then coming into game number 3, as we said, Equalizer's the wrong name for that ultimate that he used here today because it swung completely how those fights went.
It was the Dominationizer.
It was indeed something like that.
But it was a fantastic game, and it was literally those equalizers that turned the tide of the battle. From that fight at 22 minutes to the game being completed at 34 minutes, it was just equalizer after equalizer that controlled areas of the map and ensured that the game was won for Fnatic.
So we're going to go over to the main stage. We've got another special for you this time with both players, or a player from each team, I should say. Over with Shox, it's going to be Soaz and Crepo.
Yes, I'm here with Soaz and Crepo. Starting off, Soaz, the story of that first game was really all about the Zac attack. Very good play from you. What do you think is really strong about him? How does he work in your team comp?
Zac is really strong hero. He's really tanky, and you just deal damage by tankiness. So you have really strong engage and AoE. You have everything that needs a tank. So he's good hero.
Then, of course, the second game, Crepo, was for EG very long-winded. So how did you experience that from your point of view?
Well, basically, we wanted to make them tired. That worked out. Now, we wanted to get the Zac ourselves and see if we could do as well as Soaz did with them, but he had a good counter in Elise on lane. But then that's why the 3rd game we actually got Elise support to get rid of the lane counter. And I think that worked out well for us. But yeah, second game was really long out because we had a small lead. They couldn't really split push us that well, so we could just maintain the lead, and then it became a ward war. Once they ran out of ward, we had Nasher, they took inhib, did the same thing again, second inhib, third inhib, over, and eventually they couldn't defend it anymore, and we had the game.
Absolutely. And then in the third game, it was all about the split pushing Twisted Fate once again. In the beginning, it got shut down by Ari, but then it just worked out perfectly again for you guys.
Yeah, the problem was PK couldn't one-on-one Ari, and as soon as he could one-on-one Ari, we were fine, and we could engage middle before he came with teleport, and basically we just throw on top, but after that they are too overconfident on middle, and they just throw again middle, and we ended the game after that.
All right. Crepo, you lost this game here, but nevertheless a great performance here. What does that do to you if you think of where EG was a couple of weeks ago?
If you look at where we were like half a year ago, it's still not good. Like we were 4th place, and now we lost, and we kind of threw the last game. But to be fair, they made some throws as well, so it pretty much was a game of throws. Other than that, at least we proved that we could still end 4th. We beat Wolves. We had I guess a decent best of 3 against Fnatic. We took 1 game of them anyways, and the last game was close. So it's not good, but not bad either. So well, and congratulations to Fnatic.
Very nice. So as you'll be up against SK or Gambit tomorrow in the final of the playoffs, who do you think you will be up against, and how do you think that will go?
I have no idea. Both can win. But what team I would prefer to play against? I would say SK than Gambit, and yeah, that's it.
All right, and then the final question. For Fnatic, Season 2 wasn't the biggest success, so what are your working points going into the second half of the season, being on top right now?
Yeah, it wasn't the best. We didn't qualify for Season 2 final, but we just worked really hard, and now we are back. So the goal is just to be one of the best team in the world.
All right, same question for you, Mitch. You guys did make it to the World Finals, but still a good result there. How will you work towards that again?
Well, not make the mistakes we did now. Our early season pretty much couldn't go worse, so at least we can build up from that. It's good that we're coming back. Like we had our down phase, and the last time Fnatic had a down phase, they won everything afterwards. So I hope it's our turn, but let's just hope for that one.
All right, good thinking there. Thank you very much, Mitch and Soaz. All right, now SK closed off the spring season in 3rd place, and they automatically qualified for the semifinal here today because of AAA's unfortunate disqualification. But Ocelot and his team are set on showing us they are a force to be reckoned with their eyes locked on the title of spring champion. But to get to the final, they will have to beat the number 2 ranked team in the LCS, the Russian overlords, Gambit. Ocelot versus Alex Ish in our second best of 3 of the day after the break. Welcome back, everybody. In a few minutes, SK is going to play Gambit in our second semi-final of the day. But first, we have a great video feature for you. Now, our players, they travel weekly or they move to Cologne to compete here at the highest level. And we asked them how important the support of their family and friends is to them. Check it out.
For me, it's really important having the family near.
Because it helps you get through the darker times when you are losing or you are in a slump, and everyone needs that.
Friends and family is really important to have in situations like this when it's not going too well for you.
They support you no matter what you're going through, then it's really, really awesome, and it definitely helps.
Like, I have my brother and mother at home. They've been watching close to every LCS match I've played.
After every single time I lose, I get a text from my mum, and she's like unlucky, keep your head up, like, look to the next one.
Between the games, you can always talk with them, you can always relax with them. Also, when you're in the game, you can draw motivation from them.
Sometimes when he plays like solo queue, I sit next to him or behind him and watch him, and usually I do criticize him a bit about map awareness because he's greedy sometimes.
Je suis très content. Et là, c'est la première fois que je pensais pas que mon fils arrivait de jouer si loin comme ça.
Yeah, when my brother told me he was going to be a pro gamer, I really didn't believe him. It's fun to have my family around.
It's the first time I'm visiting Nono since he's here. I haven't had much time before with holidays and stuff, and
Lo sigo siempre, porque me gusta mucho el ambiente que hay creado y luego que como tienen mucha suerte jugando, juegan muy bien, para mí es un placer el verlo.
me and my big brother, we were like, we're going to support you and to tell the parents that you're really good and you should go in the tournament, etc.
It was nice because I didn't want to go on pro gaming because I was scared about my future and my studies and stuff. And they just say, yeah, just go, live your dream.
Great feature. And now it is, of course, time to introduce our teams for the second semi-final of the day, starting off with Gambit. On support, securing kills top, bottom, and mid, it's Edward. On AD carry, known for his perfect misfortune ults, Genja. On mid, one of the best Kha'Zix players in the world, Alex Ish. In the jungle, your all-star jungler, Diamond Prox. And he has been rock solid for Gambit in the top lane, Darian. And on the other side, of course, we have SK Gaming in the top lane. Rumble, Irelia, or Shen, he holds his own in the top lane. It's Kevin. And then the French jungler known for his awesome ganks and winks, Hercubot. In the mid, Spanish Fury and team captain Ocelots. Then the AD carry with the highest KDA here, Candy Panda. And finally, perfecting support Elise here in the European LCS, Nif. Great atmosphere here in the studio, and your casters for this match are Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Sharks, and welcome back to our casting desk here for our second semi-final of the European LCS Spring Split Playoffs. Easy for me to say. Our next game coming up is, of course, the second seed Gambit taking on SK. Now, it's without a doubt going to be a tough one here for SK Gaming, as their record this season against Gambit really proves. They did, however, record that terrific win over Gambit in Week 9. Kevin, in particular, died only one time in that game. That result as well ended a woeful record on LAN against the Russians. Gambit, however, have no less than 4 members in the All-Star voting, with Genja, of course, being the unlucky one who missed out due to that 3-player ruling. Had a ropey end to the season, but they've been training hard here in Cologne for a full week, and that will surely do them wonders today.
Especially when you think back to all the Intel Extreme Masters, how they boot camp before every single LAN. So as you mentioned already, Gambit do have a series lead against SK Gaming of 3-1 in the spring split of the LCS, but historically have been able to deal with Ocelot and his crew. Up until that Week 9 defeat, Gambit had built up a great offline record against SK, managing to accrue more than 10 LAN victories in a row. Ocelot and his team, however, have improved greatly over the last few weeks, and their statistics in the LCS represent that. So their team currently holds the KDA lead over every other team in the LCS at 5.27, and they hold first and second highest KDA for individual players with Hercubot and Candy Panda respectively. Gambit, however, are hot on their heels with 4.28 KDA and third and fourth spot on individual players with their bottom lane or top lane or duo lane of Genja and Edward. Finally, Gambit, however, they have shown an ability to earn more gold per minute. That's 1,000 GPM than their opponent's SK, and this can be attested to the additional 70 CS per minute of farm they're able to get ahead. And finally, as Joe mentioned earlier, their win against Gambit, this is SK's win in Week 9, was so incredibly one-sided, and SK will be looking to replicate that matchup here today.
I am supposed to be the stat man. You stole that from me today, the honor of being the stat man. But it's all
There's
good.
a lot of stats.
As long as you guys know them, that's the whole point. And of course, you can find them all over on lolesports.com. Don't forget that. Let's get in depth then on our teams and take a look at their key players, starting with Gambit's top laner, Darian. Now, Darian has a bit of a habit of getting caught out when split pushing, which a team like SK are gonna have to capitalize on. He's the only member of Gambit, of course, which didn't win their respective all-star votes as well.
Heavy words, but also very, very true words. Darian is a player that excels at drawing attention away from his teammates, and this is clearly shown in the amount of deaths he has. He has the second highest amount of deaths out of all top laners with 106. That's 30 or 40 more than the likes of Kevin and Soaz. However, all of those deaths are not without consequences. Oftentimes, Darian will be caught and allow Gambit to secure dragons, to secure towers, to secure objectives. And regardless of those deaths, Darian still manages to stay relevant by holding the third highest assists and gold per minute out of all EU top laners. So imagine if he was alive a lot more, how much higher those stats would be. So for the playoffs, do expect him to play Renekton, Shen, or Elise because he's played those champions in 20 out of his 28 season games, having won 5 out of 8 games with the Crocodile, 7 out of 7 with the Ninja, and 5 out of 5 with the Spider. And obviously, you can expect him to do very, very well on the champions that he's comfortable with.
And for SK Gaming then, their impact jungler, Hercubot, he was the highest KDA in Europe when coming into the playoffs and actually ranked 3rd overall if you include the North American LCS players into that as well. But he's not only a killing machine, he's died only 44 times in 28 games, which is a stat which, to be honest, shows that he is definitely one of the best around.
Yeah, that number is just insanely good, and he's an incredibly scary jungler that earns most of his gold from picking up kills from well-timed engagements. And in terms of, the statistics, as you've rightly pointed out, it's his ability to pick those fights and, more importantly, win them without giving up unnecessary deaths. This is by far his strongest ability, but he does fall off a little bit when it comes to looking at his gold per minute. He's 40 GPM behind the likes of Diamond Prox, his opposite number for this matchup. So if you think every 10 minutes, 400 gold, that's roughly a Ruby Crystal, that's some big statistics differently. So out of Hercubot's many junglers, Volibear, Jarvan, and Nasus are his go-to champions. And we got to talk about the KDA, which each of them, Statman Joe, he's filled me full of numbers here. Volibear, he's won 5 out of 6 games with an 8.9 KDA. On Jarvan, he's won 4 out of 5 games with a 14 KDA. And on Nasus, he's won 3 out of 4 with a 9.3 KDA. I really cannot stress enough how impressive those numbers are when you consider that's across 28 games against the best teams in Europe. And finally, he is one of the primary initiators for SK, so the pressure will be on Hercubot's shoulders to get the game rolling in SK Gaming's favor. He was able to do it 2 weeks ago. Can he do it again during the playoffs?
Well, that's the question that we're going to find out here over this next best of 3. However, we have seen 2 very different faces to SK and Gambit this season, with some amazing, but also some lackluster performances. We managed to catch up with the teams to see what they think about the game today, and maybe more importantly, which face they're going to be bringing to it.
I don't think Gambit lets anybody win. I think you got 2 kind of Gambit. Gambit A, they try hard and beat you. Gambit B, they don't try hard, and they don't.
I think that SK are really good at the moment. It will be a really interesting game. They got some strategy, so we will try our best to win. So I think that we can handle it.
We are now against Gambit. If they play their best, we're gonna have to sweat to take a game out of them.
I think facing Gambit is always a really hard game. Gambit has kind of a different playstyle compared to other teams, and it's always interesting to play against them.
If you fight against Gambit A, you're gonna have to play 100% if you want to get a game out of them.
And Gambit Gaming are going to take down SK here.
I think that all matches were really one-sided. Our match against us that we lost was one-sided and SK won. And the match that all the matches we won, I think were one-sided too.
There was one game against Gambit, which we got totally destroyed.
That was hard matchup for Ocelot.
That game, I would have picked something different or play a little bit more careful and not that aggressive. The game would have been different, I think. But again, they are beatable, and that's why we are here, to beat them.
Some big words there from both teams, and we heard from Alexic his opinion that every game they've played has been one-sided for whichever team has won that one. So we'll see if that proves to be the case here. Of course, it is best of 3, just like the other semi-final and the quarterfinals for this one as well. And don't forget, you guys still have time to vote over on lolesports.com for the team which you think is going to win this second semi-final. You can get yourselves over there and make sure to get your votes in for that. We'll have a little bit of a look through later and see what the general consensus is onto this one. So we're going to be getting into Champion Select here in just a few moments. But what are your general thoughts on this one, Quickshot? I mean, Gambit, we've said it before, they, in the last couple of weeks, didn't look to be the Gambit that we'd seen around that mid-season kind of period. We kind of thought it's because they've not had time to practice. They've been flying in and out of Germany, obviously from Russia. Some of the players having longer flights than others, and they didn't really have time to sit down, analyze what had gone right, what had gone wrong, and practice with those in. But now they've had this week here in Cologne. They've been playing up to 8 hours a day. As far as I've been aware, I've seen emails flying around where, and I know from the fact that Gambit are, I have actually been in the house here at the ESL TV studios. So, I mean, surely they're the favourites on paper coming in. They are the second seed after all.
No, they are. I mean, if you look at the track record, as we mentioned in the opening of the show, I believe the record was 0-for-11 before they gave up their first loss, which will make it 1 win for SK to 11 offline wins for Gambit, which puts them, you know, such a strong position. We think back to like European regionals last year at Gamescom, where SK and Gambit were scrimming really hard with one another. SK were able to take out EG at the time, CLG in the semifinals, but then just got crushed in the grand final by what was Moscow 5 and is now Gambit. So if they've been sitting down and they've been scrimming really hard, I wouldn't be surprised if one of two things happen. They're either going to come into this match and absolutely dominate, as they have been doing in the past, or they're going to try and formalize a game plan and try to implement some sort of strategy or, you know, composition that is now rigid and actually counterproductive. Because this is a team that's fluid. This is a team that reacts well, that makes decisions and actions based on what's happening in the game, as opposed to, dare I say, a team like Fnatic who think very hard about their compositions and really plan the champions that they're going to play for those early game engagements.
Well, I can tell you right now, according to lolesports.com and the fan voting that we've got, 73 to 26% in favor of Gambit right now. So a lot, well, obviously there's a bit of a number missing there. It's 73.5%. So, you know, we're rounding up. Maths has never been my strongest point, as you've just obviously figured out. And Ocelot is also sporting a scarf, which I've not seen come out up until now.
I'm pretty sure that came off my dining room table. So that's where I think it's come from. I'm not convinced personally. He does have more beautiful scarves elsewhere in that cupboard, but you know what? He's going to have some fun with it and pull this one out. So we'll see how this one pans out. But in terms of, you know, what we're going to expect from this game, it is the #1 seed versus the #3. We did not see them yesterday. Obviously, you know, SK, they have qualified for the semifinals. Gambit automatically seeded in here. And the last time that we've seen this matchup, this head-to-head, was, of course, week 9, where, you know, SK, let's not beat around the bush, they destroyed Gambit in that game. And it was partially due to the way that they played. They picked engagements at the right time. They didn't, you know, go foolishly aggressive, and it was always controlled. They are having a little bit of a stare down with the Spaniards.
Yeah, you see, he couldn't last long there. He had to look away. He started to feel a little bit awkward. Actually, we can see that that's actually Ocelot's parents who are in the house tonight for the games, and also the dog. Shushe's got a wolf, but Ocelot's dog is one of those that can take on a wolf. One of those small nippers.
I'll take your word for that
I've got
one.
one at home as well, and he challenges the biggest of dogs.
I will take your word for that one. We'll see whether or not they are going to be battling it out for this weekend. Unfortunately, Shushe is not here.
Yeah, he will, of course, be here next week for the summer promotion. We are just waiting for the players to get themselves ready for this one. It is pretty warm in the studio in there today. Soupy actually had a few problems with it earlier on. He was feeling a little bit ill, drinking tea in between games.
He's pretty under the weather at the moment.
Basically sweating to death in the studio earlier on here. But looks like Gambit are pretty much ready to go. It can't be that warm. They've still got hoodies on. Ocelot's still wearing his scarf. So
it's all the cool kid clothing. That's the real thing to talk about. But I definitely want to see what sort of compositions are going to come out in this particular series. We know that Gambit are not afraid to introduce new type of champions. They will tend to do champions that are or that could be considered very strong. Whereas SK Gaming, they're willing to play new champions as well, but theirs are a little bit more unique. You know, we think about Hercubot. He played Shaco at the qualifiers, and he played Pantheon at week 10. So I don't know if we're going to see anything quite that radical here, but they do have the possibilities. I even remember Kevin playing GP, if I recall correctly, this split. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I somehow expect that if we are going to be seeing some funky picks, that match number 1 is the time to bring it out. You've got the buffer then of that second and third game, but you can never underestimate getting off to a strong lead in the games, which we saw in our quarterfinal yesterday and in our semi-final earlier on today. That's how it went out, 1-1-1. Games went back and forth. So, a big win in this first game. We'll have to see. The picks and bans are obviously underway, and the bans coming out for Gambit. Twisted Fate aimed straight at Ocelot. It was, of course, a Twisted Fate which destroyed them in week 9. Yeah. NASA's taken away there against Hercube. I wonder if they'll put a Jarvan ban in there as well. Maybe even first pick it away. But Kha'Zix and Shen for SK.
Zed and Thresh are still available as well. So SK Gaming are going to need to determine what is a bigger threat to them. Giving away the likes of Zed or giving Thresh over to Edward. It's something that we've seen him play so much of in the past. Gambit, on the other hand, they're going to be deciding, do we want to take away Jarvan from Hercubot? And it does look like they're going to decide to do that. So Hercubot has been falling back to a number of other champions, and I want to see whether or not he's going to pull something new or unique out. Volibear is still available, and they've left Thresh through, and Elise as well.
Yeah, Thresh and Elise still in there. Elise is going to be locked straight in there for Darian. We talked about how well he actually did in that top lane with the Elise, so we could expect it to go there, of course. May see it in the jungle as well with Diamond.
And something that we want to talk about, Darian's Elise in particular, is when he was playing and they did the lane swaps a couple of weeks ago, he actually went for like a Ruby Sightstone. He started building some slightly different items that, synergize really well. Elise's base numbers are very good. In conjunction with that, having that Sightstone allows you to get vision, which means when you have 106 deaths, you can try and mitigate some of those. So, we'll see whether not in one game, but over the course of 28. So
if it's in one game, you've got no chance, I'm afraid.
There's also the running joke that if Darian feeds, Gambit will win. That's also something that Reddit seem to believe.
That's part of the plan from the Russians. But either way, SK going to be picking their first 2, and it's going to be Rumble, a champion which Kevin has looked amazing on, and also Thresh, who wasn't banned in this one, and I kind of expected him when he's not banned to be in that first round of picks.
And of course, Rumble was the terror of Gambit in week 9 as well. Kevin was the only member of the team to actually give up deaths in that game. The rest of the team went completely unhindered as far as that is concerned. So we'll see how how they're going to plan this out. Right now, you've got a very good combo. The CC, the box to lock people in. We've made it through to the 5th pick, and Varus has still not been selected. So we'll see if Candy Pan is going to lock that in. We do know that Genja does prefer Misfortune. It's his most played champion throughout the spring split.
Yeah, Misfortune will be locked in, and we are going to be seeing Udyr in here as well for Diamond. And we mentioned this really before the Udyr rework, that he was, along with Makadza from Meet You Makers, pretty much in Europe the only 2 junglers that were really bringing Udyr to the table. Obviously, we have seen him pop up here and there a little bit since that remake, but interested to see what Diamond brings to the table here today.
And 3 flashes of brilliance as far as Udyr is concerned. In week 1, we've seen him, he did a flash over the wall, did like a 4-minute dragon, which was great. When we've seen him at MLG Dallas a couple of weeks ago, if I remember correctly, he used it to great effect against the Korean teams, and it was a very, very good pick. against this type of composition, I can see it working as well, as long as Thresh doesn't, get too involved. So what we do see, Zed is still available, as is Kale. It's something that we've seen a number of times. We've even seen Ocelot playing the likes of Cassidy as well as Ari. So, the world is their oyster, and as usual in SK fashion, they're leaving the last pick for Ocelot to secure.
Yeah, we've seen Nautilus and that Varus locked in. Right now, Gambit are hovering over that Blitzcrank. Edward thinking, well, if you're going to have Thresh, I'm going to show you can really do the pulls in this one. And maybe we'll see that one being locked in. But it looks like Zed will be that choice locked in there for Alex.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ocelot playing a Kale. It's something that we have seen a number of times before. It's something that they do like to run. If it does get locked in, we need to keep a very close eye on Ocelot's interventions. He does have a tendency to go down before using it, or not using it in the most ideal of situations. I'm trying to be as politically correct as possible here, but it is something that we've called out over the couple of weeks that we've been seeing him playing it. The final lock-in, Edward is going back to Sona after hovering through a couple of different supports. So going back to the tried and trusted Sona.
Yeah, tried and trusted. That's where he first learned how to secure kills back in the day when Sona first came out. So, he is definitely one of the top Sona players out there. There's no question about that one. SK here then, down to their last pick. What are they going to go with against this Zed?
My guess is something like a Kale. They might even consider an Orianna. We've seen that yesterday from the Wolves. They felt that they could go that way. Or they can just throw me completely off and actually decide to go for a Karthus instead. So this was very unexpected, but it does add to all of the area of effect. If you get a good Nautilus ultimate plus Varus ulti lock people in place, you put the Equalizer down, you put the Defile on, and you can tear through people. What I do like from SK's lineup that I don't see from Gambit's is a lot clearer forms of initiation. Gambit, they've got it all in. Zed's going to jump in there. Udia's going to run in there. Elise has to repel in or cocoon. And they're a lot more, all or nothing as far as team fights are concerned. A good dredge line or an ultimate from Nautilus or Equalizer, there's a lot stronger initiation tools for SK to work with.
Well, this is, of course, our first game of the best of 3. At least one more game coming up after this. We're, fingers crossed for a third and final game here today from this one as well. Don't forget, we will be coming with the third place playoff game plus the grand final for you tomorrow, and that grand final will be a best of 5, and we have Fnatic already waiting for the winner of SK versus Gambit. Will it be, first seed versus second, or will we see an El Clasico final here in the Spring Split playoffs? That would be sensational.
It would be sensational because El Clasico always delivers. But before we get to that, we need to get through this matchup, and I definitely think the laning phase is going to be very, very important. Happily for me, Edward is wearing the Muse Sona skin, which is his the most favorite one. And I definitely think that SK Gaming will be trying to do some lane shenanigans to swap them around. I don't think that Ocelot's going to want to go toe-to-toe with Alex. He's in very real threat of just being insta-jibbed and taken out. So that is something to consider. But we heard Ocelot talking in the preview video. He was saying, I should have played things differently the last time we faced off. And if he's learned from previous mistakes, maybe he's going to be happy to go 1v1.
I think that's an attribute that every player needs to have to admit. I pretty much sucked in that, and I should have done something differently. And, at this level, these guys definitely are able to do that one. So we're going to jump into game then. Of course, it is Gambit taking on SK Gaming, the second semi-final of the LCS Europe Spring Split Playoffs. How are we going to see this one go down? Well, talk us through the level 1 action.
So, level 1, both teams have relatively good level 1s, but SK's is borderline more powerful because of the fact that they've got a little bit more hard CC that they can rely on. If somebody like Diamond Prox had to start with a bear stance, for example, or Darren had to go cocoon, they could get some down, but it's very reliant. So, what you do see is SK playing very defensive at the start. And if he's going to place an early ward down, he's going to be able to just back away. But there's a number of Gambit members around. They've got vision on SK, and they're just waiting for the moves to happen.
Well, as you can see there, Diamond has already gone Phoenix, so that puts a stop to the whole stun from the start out of the Udyr coming in. See a couple of early wards there. SK going to be warding down at the bottom of the river and also at the midway point there in that Death Brush.
Taking a look at the champions and the summoner spells, Ocelot has gone with an Exhaust, so he is going to be looking to go 1v1 against Alex if he can make that happen. But the positioning for Gambit right now doesn't signal anything for sure. The duo laner could go mid, and the duo lanes could go bottom at this time. So we'll see once the minions camps have spawned, where they decide to position themselves.
Well, it looks like from SK's point of view, we will see the duo lane in that top side of the map with Candy Panda and Nif coming up here just to help things off. Hercubot has been starting pretty regularly with these golems first in the jungle.
Yeah, just making sure they get that additional CS, sharing it with the duo laners, and then moving down towards red and getting a good pull onto that one. So I like the idea. It's something we're actually seeing more of out of the pro teams, is sharing the first spawn experience around. And it's a lot of teams doing this, taking the Wolves, the Wraiths. You can see that Darian's Elise, he took the Wolf camp. You can see Kevin's Rumble, he took his Wolf camp. And it's just, you know, sharing the love between your teammates at the moment.
And Diamond Proc's pretty much all on his Jack Jones there. He had to use his smite to take that red buff away. So he's not going to have that up and available when he moves over to the blue side of the map. Down in this bottom lane now, talk us through, you know, these 1v2s. Who do you think is going to have the stronger 1v2 lane out of Darian's Elise or Kevin's Rumble?
So it's going to be fairly difficult to call based on the fact that they both have, you know, pros and cons to them. But Darian's going to be safer. With Darian's Cocoon, that's going to lock somebody up, as well as ability to repel to safety. It's going to be a lot more valuable than a damage shield from Kevin. Kevin's going to take poke from Sona and from Misfortune. Once he tries to CS, he's going to take double ups. He's going to take a few power chords. And, you know, that's something that Darian's Elise will have the benefit of being able to avoid. In addition, Elise has sustain built in with his little spiderlings and a W. So she can actually heal back some additional HP. And we can see that Kevin, he started with that red pot. He's a little bit afraid of being jumped on or being ganked. And that red pot's going to give him a little bit of extra safety.
Yeah, we have seen in the past, though, Kevin's ability to really come out, not ahead, obviously, of the dual lane, but when you compare it over to the other single guy, we've seen his ability to come out on top of that situation and even get kills from those lanes as well. So we'll have to see how that goes. Diamond right now is waiting in the wings of that Tribush to stop any early aggression on the tower.
So this is something that's going to work out quite well for Diamond Prox. It pretty much guarantees that the 3-minute 30, the 4-minute gank does not happen, which is partially why he's here. And if he decides to stick around and take some lane tax, it just prevents all of that additional poke that a level 2 Darian's going to be taking from the likes of Varus and Thresh, who've got some very, very good early poke.
And also going to be nicely straight through, as we are going to see the flashes coming out. Alexic will flash away to safety there. Hercubot did try and get in there. Actually will land the dredge line in the end, but he's taking a lot of damage. Has to back away as Ocelot comes in. This puts a lay Saw 2 down to stop Alexic pushing in for that one. He did burn the elixir there though, Alex.
Yeah, the elixir and the flash. So definite successful gank. If a good wall of pain lands, they're going to hook, but Darian's been hooked.
Yeah, going to get hooked into this one. Is he going to be able to escape things? He does have a flash available, will be forced to use it. Repel's up in the air as well there, but he's gone very, very low from that one, but crucially survived. But again, he's got no flash.
Yeah, flash burn, so another great play out of the top lane. What Darian, I think, needed to do in that setup was actually use Repel to dodge the hook. If he had done that, he may have been able to avoid a little bit more damage. Instead, he took those Blighted Quiver stacks, he took the proc from Varus, as well as the Flay from Thresh. But nevertheless, very good start from SK Gaming. They've had small little, you know, plays that are working in their favor, burning the enemy summoner spells.
Yeah, the gold right now just tipped over in the balance for Gambit overall. So we are seeing the first couple of champions going back in there to buy things up. Carthus going to pick up that Ruby Crystal, and you'd imagine going to get straight up towards that Catalyst as early as he can to stay safe against Zed.
Yeah, going to be working towards that, just getting that additional HP and that sustain in lane. Allows him to spam out those little skittles as often as possible, and obviously regenerate any poke that he takes. In terms of the top laners, what we do see is Diamond Prox, let's be honest, is babysitting Darian quite extensively. He's been in this lane for a good 2 minutes, and in the mid lane, they're going in.
Yeah, I'm going to go in, but again, can't quite get the ground on Alexic. And they're trying to really capitalize on the fact that there is no flash there for Alexic. But again, there's no flash for Hercubot, which just the way that Zed works makes it hard for him to get in there anyway.
Yeah, especially because that Living Shadow is so powerful. It's effectively a 20-second flash that you can use at any time. So as long as Alex has that ability available, he will be able to jump to safety. See a very deep ward from Hercubot in and around the Wraith Bush, and some pings immediately on Diamond Prox saying, well, we know where he is, keep tabs on him, keep an idea on his CS, on his items, and make sure the lanes are aware of it.
Yeah, and he's actually just making a loop around right now. We'll put a ward of his own on that curve bush and maybe head down here towards this bottom lane. Hercubot, as we said, does know the position in there of Diamond, so it looks like he's going to try and head that off.
So we'll see how this pans out. I've just taken a quick look at the rune page there for Genja, and he's running 24 armor penetration, followed by 8%. So a very, very heavy, you know, armor penetration build, which makes me believe he may go for a lot of attack damage early and rely on his runes and his masteries to really help him get through any armor that's built up by SK. At the moment, we do see that Hercubot's hanging around in this bottom lane, and we've seen Nautilus ganks in the bottom lane pick up kills before. Yesterday, that was, of course, Evil Geniuses making that one work.
Thought he was going to back away there as he saw Udi just crossing over that bush once again on the bottom side of the Gambit jungle, but Hercubot is still waiting there, so it looks like they're pretty committed to making something happen from this angle. The question is, can they get in and over that wall quick enough with the Nautilus?
He should be able to get in there. He doesn't have flash, so we're not going to see any, you know, flash dredgeline hooks, which is what he tried in the middle lane. But at the moment, just hanging around, going to be working towards most likely those boots of mobility, and we all get to giggle at the funny run animation. Right now, Kevin is just staying alive, and Hercubot's going to say, well, I've been here long enough, I want some of the CS.
Yep. Actually, Darien coming down to that middle lane there, so that's interesting, which could indicate that Gambit are already thinking here about going in towards a dragon.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would read it as well. Seeing how Diamondprox has played Udyr in the past, they do go fairly aggressive.
There and kill it.
Exactly.
Except he's got Ghost, so we'll just run in there and get it.
Well, he can run very, very quickly, especially with Ghost and with Bear Stance up. You do see he's going deep to maybe position some wards. He doesn't have any wards, so that's not even a possibility. Just getting the timer. So resetting the image, and what you'll notice is that little icon on the minimap will reset once it comes back to life. And as we see Darren, he's returned to the top lane. There's no vision for SK on this one, so they're actually going to have no idea that this dragon is going on right now.
Zed coming down to help things out here. Looks like Sona will join in as well. Diamond down to half HP already, so they're going to have to get the heals on him, maybe swap around a little bit of that damage coming in. And there is the dragon pickup by Gambit. That is a very, very early dragon coming in at 8 minutes and 22 seconds into the game. But we've come to expect that as well from Gambit.
This is something that we said, you know, during the build-up for the show as well. Gambit, they control their objectives and their dragons. I would go so far as to say the best out of any team in Europe. I think their dragon control, their timing, their positioning, and just how the team generally roams when dragon is up is absolutely fantastic. So they pick up the first one. What it does mean is when it respawns in a couple minutes time, they'll be able to position some wards and go in for it. What we do see now is the Ninja is moving to the top lane, and we see Diamondprox positioning as well. They're jumping on.
Here we go. The Lantern is down. We are going to see Darien getting involved, and here comes Zed from the side. Candy Panda going to use Barrier already. Won't be enough, though, and that's first blood, and Diamond now charging in. He's going to get the stun down onto Nif. Are they going to go for the tank? The Cocoon will miss. There's the Flay. Darien takes a tower hit, and Nif will stay alive for now, and here comes Carthus. Darien not going to fall to that one. Not quite enough damage.
Hercubot had flash as well. So what he was afraid of was the flash from Hercubot to jump in on him and then land the hook. So they baited it, so to speak, and unfortunately, first wrecking of the game doesn't secure anything.
Yeah, double hooks for SK. That's definitely a dangerous position to be in, that's for sure. As Ocelot did put down a bit of damage onto that middle turret, while Alex Sitch was up in his top lane. Diamond now being the focus of the attention for Hercubot, and Nif, he will just try and dodge as much as he can from those skill shots coming out. In the end, they didn't even bother to go for it, and that will leave us at 1-0 for Gambit. 2,000 gold is their lead.
First blood did go to Alex, so we'll see when he decides to back off and actually spend that money. That's arguably one of the worst people to give it to if you are SK Gaming. Zeds that can insta-kill people are absolutely terrifying. 3,700 gold to the 2,700 of his lane opponent, but obviously hasn't spent that money just yet. If he decides to save to around 1,800, he can finish that blade pretty much immediately.
Speaking of saving, Genja right now sat on a fortune, almost 3,000 gold that he's got right now. Obviously, they can keep the pressure down onto Rumble this entire time, so doesn't need to back off and, you know, potentially miss any of that CS right now. But when he does go back, he's going to come back into the game with a lot more, as Alex may be in trouble here. There was a wall of pain and Living Shadow. See you later.
Yeah, just going to be able to hop away, get himself out of range. And talking about the amount of farm and gold that Genja has, it's because of the fact that they've had great vision down in this bottom lane. Alex has been caught.
And caught as in destroyed there from that one. And it happened so quick that we didn't quite manage to get tabs on it there. And that is what SK were really looking for. That kill, of course, going over to Hercubot, who we talked earlier on about how many kills he picks up in games and how little deaths, maybe even more importantly. 44 from 28 games in the spring split.
Now, this is something I want to point out that's a little different from what we used to see from Hercubot. He's picked up a Philosopher's Stone first as one of his earliest items. This is very different to what we used to seeing out of junglers in the LCS, and Hercubot in particular is one of them. This immediately tells you we want to go to late game. This signals that I want to get as much gold as possible. I haven't rushed Boots of Mobility, so I don't want to gank quite as often. You know, usually he could have it by now. And it just signals we want to get to that powerful state where Varus will out DPS MF, where Karthus will kill everybody, and where Rumble and Nautilus can survive anything that Gambit throws.
Yeah, but of course that first blood went over to Alex, so they're going to have to do a good job to hold on to that one if they want to get to that later stage. Actually, Alex did obviously have that lead in CS as well. That was caught up a little bit by Ocelot once Alex went home to pick up that Brutalizer to add it into the Cutlass that he already had a little bit earlier on. And we will see Ocelot coming back into lane with the Blasting Wall.
So he is going to almost have that Rod of Ages completed. Up in the top lane, Hercubot was sniffing around for a gank, and instead decides to just push down the lane with the rest of his teammates, and they pick up the first tower of the game. So Tower 1 does go to Gambit, and with that, they give themselves a little bit of a gold lead.
To SK.
To SK, sorry.
Close enough, because Gambit are going to take the second turret of the game here.
They even
down
at it.
in that bottom lane, as we are going to see Darren here getting hooked. Can he get away from this one? Actually, they didn't really react too much to that one in the end, and he will be completely fine. There is that turret going down for Gambit, and that kind of evens us up on the kills and the turrets, but of course not the gold. With that first blood with the Dragon, it's 17.4 to 16.2 thousand, the lead for the Russians.
And Gambit will be respawning in a minute, so take a look at the vision that's coming down. We've seen Diamond Prox a moment ago putting a ward down on SK's blue buff. You see Edward moving on his pink ward, the Dragon, and there's some additional vision all over the place. So they're getting ready for that engagement, making sure they're aware of SK Gaming's timing and placement, and only Diamond Prox can get away with the recall in the middle of SK's jungle.
It's one of those moves that is so ridiculously ballsy that you just wouldn't expect it to be happening, you know? And I think that's what Diamond relies on a lot of the time, that, you know, he is quite willing to take those risks because he thinks no one will spot it. And if they're just walking over a ward in the river, and luckily for him, Diamond did recall earlier on because he would have definitely gone for him, I think, in that scenario. The red buff is up for Diamond right now. He's going to be taking that one away. He's currently got the CS lead over his opposite number, Nautilus. He is, however, too many H's in that one. A little bit behind in terms. Actually, that's this screen.
They're about even. They're about even. Yeah, they're about even.
See, Demon did that earlier. That's because this screen plays tricks on your eyes.
It does. It's a viewing angle, I think. But what it does mean, I want to touch on his level. Level 8, 4 points into Phoenix, 3 points into Turtle, and only the 1 in Bear. Dragon has respawned, and with all the vision that Gambit have right now, they've started this one very, very confidently. SK are around, and it looks like they want to pick this fight. Let's wait for this engagement. It's on Nif.
Yeah, Cocoon is going to land here on towards Nif. The box goes down, but look how quickly he's going to fall here. It's Darian that picks up the kill, and now Hercubot being chased down. There's a crescendo. Ocelot will have to flash away, but the Bear is in there, doing a lot of damage. Can they finish off Ocelot? It's Darian that's right in the middle. He's going to have to try and get away. Here comes the ultimate out of Karthus. It won't be enough to pick up kills. SK's still pretty low, but look at Nautilus charging in towards Diamond Prox here. Will they keep going with this one? Rumble zoned out of the fight on that top side, but there is the dredge line landing on towards Diamond. Can he escape from this one? There's a snipe from Candy Panda. The Hail of Arrows not got enough damage, and Gambit walk away with hardly any health.
1-for-1 trade at the end of that. 1 for 2 actually, because Nif went down as well. He fail flashed into the wall. I think the death mark would have still popped and killed him though. What it does mean is SK, if they can fix this Dragon or take it, losing 1 additional kill. They've jumped on Alex.
They've jumped on Alex here. They're going to pull him in towards Hercubot, and I was just thinking maybe not the best idea, but with the addition of Kevin to the fight, that will change things around. They don't chase because that Dragon is still available here for the taking. They're going to start that off. Genja going to use the bullet time over the top of the wall, and in the end, SK not worth the risk for them here.
Such great play there from Gambit at the end to force SK out, and they jumped onto SK as well. SK Gaming were not anticipating that level of go, go, go from Gambit, and that is what caught them out. They've put a pink ward down to clear out the vision that SK had, and now Gambit are going to restart this Dragon. But the Boots of Mobility Nautilus is running. He won't get there in time, though. And this is going to be Dragon number 2 going to Gambit, as well as those 2 kills from earlier.
Nice little boost for them. 22.7 to 19.7 thousand gold right now. Nice healthy 3k gold lead. As we are going to see SK starting to push down middle here with 3 men. Nautilus, of course, got the all the kills right now, all 2 of them, in fact, for SK Gaming. As you see them pushing it. Sorry, up there's a hook landing onto Diamond, gets pulled in by the dredge line, but honestly, he's not the target that you want there.
So beefy. With the turtle stance, it blocks up to 150 damage of the auto attacks, and there was no real DPS sources there. You can see Varus was down in the bottom lane, you can see Rumble was up in the top lane, so didn't really pay out for them in that particular regard. But nevertheless, good combo. SK are just going to decide to back away from that one. It is still 1-1 in towers, and it's still a fairly slow-paced game, all things considered.
And not to mention the extra 500 health in there from that Spirit of the Ancient Golem that we've seen, actually from both junglers now. They've both gone up to that one. Obviously, Boots of Mobility done. We saw the Nautilus come sprinting down earlier on with his little short arms and short legs. Looks great, I love it. And now he's just waiting off in the wings, maybe trying to catch Darien out here. We talked about this in the pre-game, about how Darien sometimes finds himself in bad positions, as we are going to see the wall of pain come down. He will repel away there onto the minions, though, and that will keep him safe.
That
Nicely
was
done.
such great reaction times from Darien. He instantly repelled and then very, very quickly landed on the minion off to the side of the lane. So he didn't even use the dead time to hang in the air and just chill. What we do see is Hercubot was running to the top lane, thinking about going in, behind Alex, but obviously a call was made, no, we need you elsewhere, and he's decided to back off. So Kevin at the moment left to fend off against Alex with that Blade of the Ruined King as well as Brutalizer.
Yeah, he's painful right now. Yeah. And we're 18 minutes into the game. He's in a great position after that amount of time. If you check between the AD carries as well, Genja, as we always talk about, he's like the silent, deadly man in the Gambit team, because turrets go down and he kind of falls off the radar. We don't really look at him that much, and then all of a sudden you look at the CS and you're like, oh well, let's build up a 40 CS lead right now without us even noticing.
Here come SK in the top lane as they try to chase down Alex. Hercubot has his ultimate available and he is motoring, but it's going to slow him down. There's the Equalizer.
Equalizer flash away from Alex, will get knocked up there by the Death Charge, slowed down by the Harpoons. Can they finish him off? He's going to go back around onto Kevin. The Death Mark going to pop, but it won't quite be enough.
If Alex had actually stopped to fight Kevin in that engagement earlier, he probably could have killed him, because he did use that living shadow earlier in the fight. And you did touch on all of the farm that Genja has. He's got a lot more items than Candy Panda. Candy Panda and Boots 1 and Bloodthirster, comparison to Berserker's Greaves, Bloodthirster, Pickaxe, Longsword, and a Negatron Cloak. Genja is already defending against the damage that Ocelot's going to be putting down.
Yep, and also taking away these golems wherever he gets the chance from that. Candy Panda going to be trying to catch them up here, just freezing that lane as close to his turret as he actually could there, so as to not push it back and let Genja have the opportunity to even build on that lead. Hercubot choosing not to get involved there, but might have to cancel that recall because there's a lot from Gambit. There is the hook landing on towards Edward. Right. He's going to flash away, and Genja will get the kill there on towards Nif. Where is Darien going? He's got a little bit caught here. Diamond procs down to half HP as well. Can they close around? Genja coming in from the side. Candy Panda scores the goal, throwing in that chain of corruption straight down the middle of them, and now they focus around to him. They've not calculated Karthus into this one, or have they, as Darien comes around. Genja eventually picks up that kill, and it's a 2-for-0 in favor of Gambit.
SK Gaming were very poorly placed.
Edward died, of course.
Very poorly placed in that particular situation. He got away. He got a crescendo 1-3, flashed to safety, managed to stay alive, and then Gambit, they just dove in. Equalizes down. Darien's going to go down.
Yeah, and Darien was trying desperately not to stand on the edge of the Equalizer right there, but, well, he did great not to die in that last fight, but he ends up dying at the end of it as well. And of course, Sona did flash away at the end of that fight. So that was another engagement which Gambit, especially if they'd have not lost Darien there at the end, would have been very, very happy about. But Nif, that's the danger of the hook sometimes. If you hook someone in, they throw the crescendo straight on top of you, you get nuked down by a team like Gambit.
It's almost like you have to make sure 100% that you can get that kill very, very quickly. And if Edward's reaction times were any slower, he would not have been able to stun them and he would have gone down. So it's more a case of Edward doing such a great play in that defensive statistic.
Yeah.
But what the real problem for SK was that they couldn't rally. Once Gambit dived, that was 2 versus 3 behind turrets. You had Candy Panda come from the side. He whiffed the Chain of Corruption because of how mobile Diamond Prox is with those boosts of swiftness and the bear stance. And because, you know, it was like a chain of events that just went poorly for SK, they lost both of those champions and that turret as well.
Well, what's coming up next here? Dragon in 40 seconds, maybe the next time that we see these two teams clashing heads. There's a hail of arrows coming down on top of Genja, but he's got red buff on right now. He's probably not too scared when he looks down and presses tabs at the items that are in there. And it looks like Gambit, are they going to try and close in, or are they going to go straight for Dragon? Well, there's a pink ward there. They're going to get rid of the vision, and they're there 20 seconds early for the Dragon spawn.
And they're there to put the vision down. So now what this does is SK immediately go Dragon, reposition. And look at how Gambit are roaming. They clear out the vision. They deny any sight from SK in the pit. And until they walked over that ward, if SK had gone in for that and said, let's go challenge, let's go fight, they would have ran into members of Gambit. So now with the positional advantage and the vision advantage, Diamond Prox has started it, and they've jumped onto the spider.
Yeah, gonna go in there towards Darian. He's actually gonna repel away from this one. The box is down from Nif. Chain of Corruption not quite landing where they wanted it to. Diamond runs away. There's a depth charge on towards Darian. Did knock up Genja as well at the same time, but that's a lot used there for SK Gaming.
Yeah, they used 3 of the ultimates there. Requiem is available, but are they gonna decide, is it gonna be enough to fight? That's the question. Wall of Pain is down. SK still wanna fight.
Yeah, they do want to fight. They've managed to hook Darian in towards this one. There's a brilliant crescendo going over. The bullet time doing the work as well. And SK being shredded down. Alex Itch right on top of them. Double kill coming out from Udia. They can't quite finish off Diamond either. And that will be a lot of kills coming out in the end. 3. Actually, yeah, Ocelot did just get away. I wondered if he was dead somewhere, but a slither of health. 3 for 1.
3 for 1, and Edward single-handedly winning that team fight. Another fantastically placed crescendo. Gambit run up to Baron. Baron shakes its head, and they're like, you're right, bro. And they back off. They decide they don't want to pick that fight. They were relatively low, and they're not tanky enough to survive. They have damage, but they wouldn't survive long enough, and they didn't want to risk that, especially because they were like, hang on a minute, Ocelot still has Requiem. He did not use it in that previous fight, so let's not run the risk of giving away more kills. So another great engagement from Gambit. They extend that gold lead to 7,000 gold.
Yeah, the crescendo was incredible, again, from Edward coming out there. Bullet time followed straight over the top of it as well. And SK can't afford that to happen. The 2 big ultimates coming out there from Gambit that they just can't let you know, be placed in the right position. Either way, gonna go into a bit of a slower time of things here as Darian is gonna put down some damage.
And Ocelot burned his exhaust there. So Darian jumped onto Ocelot, and Ocelot panicked and used his summoner spell. So if Zed jumps on him, if Udia jumps on him, if Darian jumps on him in these you know, upcoming fights, that ability is not available to him. So we'll need to keep a very close eye on how that pans out. Right now, Diamond Prox playing very aggressive, just moving up, putting some deep wards down as Hercubot secures his red buff and goes Spider Pig, Nautilus, and runs away.
Yeah, and the thing is, Diamond is not scared whatsoever. He's one of those players who generally you don't see much fear out of his game style anyway. But the fact that he's Udia with those boots of swiftness on as well, he's just like, I'm just running away from this. As Gambit now are putting pressure onto that middle inner turret. And look at that Diamond up on the top side. To be honest, Gambit not really positioned to go for a big fight here, though.
No, not right now, but in the top lane, it looks like they want to pick an engagement. Diamond Prox is running up there, and he's sitting very close to Hercubot. So we'll see how this pans out right now. There's 2 members of SK. Diamond Prox wants to play, and SK are pretty much saying yes or no. They're trying to defend, but they don't know how right now.
Yeah, you hear the bear roars in the background there, and that's Diamond just getting in. Trying to force them away from that one as Ocelot goes low once again, and now Gambit's starting to close in. That inner turret is going to go down. That's a nice pickup for them 25 minutes in.
This is something that SK really need to stop doing. They're doing nothing. This is the problem. They're unable to defend middle because they're bouncing back and forth. Ocelot took so much damage, he was forced to recall. So because he wasn't there to defend, they lost that tower. In the top lane, Hercubot and Kevin, they haven't committed to anything. So they're trying to jump in there, and at the same time, they're losing their blue buff. Darian just stole that away.
Yeah, blue have taken away there by Darian, as you saw down in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. There's Chain of Corruption for Candy Panda. And I don't think we've seen him hit one.
Yeah, I really hate to call him out on that one, but you are right. I think that's 3 for 3 that have missed in this particular matchup. And they're a little bit risky. They're risky chains, to be very honest with you. You know, in the middle, in the jungle here, it missed because of how mobile Diamond was. In the previous fight, it was just at max range trying to do it. And you're not going to catch a Genja with Strut on that's running away at a mile a minute.
Well, you can see some more items coming in. We'll hold that thought because Darian here, down on the bottom, could be in a little bit of trouble. There's the ultimate coming out of Hercubot, and Darian is not quite just yet going to go down. Finished off by Ocelot in the end. That's just what we were talking about in the pregame. But crucially in the pregame, we talked about how Gambit usually capitalize on that one. This time they weren't in a position to.
This time, no, because the rest of the teammates were, further and further back. So unfortunately, it wasn't able to pay dividends for them at this moment in time. So we'll see how they decide to rally. But yeah, that was death number 110 in the spring split for Darian, and it's just something that sort of you become accustomed to when you watch him. He does like to split push, he does like to roam. Right now, though, SK, they're grouped quite tightly, and they're actually in the middle of Gambit. So if Gambit aren't very careful about their positioning, they may get caught out.
Yep, and there we see Edward got that Oracle on as well. See that Darian, after he died, did finish that Leandra. He's got the Abyssal sets and Sorcerer's Shoes in there as well. He's going to be doing a lot of damage with that Spider. And it's obviously Diamond, the one who's going very, very tanky in this game.
And you see there, just another tentative dredge line coming out from Hercubot, trying to catch onto Genja, but again, it's very, very difficult to catch. Very, very shortly, a moment or two ago, Rabadon's death cap was completed for Ocelot's Carthus, so that Requiem is going to be hitting even harder, but they need to get people low before they can pick up kills. And he's currently sitting on 1, 1, and 3. They're going to need to give more gold and more items to Carthus for him to be a real threat, because right now, Repel can get him away, Turtle Stance is going to shield a lot of it, Sona's going to regenerate with those heals, and obviously not that much, but a very brave play from Gambit. They've started a 2-man Baron.
We talk about Diamond doing early dragons here on his own. This time him and Edward starting off the Baron as Alexic is going to destroy Kevin there in the top lane. And that's what happens with Zed. Unfortunately, he can absolutely destroy you, as we are going to see Diamond charging in. Wall of Pain is down, but honestly, it's not really that scary. The exhaust really not slowing Diamond down either there as he runs in and out. Happy as Larry.
Who's Larry?
Diamond Larry props.
Well, carries on chasing. Another Flash and Summoner spell burn for Ocelot. Flash and Exhaust down. It just seems like he's using this panic lead to defend himself, and it's not working out in his favor at all. Gambit now, with the fact that they know that they got Kevin down and they've burned those spells from Ocelot, they've started off Baron, and with this great gold lead and positional and vision advantage, this is going to be a free Baron for them.
Yeah, we saw Darian in the bottom lane as well, starting to push up there, and this time his split pushing does create that necessary diversion as the Wall of Pain goes in there, and Ocelot makes the call. Baron's gone, guys. Time to defend.
And this is something that we heard in the build-up as far as the match was concerned. The players saying every match that we've seen or that we've taken part in has been very one-sided. And this is a little bit of a slower grind from Gambit, but they have been in control from the get-go. They've been making the plays, setting the kills up, making the dives, and right now Darian, he's going to get spotted by the Lantern, but I think he should be able to get away. Those skittering spiderlings.
Yep, he's going to be going down towards the Dragon, which is just a bit more extra gold in there. Will actually bring us to a 10,000 gold lead with this for Gambit right now, which, 9-6 in kills. You wouldn't expect to see that in the gold, but Gambit have controlled literally everything about this game. Yes, they've lost a couple of kills here and there, and Darian's died 4 times, which fits into his profile that we talked about earlier on, but it doesn't matter how many times he dies. Alex is going to go in here on towards Ocelot, and the death mark's going to kill him, and he's going to walk away.
Pop goes the Weasel. The Requiem goes down. They're going to land that onto Alex, and here comes Hercubot.
Yeah, here comes Hercubot, but is he going to be fast enough? Alex running desperately away from this one. There's the ward put down by Alex, and he's going to be clever for a little while here, but they will manage to catch in onto him. And is he going to go down? He's going to focus on towards Nip.
Wow.
And he does get the kill. That's incredible.
1 versus 3, he picks the kill up, but that's not all he did. He distracted SK for long enough for both Edward, Darian, and Diamond Frogs to push the bottom inner turret, the inhibitor turret. Genja has soloed the mid inhib turret, and they're going to get 2 inhibitors lasers off of this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Alex saying, well, you can quite happily take me down. I'll take one with me, but what have you lost after that one there? The middle turret, super, super low, will be finished by Genja in the end, and the bottom turret as well. And that just is such a great move from Gambit. That just shows how tactically strong they are.
Complete control and domination. And there's something I want to point out as well. Edward, a couple minutes ago, he upgraded his boots of mobility with Captain Boots. And this is something else we don't... Captain Eddie. We don't see too many Captain Boots at all in the professional scene, and I wish we did more. It grants +8 movement speed to approaching allied champions. So anyone that's following you up, and when you've got Boots of Mobility, you can stay ahead of them, which is very, very key. They're always going to be chasing you. In addition to that, all of your minions get +20% movement speed. So for split pushing and for those rushing down towers, you see how quickly and how effective it is.
Yeah, really great pickup there from that one. Nice to see some newer stuff coming out there for this one. Gambit starting the process of really constricting SK here with all those wards down in the jungle. To be honest, they've been doing it for quite a while right now. It's not really something too new in this one. And Diamond's got bored of this inner turret up at the top. He's going to get straight in there, tank that one down. Genja with the final blow in for that one. And it's looking all like Gambit right now, but don't forget, guys, this is a best of 3, so don't go anywhere after this one. We will be moving into game 2, whichever way this one finishes. But it does look like our second seed Gambit are well and truly in the driving seat.
Yeah, there's very, very little that Gambit can do to actually lose this match right now. With super minions in both the middle and the bottom lane, it is a matter of time before they're pushing on the Nexus turrets. As soon as that happens, you can see Gambit just... They're toying with this turret. They're walking up. Diamond Prox is going to take a couple of turret hits that do nothing to him right now. And then they're just going to start shoving down this turret. They need Genja to get in there. What you can see right now, though, is in the middle there, Alex is coming in from behind. He's actually pushing down the minion waves himself. And he can blow up anybody he wants to. He can pop them with that death mark. They do hook Edward, but it's this fight. Let's see.
Well, they hook Edward there. We see the bullet time. A great crescendo on the backside. Nif is going to go down for this. Candy Panda going low. The death mark's on him. He's not escaping that one. He will fall. Equalizer from Kevin. They won't care too much about that. It's a double kill for Alex. Here comes the Requiem, though. Darian is going to die. And also, Edward died from that one. But the super minions are there. The Nexus turret's already going down. The Nexus will follow. And Gambit going to pick up game number 1 here in our second semi-final of the LCS Europe Spring Playoffs.
10 turrets to 1. Gambit were in control from the very, very first kill on the board, and they did not relent it. They deserved the win, and congratulations to them.
Yeah, really strong performance, and that sets them up nicely in this best of 3. We'll see if SK can turn things around coming forward. You can see their headsets off for at least some of the players. A very solemn-looking SK. Not much communication going on between them right now. Of course, they do have a 5-minute pause to talk things through, something that they're gonna have to do before they get into match number 2 against Gambit. We're gonna go over, though, to Demon and Jason on the analysis desk to break down everything from game 1.
Yeah, well, not a lot to break down, really. That was absolute dominant performance. And, you know, Gambit proving really why they are the number 2 seed. Fnatic have proved why they're number 1. They took down Evil Geniuses earlier on today. And Gambit just so strong in that game. 10 turrets to 1. Total domination across the board. And Alex Ich, what a man. What a machine. He just pulled the entire team towards him and took 2 people down.
Yes, he did. I mean, in Gambit, they just dominate in terms of, you know, Quickshot mentioning they like to control objectives. They do it probably the best in all of teams of Europe. They got 4 Dragons, 1 Baron in the entire game. SK didn't get any objectives in that sense. And it was just a phenomenal play out of every single member. They got a lot of comfort champions. You know, Darren on his Elise, even had Diamond on Udyr, which, you know, we could say, honestly, is a comfort champion of him. And, of course, Alex, Genja, and Edward all on their favorite champions as well. It was a very one-sided game. It really was.
Very, very one-sided game. We do have a replay, though, and really it was all about that man in the middle. You know, Alex Ich, as I mentioned, the fact that he pulled so many members towards him just opened up the entire base of SK, and Gambit were just like, well, what are they doing? I don't think they just looked a little bit confused and just said, well, okay, we'll take your base out.
That's the problem with a Fed Zed. Like, you have to send more than one person after him to really go for the kill. And we'll go and show you it again. I mean, we had Quickshot mention it, you know, when Darren usually goes onto a side lane, you have Gambit make a play off of him if he ends up dying. Well, they did the same thing before Alex's time. So let's get 3 point on your screen. I'm going to show you exactly where, you know, everyone is on the map. Just to give you an idea, is that this is before the kill happens onto Ocelot, but you have Genja pushing the mid lane. You have Diamond and Edward over here, over towards blue buff, and you have Darren already pushing the bottom lane. So we got the replay showing you, as you see, the rest of SK, I mean, 3 members just sitting here at the red buff. They didn't really expect Alex to be there. And of course, as the fight does go on, Ocelot just gets
Melted.
He gets deaded, is the term I'm going to use. And then Alex just runs away. You can see the Requiem come out as, you know, also assume they'd be able to pick up this kill, which, you know, eventually they do. But, you know, Alex is going to end up being able to pick up the kill onto Nif. I want to pause it right here just to show you. They're still pushing up. They have this bottom turret right here to take down. You had Genja pretty much 1v1ing Kevin right here. And look at his items. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, even a Negatron Cloak. There's nothing Kevin could do about it. And I guess we can show you in slow motion exactly how quick Nif really dies here, because it was very, very quick. I didn't even notice it, to be honest.
Yeah, he gets completely caught out. Look at that. Just boop, boop, boop. 1, 2, 3.
Just look at that.
And then all that while Candy Panda and Hercubot were trying the best to beat on him, and he just couldn't do anything about it and died. And then straight away you see the inhibitors go down. So fantastic, fantastic performance there from Gambit Gaming in the first match of the best of 3 series. Of course, this is a $100,000 tournament. They are playing to get in towards that final, the final against Fnatic, as they are in there ready and waiting. Will we see El Clasico? SK Gaming are going to have to go some way to try and get into that, but Gambit looking so strong. What are they going to do to turn this one around? I mean, that was a dominant performance. I've said it before, and even Ocelot said it himself. I remember at the World Finals Season 2, his Karthus play, he only ever picks it for the team. It was a team's choice. Obviously, he was the man picking the team, but I just don't feel he can make the plays when he's on Karthus.
The thing is, they had a phenomenal team comp for this fight, or for the entire game, but the problem was they just got set so far behind. Like, their entire idea was to team fight.
Yeah.
But because Gambit got so far ahead, any kind of synergy of composition that SK had just didn't mean anything. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I mean, obviously, the thing with Karthus is you're either picking up the Requiem kills as everybody else is getting the kills. They're fighting. You can be off elsewhere, split pushing, doing whatever. Right. But it just didn't work out that way. I mean, if you look at the scores itself, actually, Alex Each did only end up, it was 6-3-4. He was 4-3-4 at that point. He picked up 2 kills toward the ends, which was not spectacular, but the job he did for the team was what counted.
And also, I mean, there's also one thing to mention is that usually when we see Karthuses, they have a lot of farm as in terms of their counter or their opponent. But Alex kept up the entire time, if not ahead at some points. And that kind of shows that maybe, you know, maybe Ocelot should have been farming Wraiths a little bit more. I mean, I don't want to criticize his gameplay too much. Or maybe Alex was just doing a phenomenal job at controlling Wraith camps. It was just really, it's something you normally don't see with a Karthus.
And we also need to talk about the AD carries, because I believe Joe mentioned it during the commentary. Those chain of corruptions, they were not landed from Candy Panda.
I actually talked to him about that, and I talked to the test about it, I talked to Candy, and they said, it's a lot harder to hit than you think.
It is definitely, yeah.
But
let's not forget.
If you're going to pick Varus, though, you have to hit those ultimates. Like hitting an Asher, you have to hit it if you want to win the fights, and it was unfortunate you couldn't hit him this time. Maybe if they pick him up again, you'll be able to hit it in the next game.
And of course, we saw the Edward Genja combo, the crescendo comes across, the bullet time comes across, everything timed to perfection for that support lane.
I almost forgot about the skin he was using, and then I just remembered the picture that was photoshopped with him, and I was just like, oh, my eyes. But anyways, yeah, his Sono, he started off on it back in the Empire days, or well, in Moscow 5 days, and he shows how good he was then. He shows how good he still is today on it. Those crescendos so spot on. It just completely caught SK.
And how do we compare, say, Genja's Misfortune? The fact that he's really only the only person that's picking that champion away. You know, everybody else has been scrambling to get Varus, and he's quite happy to go Misfortune every time.
I think I remember when we cast him last week, I said something like he had 8 or 9 Misfortune games and won on like 8 of them.
Yeah.
Like he won every single game except like 1. That just shows you how good he's on Misfortune. I mean, why not? It works, like, because he likes the whole caster idea behind it, I guess, where you just sit back to the bullet times, which are always so perfect from him.
Yeah.
And then you have the double Fs. You're such a lane bully as well. Maybe it just fits his style.
Well, the team comp seems to be working for Gambit. How will SK respond? We will find out shortly. We're going to go to a break right now, though. It will be SK Gaming versus Gambit coming up after this.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get into our second game of the second semi-final between SK Gaming and Gambit. We've just seen a very, very one-sided game there. The kills were pretty close at times, but honestly, in terms of objectives and how the game went down, it was all about Gambit.
Yeah, end of the story. They pushed lanes. They tried slightly different champion composition. We're seeing that Udio in the jungle again, which is not something we see often at all.
Yeah.
And Alex, he killed whoever he jumped onto, whether it was 1v1 or 1v3, he made it happen.
He made it happen, that's for sure. And don't forget, guys, you can still vote for who you think is going to be winning the game.
Yeah.
It might be a bit of an easier time this time since, it's 1-0 for Gambit. You can vote over on lolesports.com. And right now, 73% of you are saying that Gambit are going to win the game, which is actually the same as what it was before. And of course, 27% of you saying that SK are going to win it. Maths.
Well done, well done.
I'm proud of myself.
It was a difficult one, but after the performance that we just seen, I wonder if that number is going to climb as, we see more of this. You can, of course, vote, www.lolesports.com. Just click on matches in the top right-hand corner and you can, cast your vote for this one. After the performance that we've just seen from Gambit, it was on the blue side, and blue side has won every single matchup from yesterday's quarterfinals to today. Now, SK are blue, they're wearing their home colors. It's, the color of SK themselves. Will they continue the trend?
Well, it's 100% for the blue team, Statman Joe. The question is, like you said, whether SK can really pull themselves up from this. You can see that they're very, very quiet. It doesn't look like really any communication right now between them. They've had 5 minutes between the games to, talk about what went maybe right for them in that game from their point of view, but more importantly, what went wrong.
So one of the things that I definitely want to point out about that particular matchup was that SK went for a late game composition. You could even see in the items, Hercubot went for a Philosopher's Stone early, which generally signals, look, I want to make it to late game. And they fell too far behind too early. SK Gaming are a team that can win lanes and that can win the early game if they play aggressive and try and make those picks happen. So the fact that they were running Nautilus, it's a slightly different jungler than they used to, and of course the fact that they didn't really make as many plays in the early game, that's pretty much what cost them. And I imagine that SK are going to play a little bit more aggressive in this matchup because they need to make this game theirs, or they risk going to the third, fourth playoff tomorrow.
So what we were thinking here for the bans and the picks, are we going to see Zed banned out from SK? I mean, they are first pick after all, so they could end up going in for that Zed.
So SK are going to have that option available if they do want to run Zed. They're also going to have the ability of maybe forcing Gambit's hands to ban out either Twisted Fate or Shen, or Jarvan would probably be a high priority pick there for Gambit to remove. So we'll see if it's going to be a possibility. And of course, Zed, it is a champion that we have seen Ocelot play in the past.
We have indeed. First two bans coming out here though. Kha'Zix for SK, Nasus for Gambit. See what SK go for you for their second ban.
So they banned out Shen and Zac in the previous matchup. We know that Kevin Shen is really, really good. He's got, a great presence in that top lane. He's got great survivability. And you can see right now they're banning out Zac this time around. Previously, their second ban was Shen. So they're trying to force Gambit's hand. And I think their first pick may be Shen if it slips through.
Well, let's see. Twisted Fate taken out. Bad flashbacks that Gambit have to that Ocelot Twisted Fate from week 9 of the European LCS. So that's not going to be involved this time around. Let's see what SK spend their third ban on.
They could think about Thresh. They could think about Zed. They could even think about Elise. It was another pretty influential champion from Darren. He pulled a lot of people away, and he landed some very good cocoons in the previous matchup. And actually, they're going to ban Shen away. So they've got something else in mind, but that means all of the champions we've just mentioned, they're still available.
Yeah, Rumble going to be the final ban out here from Gambit. And, well, Kevin didn't have the biggest of impacts with Rumble in that last game, but if he does have a good game with Rumble, you can bet your bottom dollar that he will be making an impact on it. So we are going to see that ban out here for Gambit, which means there's a lot open for SK.
So Jarvan is free if they wanted to lock that in for Hercubot. You have Zed. Twisted Fate was banned out. You still have Kale. So Varus is there. Thresh is there. The world is SK's oyster, and they need to decide what they want to pick. What do they value the most? And in actual fact, it's going to be Elise. So this could be support Elise, which is something we've been seeing Nif do many, many times in the past. And Diamond's taking it away.
That's such typical Gambit style, right? We leave Jarvan open for you, but you pick Elise, bam, Jarvan. Insta-lock there for Diamond, and also the Thresh. So Thresh with Edward, the Thresh Prince. I don't agree with it.
We'll see how it works.
He's an impact play with that Thresh.
If he lands his abilities half as effectively as he did his crescendos, that single pick could seal the deal.
Yeah.
pretty much run away with it. Now when you can't, you know, add into the fact that Genji's going to want to play Misfortune most likely again, you add the box in there, you add Cataclysm in there, and you put bullet time on top of it, that's arguably even more effective than a Crescendo.
Yeah, I would agree with you with that one as well. SK Gaming then, what are they going to be picking up? You know, the jungle's kind of free roller right now. They could lock this one in here and now prioritize more like the mid lane for later on. And it looks like they will get that jungler in with Nautilus again.
So SK are going to decide who they want to run as the AD carry. They had Varus in the previous matchup. They can make a decision to run maybe something like Ashe. That is what they ran a little while ago as well as far as the AD carries are concerned. And as we've mentioned, you know, Zed was let through. It slipped through. They don't want it going over to Alex. So instead, Ocelot has decided to lock that in for himself. So that could be Kevin taking it. That could also be Ocelot in the mid lane. They haven't revealed it 100%. I'm fairly confident that that will be Nif on support Elise.
Yeah, I think so too as well. I mean, we've seen it from him in the previous weeks as well. So we'd bet on that one for sure. Let's see what Gambit will go for now. Then you see Alex scratching his chin, which usually means deep in thought.
Renekton might be a possibility. We've seen Darien playing Renekton a lot, and in terms of his picks, we said at the beginning it was Renekton, it was Shen, it was Elise. So with the fact that, you know, one is banned, one is picked, that wouldn't surprise me. I also think it would work very well. Diving in with Jarvan, having that sort of dive buddy composition. If it's going to be Malphite being locked in, it'll fill a very similar role. It's going to be that initiating power, going to be diving very, very far forward. And that's a very, very tanky lineup coming out of Gambit right now. All of the souls that Thresh is going to be collecting will buff up his armor. Jarvan is naturally beefy and tanky. He's got the built-in shield. Malphite has got that built-in shield as well. And they're just going to help survive all of that burst that Zed's going to be putting down.
That indeed. Ezreal being hovered over by Candy Panna, didn't have his greatest of games yesterday. Wow, it's not been that long. He didn't have his greatest games in game number 1 with that Varus, and obviously, well, he can't pick it this time. It's already over with Genja. It looks like he may go for the Ezreal instead. And what else? We already said that we're thinking that this Elise is going to end up being with Nif, so from that, you'd maybe expect the top laner here for Kevin.
Yeah, that would be the logical choice, yeah. In this case, what it's going to be, it does mean that Kevin's going to be taking Zed in that top lane, and we'll most likely see Ocelot playing Castellan in the mid lane. It's something we have seen a lot. What I do like about this lineup is they've got a lot of abilities to dodge spells. And I'm not believing it. I'm not believing it. I got baited for a second because I got excited at the idea, but we'll see how this pans out. What you do have from the side of SK Gaming, with the exception of Nautilus, even a little bit of him, they can jump out of abilities. You can use your Arcane Shift. You can Rift Walk away, which means you can get out of a Cataclysm, which means you can dodge the hooks. And if your reactions are quick enough, you can even dodge those unstoppable forces. So I very much like that combination, and I'm quite happy to see the Renekton being locked in, if this does get locked in, because it is something that we see Darien playing a lot. And it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup in the top lane of that Ninja versus the Crocodile.
Yeah, and of course that would leave then Malphite most probably to go into this middle lane to take on Kassadin. It looks like it will be the Renekton coming in here. Gambit was still in conversation about that one, but with those that time ticking down, it will be locked in there, and that is Gambit getting things sorted out then.
So the composition from Gambit I very much like, because they have 4 champions that are going to be diving in there. Threshka is going to land the hook. He's going to pull himself in. Malphite's going to dive in. Jarvan's going to dive in. Renekton's going to dive in. And Genji's just going to sit there saying, I'm here, guys. Let me hold them in place for you with Chain of Corruption. He's not playing Misfortune, which I feel would have been fantastic in this composition. You know, just lay down that bullet time on top. But because of the mobility of his opponents, he probably wouldn't have hit them all.
Yeah, that's the problem in there as well. So we'll see how that Chain of Corruption goes down. Candy Panda going to be picking, as we said, Ezreal this time around. Definitely needs to step things up from game number 1. I think that's no secret, and Candy Panda himself will probably agree with us on that one, that they have to step up as a team here. And we heard it from Ocelot that Gambit are really, there's Gambit A and Gambit B, and Gambit A is a team that you're going to have to sweat and probably bleed to take down in the end. Really hard work. You also have the Gambit who don't turn up super focused and practice as Gambit B, but we're in the semi-finals here. This is Gambit A.
When there's something to play for, you can see it in the Gambit playstyle, just how much more focused they are, how much more on point they are with everything that they do. And in that first game, they were looking fantastic. Game number 2, I also like their composition because of the amount of crowd control that they have. If they can get ahead, they have the ability to maintain that lead. The one thing they don't have is the ability to come back, because if Zed and Cassidy start destroying you, there's nothing you're going to do against that. Once you fall behind an assassin team with Zed, with Elise, with Cassidy, it's very, very difficult to stay alive and to bring it back. And the last time we seen the Zed Cassidy combo was actually against Kevin. He was playing Singed, and it was Fnatic that tormented him and destroyed him. And they've got a very similar, you know, let's camp somebody, let's kill them, let's blow them up instantly and have a 5 versus 4 for the rest of the fight.
Well, we are going to get into game 2 then. It's SK taking on Gambit here. Of course, SK switching over to the blue side for this one. Getting that first ban and first pick in, and Gambit on the red side, which has not had the been the luckiest of sides, I think we can say. 100% win rate for the blue side in our semi-final and yesterday's quarter-final.
7 losses if you were on the red side and you were counting. Is this going to be number 8, or will SK break the trend? I'm very excited to see Diamond Prox on Jarvan. He arguably took this away from his opposite number, had the ability to pick a number of champions and decided to play Jarvan instead. So we'll see how this pans out. We obviously know how effective Jarvan can be at those early level ganks, and when combined with the CC of the rest of his lanes, it can add up to some early kills. So we'll see how this pans out. An early pink ward goes down, but SK are well aware of this.
Oh, Cocoon has landed here on towards Edward, though. Is he going to be able to escape? Well, he's going to flash away, but now they get Genja. He's going to surely have to go for the similar thing here. Does have that flash. Very, very patient. Didn't use it in the end.
No, so he manages to get away with his summoner spells, and very importantly to note, Genja has taken exhaust. So he is afraid of Ocelot or Kevin jumping onto him, and is going to be relying on that exhaust to probably stay alive in some of these engagements. But we do see that a very early pink ward's actually down, and this may even signal a very, very early dragon if they've gone for all of this additional vision very early on. So we'll see if that actually pans out.
Well, we'll see. It's already a good chunk of cash to be putting down in towards 2 pink wards. See how that one all works out. The starts here, Hercubot, as is becoming tradition, been starting down by the golems. We'll see Alex, Genja, and Edward sharing the experience of the Wolves.
So there's just sharing, you know, just giving everybody the advantages that they can. It does look like the lanes are going to be set up in a traditional sense for the time being. I'd like to see where Genja's going to go. They may decide to try shut down, Ocelot's Cassidy. So really, really make his life very, very difficult. Alex may actually even pick up this blue buff and then teleport to the bottom lane to try and CS and go 1v2.
Yeah, getting very, very low from that one, but of course he's going to be recalling after taking this blue buff anyways. But we'll see how that impacts everything down in the bottom lane. The lane did start with the cloth armor and the pots in there as well, so let's see how that one goes. There's Diamond just throwing down the flag into the blue buff, so he knows that blue buff wasn't taken, and they're going to spot Nautilus on the bottom side here. That may be a signal. Yep, Diamond is going to be going in to try and take the blue.
Such great early game play here from Gambit, taking every advantage possible. They're aware of their opponent's positions. They not only give themselves the advantageous lane setups, they're denying their opponents of objectives now as well. So first blue buff steal is going to go to Diamond Prox. He didn't have his smite available, so he's just going to clear that one out. And Ocelot already starting to feel the pain of this 2v1 lane. Well, when Thresh gets there.
Yeah, hopefully not too much pain though if you're an SK Gaming fan. See how well they can shut him down there. Candy Panda and Nif, of course, going to be going up against a blue-buffed Alex Ich in this bottom lane. But in terms of tactics and a set plan for a level 1, that was just so good from Gambit.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than that. They used their vision perfectly. They denied their opponents. And like we said, they've got the advantage right now. So we'll see how Alex does farming up under the tower. And they've caught Ocelot.
Yeah, there's the hook coming in on towards Ocelot. He's actually going to flash away, but the Ignite is ticking away. And there's a snipe from Genja. First blood to Gambit.
That is a level 2 tower dive from Genja and Edward, and such a great play. They are number 3 and number 4 as far as KDA was concerned in the spring split. But look at Diamond Prox, he wants blood.
He does want blood. He's going to get in here. Does get that slow down on towards Nif. Nice Cocoon, but now they focus towards Candy Panda. He, of course, does have already a point in that arcane shift to get away. And look at this, Ocelot back into lane, and not for long.
He burned his teleport to get into lane to try and not lose CS. As soon as he appeared, it looked like the hook landed. So Edward manages to pull him out, and Ocelot's back in lane with 50% less health. Hercubot, you've seen him on camera for a brief second trying to set something up as the Rock is going to chase the Spider.
Yeah, they're going to go in towards Nif again. Candy Panda then became the focus, as we are seeing Ocelot and Hercubot chasing off towards Edward and Genja, but this is just going to be a case of walking away scot-free And Gambit looking so good. And one thing that we didn't talk about really in the best of 3 situation is, you know, the way that SK really function, and that is, you know, Ocelot is a very emotional player, which when they're in the lead is a great thing for the team. When they're behind, can actually work against them.
Yeah, they're a snowball team effectively. If things snowball well, then they continue going that way. If it starts negatively, however, it can, you know, impact them badly. I do want to touch on that bottom lane gank that we've seen out of Diamondprox going on to Candy Panda and Nif, because they handled it perfectly. The cocoon landed on Diamondprox, which prevented him getting the red buff onto anybody. And on the retreat, Candy Panda landed so much free damage that it dissuaded any sort of additional gank or additional pressure. So they handled that very well, and they're keeping up in CS with their opposite numbers. So Kevin maybe in a little bit of trouble. Darien does not have Ignite. He burned it earlier, but he's gone in.
He's going in for this one, but actually, just as quickly as he goes in, he will slice and dice his way back out towards, back out to safety. So you just see there that Darien is not afraid of getting involved underneath those towers. Also, Kevin did have Flash and Ignite available for that one, so Darien definitely didn't want to go too far in. There's Ocelot still being pressured in that middle lane.
And you have to give props here to Kevin, because not only did he survive the pressure in the top lane, he survived the Ignite, and he survived Darien using his Elixir of Fortitude. He still has his. He still has his Flash. He still has Ignite. And he's even on CS, or is a 4 difference. So very, very well played by Kevin to, you know, deal with all that additional pressure and actually come out ahead because he has his Summoner Spell and items available. We do see Ocelot at the moment. He's still even on CS as far as Alex is concerned, but obviously with a Cassin, you do want to get as many items quickly in order to blow people up.
Yeah, and he's going to get, he needs to get to level 6 for that safety. And there we see blue buff. Just now, Hercubot checking it out.
So
6.5 minutes in.
7 minutes on the clock. That means it's going to delay the spawn. What it does mean is they now have the timing on it. So at the very least, they'll be well aware of when it is going to respawn. And because it's going to be a, you know, somewhat awkward time, it's actually earlier than what the normal third spawn would be, around about 11 minutes. They may be able to pick it up, and Alex has been stunned.
Wow, they're going to dive him here underneath the turret. This could be risky play. Nif, he's going to come down right underneath the tower as well. He's taking hits from it. Is he going to die? Yes, he is. Alex, it's coming out brilliantly from this one, and he's going to keep going here on towards Candy Panda. The pot's running down. Is he going to be able to get the kill? There's the cleanse. Alex going very low. Will flash away from this one. Candy not following up. Crazy stuff.
Here comes Edward.
It's level 6 there, and will put the unstoppable force down, and there is the kill from Alex Sich.
It's not over. Hercubot looks like he's going in the middle.
Yeah, Ocelot there trying to put the pressure onto Genja, but he gets slowed up a bit. The question, will Hercubot be able to get him? He's going to flash. There's the chain of corruption put down, but can Genja escape? He's going to be forced to flash away over the wall from this one. And Hercubot, of course, did already use that flash, won't follow in. But Alex Sich there in that bottom lane, underneath the tower, manages to get around it enough to kill Nif, and then hits level 6 right in time to go straight in onto Candy Panda. Amazing.
If anybody doubted Alex Sich's performances, that is going to quell them. But Darien has been caught out.
He may get caught, but Diamond coming into this top lane as well. They're going to focus around on towards Hercubot. He's going very low, and they've got the health to go under the turret, which they will. And Kevin has to flash back away as well. Darien decides, at least for now, not to quite dive in onto him there. Ocelot will be coming up towards his top lane to try and save things, but Darien is chasing down. This could be a problem for him in the long run, but Kevin already got a lot of health back there from those pots. There's a ward down by Darien just to see if he can get in, but he's going to at least take away these minions before they get to tower.
A little bit earlier, I was talking about Kevin and how well he was doing on CS. Now he is behind and he's being denied even more. Darien's caught him out, and I don't know what he's doing.
I do not understand that whatsoever, Quick Chop.
So Kevin wanted to get back up to tower and try to get in range to at least stay alive, get the experience, maybe get some gold, but he walked right next to Darien. I don't know if he just he underestimated the range, if he thought he could flash it. You know, it was a very, very questionable move, and it's given Darien his second kill of the game. Gambit are now 5-0 up, 3,000 gold almost at the 9-minute mark, and they're just looking terrifyingly good.
At this point of the game, it's not looking like much of a game, is it? Let's be honest. Gambit are putting out a AAA performance at this stage of things, as we are going to be seeing Jarvan maybe getting involved on towards that middle lane.
Now we do see as the bottom, you can see Edward moving in there. Unstoppable force is available. Ocelot forced to riftwalk to safety as the first tower goes down in the top lane. But what I like about the timing from Edward in that bottom lane, he arrived, literally the second that Unstoppable Force was available. So we may actually see Alex going, going deep again. Instead, he's going to be pulled out and started it with the Dragon.
Yep, Dragon kicked off, and Alex pulled in at Lantern, gaining a nice bit of ground for him. And this Dragon not going to be contested here, maybe a true shot barrage, but I doubt that Candy Panda will even go for that one in this situation. And nope, that is picked off. Kevin actually pushing his top turret out, but he won't get much chance there because Renekton's coming back in.
Yeah, so Renekton's going to rejoin the party with the Brutalizer, a Ruby Crystal, as well as that Doran Shield available. Kevin is relying entirely on his positioning here. He has no more tower to fall back to, nor does he have boots to run away. And you can see with that pressure, Edward, he's trying to look for the death sentence and almost catches him. But another hook-throwing man, Hercubot's Nautilus, has snuck up into that top bush. So if Darien does stick around, Deathmark is available for Kevin. They may have enough damage. They're just going to have to see if they decide to go in on this one.
Darien looks like he can smell that one a mile away. Tanking up the minions in there as well, so that lane doesn't push right back at them. We are going to see Genji here going for the snipe down towards Ocelot. And Ocelot's had a tough time in things in the middle lane, but he's actually ahead of Alexic in CS at least. Of course, Alex got those 2 kills in that bottom lane as Darien here does put some damage down on towards Kevin and will slice and dice away from the dredge line. Again, brilliant.
So crucial that he managed to get away from that one. Hercubot just throwing it a little bit to the right. He's going to recall, and that means they can't get themselves on the board as far as kills are concerned. So, Darien again manages to get away. That was a 1 versus 2 that he managed to escape. Ocelot is under a little bit of pressure. We've seen a tower dive already. And Edward and Genja putting so much hurt onto him.
You see there, just attacking him underneath the tower, taking the Lantern out of the range of the tower as well. They just look so coordinated. And here we go. They are going to go in there. The box down on towards Hercubot. It was Ocelot that they were really aiming for with that one, but they're playing the range perfectly in this one currently. And, well, Ocelot is going to try and back away, and there's the snipe just to stop the recall.
Such great play. Edward and Genja just denying so much experience and so much abilities. We see in the top lane, Kevin is feeling, and Diamondprox wants to steal away the blue buff. It is just respawn as we were talking about, but they've jumped onto Hercubot instead.
Yeah, going to get the knock up here as well from Jarvan, and Hercubot not going to escape this one. Did use Cataclysm in the end. There's a hook through the wall. Nif is in all kinds of trouble. The Chain of Corruption landed as well. And we talked about Gambit not having the best performances at the end of the week, but they've been boot camping. They should have been doing that for 11 weeks already.
Nif makes the mistake of trying to get vision, and he is sentenced to death there by Gambit. That's the 7th kill on the board. It's such great play. Gambit are everywhere. They are taking buffs, they are pushing towers, they are taking dragons, they are picking up kills. There is nothing that they are doing that you can criticize right now. Now we see Ocelot, he may even be caught up. The silences on Edward. Is he going to get the death sentence? It catches Kevin.
No, but we are going to see Ocelot actually going in there anyway. Kevin is down to about half as well, as we are going to see Edward just walk away from this one. In the meantime, Genja is sniping here from underneath the turret. Hercubot tries to come into cover, and Ocelot almost died from that one. Darien coming in now around the side. Maybe a little bit too much, a bit too deep here for Darien, but he is the crocodile after all. The slow out of Genja will stop them chasing.
Cannot believe he managed to get away in that particular setup. And you see in the bottom lane, Ezreal was able to take down that bottom tower. Take a look at his build as well. He's picked up the Spirit of the Elder Lizard. That's a teleport down. They want Darien.
They want Darien, but with what damage do they want Darien? Ocelot has right now really gotten on to her right home about, and Darien may turn around. In fact, he will. Ocelot will rift walk away from that one. Incredible game.
So well played from Gambit. They do lose that tower in the bottom lane. And as I was mentioning, that Elder of the Spirit Lizard, it's something that we see out of Ezreal's when they tend to build that is it Iceborne Gauntlets and, go for that really harassy, pokey, annoying control build. So we'll see how well Candy Panda can itemize towards that, because he is so far behind in comparison with the rest of the Gambit team. If we can have a look at the gold, we'll see exactly what those numbers are, because it's 7,000 gold right now between them. He's 1,300 behind. That's a sheen difference, which is what he's most likely going to pick up as his next item.
Yeah, Alexic also around about 2,000 or 1,500 gold ahead right now, as we are going to see Ocelot going low there in the middle lane once again. And to be honest, Genja, with his piercing arrows, has been so good He's hit a lot more than he's missed, that's for sure. And he's caused so many problems to Ocelot just with them alone.
And thanks to the positioning and the kills that he has, he's even got that blue buff now. So he's been spamming them out even more. 126 CS, he's keeping up with his opponents, in addition to the amount of poke that he's putting down. And Edward, knowing that they've got such good position, he actually starts off the red buff himself, and it's going to be given away. True Shot Barrage goes down. It looks like Candy Panda stole that. They may actually want to pick this fight.
Yeah, stole in terms of secured his own buff there, because of course that's Gambit inside of the SK jungle. Edward, as a support, just wandering around in that side of his opponent's jungle and taking that one away. And it's not looking good. 7-0 in kills, 2-1 in turrets. Alex is now pushing this bottom lane out. Let's have a look at the turret itself, see how much health it's got. Well, it's not taking too much damage, and there's not much of a wave here with Alex. That'll be fixed here momentarily as the next one starts to come in. He does, he is, I should say, almost up towards that Sunfire Cape at this point. Got the Ninja Tabby in here as Darian is going to go on towards Kevin. Pops the ultimate here. Will Kevin be able to escape? He's 2 levels lower than what Darian is. Uses his flash again.
So it does manage to force him out of the lane. Darian's picking a fight, but it's not over yet as Kevin just gets dunked on.
Well, they thought it was all over, and it was. And that bottom turret is going to die as well. We've got the Alex itch, the Malphite in that bottom lane. He's going to be taking that outer turret, as I mentioned earlier on. We can see Candy Panda here getting whatever he can from his own jungle before it gets taken by Gambit.
There's absolutely nothing that SK can do right now. It's something that we said, if they get ahead, it's going to be difficult because they have an assassin comp. They have a composition that relies on killing their opponents, and if you can't kill your opponents, your composition doesn't work, and that's the key problem here. They've, again, fallen too far behind too early on. And my word, I don't think anybody expected this semi-final to be this close after seeing how badly SK... that's not close.
I was going to say, which one are you watching?
How SK defeated them 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, this one-sided, you know, it's just a complete stomp here for Gambit.
Well, that's the interesting thing about it as well, and Alex mentioned that in the pre-game interview, that whenever these two teams seem to meet, they're one-sided affairs in whichever way. Obviously, SK have only beat them 1 out of 12 games that they've played with that 11-0 run that Gambit were on. They won first game here, Gambit, but they're looking even more impressive this time around. 8 kills up, a ton of gold, almost 10,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, it's massive numbers, ludicrous numbers even. Alex, at the moment, he's gone back, he's finished that Sunfire Cape. Oh, in the mid lane, they've caught Hercubot.
Yeah, there's the hook, the box is going to go down. Chain of corruption and a dead Hercubot. Everything lands.
Edward pulled Hercubot back onto the box. He used the flay to get him back within range. Now, Ocelot may want to pick this fight because Nip is there, and Genja is just going to wait. Didn't even use the lantern, but he's run into a Kevin. Genja may give up the first kill here.
This may just be that first kill, or maybe not, as he actually will flash over the other side. Finally does die to the ignite. Ocelot going to get away, and rightly so, because the rest of Gambit... Oh, what a hook onto Nif there, was almost out of range. In comes Jarvan as well, and they pick up another kill from it. That was ludicrous.
1 for 1 at the end of that. Teleport was used from Alex. He has distortion boots on, so that means the cooldown is going to be available very, very soon. Genja was caught out. It's the first kill of the game, and it does go to Kevin, who has been struggling in that top lane. He is 70 CS behind his opponent. Now we see Darian. He's caught Ocelot, and look at that damage.
What does caught mean at the end of the day when you're this fed, though? Darian only just now down to half HP as he flashes over the wall and probably laughs at his opponent. Sniff being tracked down here by Alex. Are they going to keep going? Diamond is at the backside. Alex is going to have to flash away. Candy Panda goes in. There's the ultimate coming out of Hercubot as Alex does finally die in the end there, but I'm not sure that Hercubot's going to escape. Candy Panda on the bottom side of things was very, very low as he hooks himself over onto the terrain, but here comes Jarvan. Knock up lands. Darian is there as well. It's Diamond that gets the kill, and that will be a 12-2 lead for Gambit.
Gambit are just everywhere. Every single thing that they touch turns out to be an advantage for them. Now, 4 members of Gambit are barreling down this mid lane. Look at Edward's position. He's got Ocelot.
He's got the hook onto Ocelot. Ocelot just about manages to get away as Kevin now is going to go for Edward. Candy Panda there as well, but the rest of Gambit starting to close in. And, well, they took that inner turret. That's what they were looking for. But we talked about Edward and why you don't give him Thresh. And we've seen it already a few times.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Europe play Korea at the All-Star match. It is going to be Edward versus Mad Life in a month's time, and I cannot wait to see that matchup. I pray to God that they let Thresh through, because I want to see both of them match up in that game.
I don't even know what to expect from that one. It'll probably be a letdown. That's how much we're really hoping on that game after what we've seen from Mad Life in the past.
Don't be a pessimist.
What I am always been that way. And what we've seen from Edward here, absolutely insane stuff coming out of Edward. And the rest of Gambit, look at those scores. 3-0-4 on Darian, 3-0-3 on Diamond, 3-1-1 on Alex, 2-1-2 Genja, and 1-0-5 for Edward. I feel a bit sad for Edward because he's only been able to steal one of those kills.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying hard enough to get the kills, to be honest. I do feel that he could have secured a few more of them. We'll see whether or not that plays up. Truthfully, SK are doing the best that they can in a bad situation. They have champions and items that cannot overcome their opponents, and it's the reason that they are losing every single one of these engagements. The amount of tankiness and survivability on their opposites is just too much to overcome with the limited items that they have. If by some miracle they can survive to late, they will be able to pick kills up, but this is now a matter of staying alive rather than securing a win, if that's the case.
And it's gone pear-shaped for them very quickly. I mean, I was thinking back to 10 minutes ago, maybe, when we were talking about how Ocelot and Alex Itch are pretty much level on CS. Look at it now, 74 to 144. Pretty much Ocelot has the same items that he had back then when we were talking about what he has with that Catalyst and the tier in there.
Take a look at the gold numbers right now. Edward is on 4,800 gold. That's higher than 3 of his 5 opponents' numbers. He has 500 gold less than Kevin, who's the solo top laner for SK Gaming. There's so much money there. Gambit have stacked up as a 3-man in this top lane. Teleport is available, so Alex can come to play whenever he wants to. SK want this fight, though, and they've gone in.
Trying to get involved here. They're going to focus down Darian, but the rest of the team, the Cataclysm, comes in there as well. Hercubot is going to be the first one to fall. It's Varus that picks that. He will get the double kill as Elise Repel will drop Nif right back on top of them there. And ironically enough, Darian survived that one in the end with hardly any HP. The hook not quite there this time from Edward, although, to be fair, he was throwing it completely blind through the wall.
Yeah, it was just a tentative one, trying to see if anybody was defending that tower, so they didn't manage to touch anything. What we do see now is Gambit are stacking up around Baron. There's a 22-minute Baron, probably the 4th quickest Baron I think we've seen. They started the race. Edward is on the side, and he's lashed Ocelot. Can he get the death sentence down? That is the real question. Another piercing arrow hit.
Yeah. It's ridiculous how accurate Genja has been with those piercing arrows up till now. We can see their Baron down to a lot less than half HP, and that's going to be even worse in a second. That's going to go over towards Gambit as they actually stop for a little while. Come on, lads. There we go. Finished off. And that is another big chunk of gold. It's 13,000 gold. I almost said 1,300. That's almost in my dreams at this point because Gambit have come out. I think hot is not even hot enough for this scenario.
This is the equivalent of a first-round knockout if you were a boxing viewer. We do see Darren is thinking about going in there onto Candy Panda. We've seen how quickly he's shredding people down. In terms of our items outside of that build from Ezreal, we don't see anything super exciting here. The distortion boots on a flash teleport mid is not exactly, you know, game-breaking or game-changing, but we do see Genja once again prioritizing that bloodthirst. So we see a flash over the wall, but they're even scared of Genja.
Yeah. I mean, thing is, if Genja's there, chances are the rest of Gambit are shortly following him in there, and they do both flash away from that one. Here is Darian up in the middle of that SK jungle. Looks like they're going to throw everything at him, but does he care? He's actually going to be pulled away there. The box not going to catch too many of them, but Diamond goes in, a Cataclysm onto 4 men. There is a chain of corruption as well, and this is going to be a whitewash as he spreads to Ocelot, stops him moving away. He finally tries to get out. Double kill for Renekton. Elise is going to come down right on top of them, and that will be the ace finished off, and a surrender from SK Gaming. Gambit crushed them here in game number 2 of our second semi-final of the European LCS Spring Split playoffs, and we are going to be seeing Seed 1 versus Seed 2 in the grand final. Fnatic versus Gambit.
Fnatic are going to be quaking in their boots after seeing this performance, because how on earth do you stop a bulldozer? That was absolutely crushing, and what a performance from Gambit. 2-0 semi-finals. They are your second team to qualify for the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and SK, I don't know what they're going to be feeling after this one. Of course, disappointment, but that was a scary Gambit that honestly, I wasn't expecting that kind of victory to come out of Gambit at this stage after what we've seen from him in the last couple of weeks. But hey, obviously, Constantine, the manager behind them, has been cracking that belt once again. Really got him in shape for this one. We're going to go over to Demon and Jason to break down match 2.
An absolute sublime performance from Gambit Gaming right there. It is scary how good they can be when they sit down to practice for just a day or two. That's all it is. That's all they've had practice for the whole of March. They've been traveling so much, they haven't really had chance. And you know, Alex has touched on it a number of times, saying we practice in our sleep. We haven't been able to do it. They've been here from, I think it was Tuesday they were here from. We saw them all in the practice room. And my God, did they look good? SK Gaming just didn't know what to do with that. I mean, how the hell? The hooks, everything they did was just perfection.
I have no words because you hit it right the head or the nail on the head. Whatever. I can't even say my phrases anymore because that game was just so ridiculously perfect. Wow. Actually, well, we only have really, I just want to get straight into it because we only have really one replay to show.
I'm just.
Okay,
I think we could have probably put Joe on replay saying the hooks because they were landing every time, and they were just it was just a death would follow from Edward. He was landing everything that came in there, and honestly, Darian, he's normally like the bait, and everybody catches him and they get a kill, but you can't let him have Renekton because he's so strong in it still.
He could not die at all. We saw a couple of fights, actually. Well, one fight in particular over towards the top lane where he dropped to like sub 50 health, but still escaped in the end. And that would have been perfect for SK to pick up that kill because they can get back in the game a little bit. But unfortunately, they didn't. And he was able to escape. He does that many times. Actually, you even saw like Ocelot running away from him. It was just him, and it was like Ocelot and Hercubot. And they're like, we should probably stay away from that. We don't want to go up against that crocodile.
Yeah, but of course, we do have one replay, and it was really about, honestly, Captain Fantastic, I think it's safe to say. Alex, it's picked Malphite this time, goes the bottom lane, but still, you can't kill him.
Yeah, we just wanted to show you the replay again of where he gets the double kill bot lane, just to show you exactly what happens. I don't think we caught the very beginning of it, but still, it was a very good play out of Alex and a very good play out of Edward to come down at the right time, at the right moment. So let's get the replay on your screen, and we'll just play it for you. I don't even think we need commentary for this at all, so we can just watch it happen. Actually, whatever, we'll give you a little bit of commentary because it's going to be a little awkward if we don't. But you see them push up the lane. They have a nice, huge mini wave at the turret. And you see Nif tank the turret right there, but he gets slowed. He stays in a little bit too long, and Alex just tries to kite them. His health pot is ticking the entire time. Like, it was so perfect to pop that right at that moment. Nif flashes out, ends up dying. And of course, Alex with the chase. You see Thresh coming down from that middle lane, and Alex just... I was watching right here, and I was like, wow, he's committing quite far to this, thinking he could get the kill, and he ends up flashing away, but then you see him hit level 6, he ults right in. You see Edward with the nice lantern to give him that extra bit of health he needed, and they pick up that kill. That was just... That cannot happen. Like, you could not be in a 1v2 situation, or a 2v1 situation, and die.
And that was just maybe SK trying to force the plays a little too hard there, but it's one of those champions. And the fact that he hit level 6, I think they were trying to rush it before he hit 6,
right.
clearly. That seemed to be what they were aiming for, but the tanking of the turret kind of backfired a little bit. And he repelled away. As soon as he came back down, I think there was the Ignite running, was it?
No.
So immediately got the tower back on him?
He backed down, and then we saw Kenny Panda flash away. And I think the Ignite was ticking during that.
The Ignite was still ticking, so as soon as Nif came back down, that's what I'm talking about. As soon as he came back down, the Ignite was still ticking, so the tower straightway pulled back aggro onto him. Pretty unfortunate timing for the Ignite to tick the exact time you come back out of that repel, but, you know, whatever. What can you do? And, you know, the fact that, like you said, you can't do that. You can't dive someone on a turret and give them 2 kills. It used to be the thing against Jax, and it's kind of the same against the Malphite. And, you know, I also maybe you'd look towards a Renekton, same with the... what's his damn name? I can't remember. Suddenly, Zach, that's the one. Where the heck did the name just... For some reason, I was thinking Vax. I don't know.
There you go. You heard it.
Go back to the old computer terminals there.
Vax.
New champion Vax. Maybe, you know, there's going to be some robot thing coming out there, maybe. Right, please. But what a game. What a game. Of course, we've got to call an MVP for this game. And frankly, it's got to be Captain Fantastic again. You know, his distractions he ran in game 1 in that top lane, and he was pretty much picking up kills wherever he pleased. And in this game, you know, obviously all the calls, but honestly, we could have spread the love across the entire gambit because, frankly, that entire team performed to perfection in that match.
Yes, they did. I mean, we'll go back to talk about the first game with Alex. He ran distractions, like you said, and you saw him actually take, like, the thing is, he was so fed at that point that no one could take him 1v1. It forced the entire of SK to deal with him, sending 3 members, and even still then, he picked up another kill. He's just done this so often in many games. If he's playing Zed, he's playing Kha'Zix, playing anyone, he always is this giant threat. And of course, just like you said, we got to give credit to everyone on Gambit because they played phenomenal. Darian, I mean, we thought he got caught a couple times, but it wasn't him getting caught. It was actually SK getting caught as they turned it around on top of him, diving in the right place at the right time with his Jarvan. Of course, Genja, I mean, I don't think he missed one chain of corruption there the entire time. Then Edward with every single hook. Everyone on Gambit played phenomenal.
Yeah, fantastic performance. So that is it from us here at the analysis desk. We are going to go over to Shox, who is waiting with Ocelot and Alex Ich.
Great applause here for the 2 gentlemen. Now, Alex, congratulations, first off, impressive performance. It's the first week you guys came training here in the office. If you get decent time to practice and if you practice decent, can you beat everyone in this fashion? Is that the factor?
So in Europe, I think that is really like good factor for us. But as for Koreans, they train like that all the time, and Asians, like Chinese. So I think that like we trained here like that for 1 week, and they trained like it for 6 months.
Important observation. Now, Carlos, you're never a person to make excuses for yourself. So what went wrong here for SK Gaming?
We showed in the past that, I mean, we've been showing in LCS that when we play at our best, we beat everybody, and we can do it. But we got these games, you know, that we are not alive. We don't have this energy. We are just away, you know. We are zombies. We are playing like zombies. And it happens more than often. And I'm sad to say it, but it's the real truth. And not to one guy, not to 2 guys, to the whole team, you know? So we need to be on the same page. We need to make sure that in playoffs, we learn how to play them, because we really struggle there. We think, okay, it's a season game or whatever, but it's not. It's a playoff, you know? So we have to improve that. We have to improve the way we engage the playoffs match. And yeah, definitely that was it. We didn't play. I mean, they played very good, of course, and they're extremely good players and extremely good team, but we didn't show, not even close to our best, obviously. We just played so bad. Like,
okay.
That's it.
Honest
Close
answer
the wall,
there
it's
from
fine,
Ocelot. You talk about improving. Maybe let's start by breaking down some of the things that happened in the game. First off, a Zed versus Karthus matchup. Maybe from your point of view, Alex, was that something you know I can easily win this if I focus on him in team fights?
So I was zoning him a bit, like, and that was free farm for me. And I knew that like Nautilus was all the time around mid, so I didn't try to engage him at all. I decided to just get some advantage in levels and farm, and just like get my items, and then change the strategy to split push, because they got really good 5 versus 5 team, and we succeeded at it.
And you, the Karthus pick in hindsight?
I knew I was gonna be against Zed with Karus. So we knew I was going to be okay. I was going to be farming, and we were always with the same level, same farm, most likely the whole game. I focused on the team fights. He focused on the 1v1, and afterwards he won the game by that. So props to him. But our focus was the team fight, you know? That's why we picked the Karus.
Right. And then in that second game, you also shut down Ocelot by sending 2 people mid, and you were on Malphite. Were you afraid that maybe if that Kassadin got ahead, that would shut you guys down?
So Kassadin is a really strong hero. We were afraid of that pick, so we decided to swap the lanes, and Malphite is really good and strong hero at side lane. So I decided to go 1v2, and after that we got really high advantage because our double lane killed Ocelot at mid, and after they tried to dive me, I killed them too. So the game went wrong for them.
Didn't go very good for SK Gaming. Now, Alex, got a cheat here. Tomorrow, you, of course, got the final coming up of the playoffs, a chance to be the spring playoff champion. So what are your thoughts going into the matchup against Fnatic, who looked really strong here?
Fnatic is a really strong team, so we'll try our best to win them. I think that will be a really long series because it's best of 5. And we will try our best. And I think that games versus Fnatic won't last that long because we always try to smash each other really early, and we're always fighting, and the games should be exciting.
All right, exciting games. And for you, Carlos, you'll be going up against EG. That's always a great matchup, so chance to redeem yourself. Will you take it?
We really want to make sure we play tomorrow way better than today. And if we play at our best level, I don't think there's any team in the world that doesn't struggle. So I think tomorrow, if we got a good day, I think they will struggle a lot.
Okay, finally, Carlos, there's some special people in the house here, your parents and your brother and your dog. So is there anything you want to say to your family that came to visit you?
I mean, I expected a better performance, you know, like now that they did 16 hours by car to come here, I expected to make the team play better. It didn't happen. Let's hope tomorrow I make them happier. And thank you very much. Muchas gracias por venir. Os quiero mucho.
Oh. Little awe moment to close off the day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, time to go over to Joe and Quickshot one last time to take us through a rundown of today's matches.
Thanks a lot, Shock. So, Quickshot. A very interesting day, of course. We started off with our first best of three here. A thriller, to be honest, between EG and Fnatic.
And it was great games. You know, it went the whole distance, 2-1 up. We've seen new champions. We've seen the blue team winning throughout. The only game where the red team won was the very, very last one of the day. But it was a matchup that Fnatic really had to work hard to win. You know, game one, it was a pretty convincing victory. Game two was convincing for EG. And Fnatic were losing in the third game. So if you contrast that performance to the very dominant performance that we've just seen from Gambit, Fnatic are going to have to work very, very hard tomorrow.
I think any team that would play Gambit at this point in time, any team in the world, I think, would have to work very, very hard for them. Of course, that was our second match. We've just seen the interview there. And it was such a dominant performance from Gambit. We heard there from Alex that they've trained a week, and that's where they're at. The problem is that other teams are training like that for 6 months already.
The thing that I really like, and it's something that, you know, has come to light more and more as the season has gone on, that Alex and the rest of Gambit have had their eyes set on the international scene. I would go so far as to say more than any other team in the league. They continually reference the Korean and the Chinese leagues and continually say, we want to beat them. You know, they lost last year at Season 2 Worlds, and it was a loss that many were not expecting. So I think that Gambit are here to fight, and I definitely think they're aiming for that international tournament and the World Championships all the way down at the end of the year.
Well, that's the interesting thing. If you look at the form of Gambit, let's go back, for example, to their recent Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where they won at the end, but they almost got knocked out in the group stage. They rise to the occasion when it comes to these big playoff games, and they find themselves in tomorrow's final, of course. They are Seed 2 taking on the Seed 1. I guess it's really fitting here. We've got 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4 from the LCS season. So that's how things are all going to be going down tomorrow. Of course, third place game will be coming up first in the day. That will be a best of 3, and then onto a best of 5 grand final between Gambit and Fnatic. And if you didn't already set your alarm clocks for tomorrow to wake up and watch the European LCS playoffs, then you definitely should, because that is going to be an insane game, I'm sure.
Yeah, kicking off tomorrow at 1 o'clock with that third place matchup, immediately following it up with that grand final. It's definitely something that everybody wants to see, and I want to see the performances of Fnatic and Gambit and see what are they going to pull out? What compositions are we going to see? What are we going to play? Because that very, very last comp, outside of Alex going 1v2, which is a little outside of the norm that we're used to seeing, it was rocks. That was standard. That was a very, very normal composition. Nothing super crazy. So have either of these teams prepared something exciting and fresh? And how are SK going to bounce back against the Evil Geniuses?
Exciting and fresh, as the key may be to that one. But yeah, of course, that best of 5 game, there's going to be a lot on the line for it. $100,000 overall, of course, is the prize. $50K to first and $25,000 for second. So $25,000 is what that game is worth there. So it's a big one tomorrow. That will be straight after the third place playoff game. And don't forget, if you've missed anything today, or if you want to check up with the stats and everything else from the LCS so far, then make sure you head over to lolesports.com. That's going to be it from me and Quickshot for today. We'll see you tomorrow for the third place and the grand finals. Let's head over to Shocks for some final thoughts of the day.
Thank you very much. A great day here again in the studio, and impressive performances by both Fnatic and Gambit. And, you know, also they're still giving out autographs here. If you live in the Cologne area, be sure to come to the studio because it's just good fun. Pictures with the pros, you can chat and stuff like that. So come down. But anyway, in a couple of hours at 10 p.m. Central European Summer Time, that's 1 p.m. Pacific, we'll be seeing the playoffs in NA, the semifinals, 2 wonderful best of 3s, starting off with Team Solo Mid taking on Vulcan and Curse versus Good Game University. Now that are going to be a good couple of games. And for us here in Cologne, we return tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That is 4 a.m. Pacific with the third place matchup. It's going to be Evil Geniuses taking on SK Gaming first, and then it's going to be followed followed by a championship match, a best of 5 between Fnatic and Gambit. Oh, it's going to be good. Thank you very much from all of us here in the studio, and tune in tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in to the NA playoffs. See you tomorrow.